And so is your scuffed sleep schedule. Double? No. Triple your caffeine intake. Crank your stream to max. Let LPL cast you to sleep or wake you up. Queue solo only at gremlin hours. Consider power naps. Or tape your eyelids open and watch the chaos unfold. Why stay up for all of this? Split 3 is the road to Worlds, and our teams have been cooking since Split 2 ended. New roster moves, renewed ambitions, and with no international embarrassment this time, 4 teams will rise to the world stage. Who wins the support carousel? Will Doinby deliver with NiP's rebuild? Can JDG return to Worlds with Clearlove and Wink now on board? Can Weibo awaken a summer tiger in Xiaohu? Will WE continue to slay giants? Is the IG Super Team the real deal? Can top esports recover from disaster? In the LPL, anything is possible.
From castaways to conquerors, the team no one believed in just dethroned the defending champions.
But IG are inevitable. IG are the LPL.
Get back involved as Shanks is looking for a fight onto Faker. He did a 1v2, but he looks like he's winning it. Faker getting incredibly low, has no flash. And Scott connects with the abduct. Shanks getting 1, he's getting 2.
Best of 3s every day. Welcome to LPL Split 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we continue through the early stages of the final split of 2025, Split 3, and you heard all of the hype and backing behind this split. But we gotta make sure to take baby steps here. It's myself and Bloxer taking you guys through another amazing day, focusing on Group Nirvana. And, you know, Bloxer, I'll phrase it kindly to start off tonight. Nirvana is the foundation of what we're gonna get for the rest of this LPL split. So we gotta work our way up to those worlds qualifying matchups, those split 3 champion matchups, right? With some fun games in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, this should be a really fun set of games today, and these are still very important matchups, right? There's a lot on the line for these teams. Maybe the stakes are, let's say, 5% lower. You know, you're not getting kicked out of the next split, as far as we know, right? Doing badly here in Group Nirvana doesn't get you kicked from 2026, but it's still incredibly important for these teams to pick up wins. There's some great storylines coming through from a lot of these teams, but yeah, it's not quite going to be a BLG AL anytime soon.
I can speak for myself and Bloxer that we are both very excited to be back here for Split 3 and honored to take you guys through the Slayer Bloxer experience in Group Nirvana. But let's check out the groups as a whole. You guys are pretty used to this if you've been a part of us here at the LPL English. Checking out the standings so far, Bloxer, not a lot to digest so far, I would say. The main thing that sticks out to me here, actually, I would say is Group Nirvana right now. EDG looking pretty succinct as a new unit with their new squad, and shout out Palkia there, showing that he might be another one of these young supports that is looking to try and make a mark on the league.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, we haven't really seen too many games so far. We've only had 2 previous match days. But the standout has been EDG so far. They played against both of the teams we see here, Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk, and they were able to take all 4 of those wins in pretty dominating fashion. I mean, there were a couple moments, maybe, here and there, where I thought maybe Ultra Prime could get something going, especially in Game 1 of their series, but other than that, pretty much in every single other moment of those games, EDG were looking great, and that is great to see, because the EDG road so far this year has not been a smooth one. In Split 1 specifically, they were incredibly bad, but they made some changes halfway through Split 2, and all of a sudden, yeah, they're looking a lot better. Yeah,
it seems like they've just refreshed as a unit. They lost their head coach. You heard that in the awesome intro video. Then Rafa obviously helped put together this one. And then the bigger thing, they lose Wink, who is touted as another one of those Jue-like supports that on the right team could really thrive. And Palkia just steps in and is already capturing the hearts of many. But let's focus in on, like you mentioned, we'll start with one of the 2 teams that faced off against EDG and got an 0-2 slap to the face to start Split 3. It is Ultra Prime, who come in with a bit of a roster switch of their own. And we'll introduce them once more. For the second time in Split 3, it is Zhang in the top side, Junhao in the jungle, Saber in the mid lane, and the newest addition to Ultra Prime, Baya, the new AD carry next to Xiaosa.
Yeah. Baya was there for them last split. He played a single game for them. It didn't exactly what we were really thinking about from them. in this group, Nirvana, it's only the bottom 2 teams that don't get themselves a best of 5, right? There's a lot of slots available to you, and this matchup here versus Thundertalk, I think is going to be a really interesting one for setting the table for what it actually means to be a group Nirvana team. Currently, as we said, EDG doing very well for themselves up at the top, but these bottom 2 spots are very, very bad. You really don't want to be down here, and picking up a win here versus another team that might be nearer the bottom, going to be very important for Ultra Prime.
And, you know, tying that in, the optimistic outlook for Ultra Prime and just a lot of these group Nirvana teams when it comes down to what we want to see from them, the good thing here, if you want to look at it optimistically, is that it's just simple execution a lot of these times. We'll keep you out of those bottom 2 spots, and that's what we want to see from Ultra Prime, especially, I would say, outside the laning phase. Like you mentioned, Bloxer, they looked fine against EDG. They didn't really get snowballed out of a lot of lanes and give away huge leads. It was outside of the early game where they really just started to spiral. So
yeah.
You obviously saw some of that in that last series, and we're able to pull some of our clips together here to talk about what went wrong for Ultra Prime in that series.
Yeah, I mean, both of the sets of clips we're going to be watching are versus the EDG games, because, you know, that's the only games that these guys have played, and it does turn into a bit of an EDG highlight fest, but Ultra Prime, they have a highlight in this one too. You see that they do manage to get themselves that early pick. They had some decent coordination for team plays early on in both of these series, but it wasn't massive, right? There were big moments where they just went for plays that they simply shouldn't have, or they were over-aggressing onto an EDG that had their item breakpoints, and it just started going wrong. This was in game number 2, though. This play specifically just... it's so rough. You get killed bot lane, and then you get chased down in the jungle as well. It's miserable watching this one.
Yeah, it doesn't help to see how Quailud flashes in place and is still able to get a kill under a tier 2 turret 4 minutes in. Maybe I was speaking a little bit too hyperbolically when I said laning phase was fine for Ultra Prime. So we'll start talking about just building from the ground up. And the theme, especially for this matchup on both sides, honestly, folks, is just, you know, figuring out a basic identity, recognizing, drafting specific comps for specific win cons and executing on them, because that is what is going to get you started with the right foot forward, particularly here for Group Nirvana. But like we mentioned, Bloxer, we have overarching goals for both of our teams in this first matchup. So let's introduce the other side of tonight's bout, Thundertalk, a team that has had very high highs in Split 1, a disastrous fall in Split 2, and the question becomes, where will they land now? Well, they've made some different changes on their own roster to see if they can accomplish that. Hoya in the top side, and one of the teams who's a part of the jungle carousel that has been the LPL ever since Split 2 kicked off. Beichuan left. They then have now Aki coming in from NiP, starting the jungle. And you know the rest of the squad here. Satab, 1XN, and Feather to round out TT Gaming.
Yeah, Aki in from Ninjas in Pajamas, which was a bit of a... the move happens, and I feel like most people look at Thundertalk and go, okay, you know, okay. It doesn't necessarily give you that huge next level of confidence for them. The jungle hasn't really felt like the position that's been massive for Thundertalk anyway, though. When they pop off, it's because this bot lane are looking really strong. 1XN and Feather, that's where it's at for this team. Setab sometimes able to step up. He's had a couple of really nice games. He had some nice Orianna, some nice Azir performances. You know, he had some good moments for the squad. Right. But the top side of the map, that worries me. I think that worries pretty much everyone looking at them. Because Aki wasn't the big, great part of Ninjas in Pajamas, and Hoya was a big problem for Thundertalk during their losses in Split 2, and so now having Aki and Hoya up as that top side of the map, it does not fill me with massive confidence for the future of Thundertalk here.
And that's, unfortunately, the shortcomings we saw, again, in the small sample size we have for Split 3 so far, up against EDG, when Thundertalk went down 0-2 in that one. I believe also have some clips to show from that one that will highlight, you know, the somewhat shortcomings of TT in that matchup. I will again preface by saying I want to be a little bit nicer to these teams, especially Thundertalk. Switching up jungle right before a split comes around, getting Aki in here. Like, jungle in particular, Bloxer, you got to give a team time to mesh. I don't care if we're talking about AL or Thundertalk with a switch like that.
It's a big, big part of it, and obviously we don't know exactly who it is that's going to be the big shot caller here for Thundertalk, but the fact they've now had themselves 3 junglers in not that long, you know, they've had a lot of movement. Yeah, a lot of movement with these junglers. It's really, really tricky. You do expect the jungle to be a big part of the shot calling coming through, and it just wasn't working for them in this first series up against EDG, but this is their first real test here, I think, against a team that seems to be a little bit closer to their level in Ultra Prime. And that is what we want to be tracking all the way through. We both have very high expectations of 1xN. I think we both really like him as a player. So it's not about what 1xN can really do, it's about how the rest of the squad can come together to help him play, and a lot of that is going to be about what Arky can do to hopefully try to get this bot lane ahead. We were talking about it a little bit in the Groom Room, and like how much you can really index into just trying to play against one single lane. I think bot lane at the moment is actually a decent lane to really index into. I think you can try to just play against them a lot, and it's also looking at their head-to-head matchup. Ultra Prime, their bot lane, as we said, it wasn't the biggest problem for them, but it was one of the problems that they ended up having. And with Thunder Talk, where we're not necessarily expecting their top lane to be massive, that's not where I'd expect them to want to play around. I can see this bot lane being incredibly crucial.
I'd like to see if, yeah, like you're talking about, Thunder Talk, we'll get into draft soon once walkouts come around here, but I'll state it now. For 1xN, a guy who can play scaling champions well, he's got those in his back pocket. I'd like to see him lean more into those lane dominant picks here alongside Feather, because Feather is a pretty flawless engaged player, like a lot of these supports we have. And 1xN, I'll specifically highlight his Caitlyn that he likes. He likes to pick a lot towards the later end of those series. Yeah. If you can find a way to fit a champion like Caitlyn, you know, maybe you go for a Lucian, trying to dominate that 2v2 lane, like we're going to continuously talk about, against an Ultra Prime team that is quite literally in the same sort of arena as Thunder Talk right now when it comes to expectations. Just try to keep it simple, play aggressively through your best player. That is 1xN. That's what we are looking to do for Thunder Talk. But that's not to say that they can't rely on some of their other lanes, because Bloxer, Saytab, when he is, you know, on point, that's when most of the Thunder Talk wins came last split in that Rumble stage.
Agreed, because 1xN was pretty consistent, he was always doing good things for the team, he wasn't really getting caught out massively. He was not really the variance player for them. He couldn't quite do enough to just carry them through wins. Like you said, when Saytab was actually feeling himself, when he was doing well, that's when things were really beginning to pop off for them. And he had quite a wide champion pool, right? He was moving across a lot of different champions. One he found, well, as much success as Thunder Talk were able to find in the last split on was something like the Yone, if you wanted to get really aggressive. That also paired up very well when they had Bechuan, obviously, because that was a really nice look alongside the Sejuani, something that Bechuan was very good with. Be interesting to see if maybe we get that again right here with Arky. Arky, a little bit less of a Sedge player maybe, but I still think if you can get Saytab on something aggressive, that could look great. But he was also very nice on some of these heavy roaming champions that we had, the Talia and the Ryze. And interestingly, coming into this split 3, the meta really has not changed that much. I feel like we had a big jump in meta between split 1 and split 2, but between 2 and 3, things are relatively similar.
Especially in the mid lane, I would also highlight, like, the Ahri looks really good for Saytab. You can always go towards that if you'd like. Saytab can definitely be the X factor. There's a lot of consistent tropes we like to throw around. Mr. Consistency, that's the bottom lane here for Thunder Talk. Saytab certainly can be that X factor player. But while we got some more time, Bloxer, I want to, like, kind of frame where we're at with TT and think where we were back in split 1. You mentioned Bejuan, right? Who, you know, went to MSI. Obviously, you can't blame him for taking the BLG spot, even if it was such a tough spot to be in on that team. But if you had told me after they beat BLG in Split 1 to top their group in that best-of-5 group that Bejuan would now be out of a starting spot and not on Thunder Talk, it's just wild. There is no telenovela that could be more poetic than LPL offseason roster shuffling.
Everybody's moved. Every single person has moved. It's been really interesting watching as the announcements / leaks come through and being like, is that true? Is this person actually out of a job? Is this person actually leaving? You're seeing rosters and you're like, do these teams know who's starting? Are you sure that they know who
do these teams get to scrimp with these players? Are they scrimp with these players on their roster?
That is genuinely a question, I think, coming in for this. Because there's obviously been a lot of movement, how much practice have you even really gotten, right? I think that's something that maybe Thunder Talk have got a little bit better for themselves. They grabbed Aki, I think it was relatively early on in this offseason, and they've kept the rest of this squad pretty the same. Yes, they've had a lot of movement in the jungle, but hey, at some point you'll get used to that, right? And all of these other players have been together pretty much the entire year, even a little bit longer than that. So you've got quite a solid foundation here for Thunder Talk, and if other teams are scrambling around with all of their roster changes and everything, maybe that's a little leg up that you can try play around.
Yeah, that is, you know, the hope. And yeah, let me, how do I phrase this? I don't think it would be a good thing if all of us here at LPL English, you know, all you chatters, your loyal chatters, saw what our production chats looked like when all these roster leaks came around, but I'll just tell you it was some entertaining discussion about some of the moves that were most questionable. I mean, Blockster, well, we got some time. I would put you on the spot.
Oh, God.
Out of all the roster moves, like, which ones do you think were the most questionable in your mind? Like,
Questionable?
Yeah, questionable. Like, which one you saw, like, the rumor, or maybe you saw officially locked in and you went, why? Like, what made why pop into your head first?
Oh, my God. You put me so on the spot here. There was so many that I'm like, what are you...
Yeah, it's not for lack of picks. It's for which one do you stick with,
It's for
right?
which one? Oh my God, it was everything that JDG were doing around. Like, what? What are you? Hello? Hello? Are you sure?
Yeah, is this where you want? Is this the route you want to take, or?
Because like I had pretty high expectations of JDG Split 2, and they make these changes. You're like, is that better?
Yeah,
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I think Kree almost every jungle swap
Yeah,
made me go.
so many of the jungle
why?
swaps. Yeah,
Like,
so many of these teams. You're like, did you actually improve here? Like,
yeah,
okay.
it's just like, and some of them were good players going to different teams. It's just like stylistically, I went, why? Oh, well,
Yeah.
we'll have more than enough time. You're gonna have to excuse us. This is me and Blockster, trying to break down the roster mania. This is the only time we're gonna get it before we jump into the season, as we are still very much early on into Split 3, just the third day of Split 3 here, and we're getting all Group Nirvana as the walkouts will commence here for Ultra Prime versus Thunder Talk. I've ragged on. I rag on Ultra Prime for a lot of things. I will never rag on them for their color scheme.
Yeah,
That is one of the prettiest purples you will find in all of the world, I would say.
I think so. I think it's some of the nicest overall color schemes that a team has. There's a lot of gray, there's a lot of black that we have in esports. A few teams have got the red that they mix in. A lot of teams have got the red that they mix in here in the LPL.
A lot of white too. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of kind of boring jerseys. To be fair, I think Thunder Talk look pretty good as well. I like it.
Yeah. Did they touch up their blue?
Yeah, they had white with a slightly lighter blue, I think, last time.
Yeah, I think they did too. I'm like staring at the logo and seeing which, because I guess the TT logo has a lot of different types of blue. So it's like now we're on the lighter end of the blue. Looking nice. Some of the players got some fresh cuts here, knowing they're back up on the stage. Got to appreciate it. Just a couple of housekeeping things as we get set here for Game 1 draft. If for any of our newer fans to the LPL English, or, not acquainted to how the format switches around, because boy, does the LPL like to switch it around. 1v1s. You could have been a fan of them. You might not have been a fan of them. They're gone. So we are not doing 1v1s in any capacity anymore, which means, Blockster, we will be jumping straight into Game 1 draft. Do you still feel like blue side supremacy rings true? I know you talked about how there has been too much meta changes.
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, blue side still does just remain the stronger side for a lot of these teams. The first picks are still pretty similar, as you said, right? Things haven't really changed around. The Varus is still almost always going to be pick banned right at the very start. The Gwen, still really strong. The Rumble, still really strong. There's not too much change from that. Maybe there's a couple more counter picks in, right? Top lane's getting increasingly aggressive, I would say, and so counter pick maybe is a little bit more important. Maybe you want red side at some point, but I wouldn't be very surprised in teams just going blue side pretty much every time again.
Oh boy, let's not start yawning up there on the stage, fellas. All right, listen, you are not the ones standing.
Them, right?
Mid-afternoon. Not compared to me. I'm like seeing him yawn, and I'm like, I see 2 a.m. and we are just getting started with our day. I honestly, though, wouldn't have it any other way. This is the highlight of my day, night, whatever I want to call it. At this rate, is being able to cast these awesome LPL teams. But you mentioned it, right? Top lane champ pool's been a little different. I'm gonna hop on the meme that we saw from MSI. Thanks to Jackula for improving on this one. Bot lane is also different, because I'd like to think Kalista should be out. TF in the same vein, terrible at MSI. But hey, Jackie Love, vintage Kalista game. Are we going to see more of it now off of one single performance, Bloxer?
I hope not. Right? I really hope not. We've not seen good things from that champion in a while. It was all over Split 1. And then people kept trying to make it work in Split 2, but it wasn't even working then. And The champion is no stronger now. They have not touched it. There are very few, very specific situations in which I think maybe the Callista can work. If you are very specifically trying to enable yourself a Nico, then maybe there's a chance, and if you actually play around it properly. Otherwise, yeah, I would really hope that we don't end up seeing that. I mean, the bot lane pool is going to be pretty similar to what we saw previously. I think the biggest change is that Jhin has had a massive increase in priority recently. That champion has been really on the up and up, so it's going to be interesting to see if that one ends up on the ban table here, because when I think of 1xN, it isn't really his style. I think of him as more of a hyper carry player, but at the same time, he certainly can play it.
Certainly can. 1xN champion pool pretty wide open. The champion pools for this series starting to be narrowed as we are firing through our first bans here. Ultra Prime were able to land on blue side for the first round of this matchup in Group Nirvana. And we're starting to see some staples like you mentioned, Bloxer, Gwen, Pantheon, still going to be big players. Forest, at this point, I feel like will never not be an 80 carry player. And then some of the newer picks. Annie catching a ban there for the last one for Ultra Prime. And Bessa, so R1, you mentioned some champions, Bloxer, and this has got to be an LPL staple. The Talia going to be locked in.
Okay, I really like seeing the Talia picked up this early on. It gives you so much extra roam potential. You can work alongside your jungler very well, and it's also just miserable to try to play into if you've got any dashes on your team, which a lot of the champions in the meta at the moment do have. Interesting that it's just going to be the Rumble slammed straight away. You do often see it, especially when you do ban away the Gwen, but to slam it this early on, that's a vote of confidence right here into Hoya, and getting to pair up alongside the Vi. These are two incredibly high priority champions that Thunder Talk get very early on here.
One of the things we're looking for when it comes to Thunder Talk and an agency is getting agency out of a player that isn't Feather. So I like to see Aki confidently slamming the Vi. That makes you the focal point of any play that TT are going to look for. As you mentioned, the Ultra Prime. They're just coming back with staple meta picks after meta picks. They got the Xin Zhao next to this Talia. And a Scion would just create so much frontline and so much space that you can open up in these team fights for Ultra Prime to really already make it kind of a difficult time to play and navigate this Vi.
Yeah, I mean, as the Vi, which lane are you really looking to gank at the moment? It's going to have to be your bot lane. It looks like both of these teams are going to leave their bot lanes until the second round of the draft. So as Thunder Talk, you're going to have something to try to play around here, because otherwise the Vi is just not going to have a good way into this game, and you have to get into this game earlier on. The Xin Zhao always going to be more useful than you later on unless you get yourself a massive advantage. Zetab, back and forth between the Azir and the Ahri, is going to go towards the Ahri. Now, I'm usually a bit critical of this champion, but right here, alongside the Vi, it gives you some high pick potential, and you also are not going to be that solo AP. You've already got the Rumble, so you don't have to worry about running out of magic damage. I do like what Thunder Talk have for themselves in terms of these are three very strong individual picks, and the pick potential of this comp is strong, but I do think Ultra Prime have just gotten away with the early stages of this draft a little bit better.
Both teams, interestingly, though, are going to have, like you mentioned in the mid lane, that roam threat. Ahri has, you know, the dash ability, and Talia with a bit more threatening with that Weaver's Wall can get places quicker, but a lot of facilitation for early game plays coming from, honestly, both of these mid-jungle duos. So, getting some of those early game lane-dominant picks. Okay, lane-dominant picks, like we talked about. So the Lucian already off the board. They'll take away the Kaisa as well. So two snowbally and hyper carry 80 carries taken away from 1xN. Still has his Caitlyn, still has his Ezreal. We'll see where they want to land as the Alistar gets locked in, knowing no Silas will be here on the side of Ultra Prime.
And I really like the Alistar lock-in right here because it removes the Rel from being anywhere near as high a priority here for Ultra Prime. That's a horrible matchup. And that also takes away quite a lot from what could have been a bit of a wombo combo composition if you wanted to pick it up with the Rel and the Misfortune. As soon as you pick the Alistar, that kind of removes that as a possibility. Instead, Ultra Prime going to pivot. They're going to get themselves a little bit more of the poke. The Ezreal and the Talia work really well alongside each other because you can just poke out your opponents, ensure that they can't step up to these objectives anywhere near as easily. And it's going to be the Braum locked in. Braum obviously strong alongside the Ezreal, and this 2v2 tech lane, it can go toe-to-toe. It can be incredibly aggressive. Thunder Talk, you need something that's got a little bit of extra mobility, otherwise you can just get run out of lane.
We'll see. The Smolder has risen in a lot of priority, I would say, while some of those bottom laners go down. So you're also, if you're Thunder Talk, looking for a scaling threat, 1xN meets that mark. I'm really curious that Baya didn't go for that Sivir. I would have liked the Sivir a lot more in this composition because you think about the front line, right? You got a Xin Zhao Crescent Guard, a tanky Scion, a Braum with a big shield to put up. There's a lot of protections here for the Sivir. But like you
and
called
now
out,
they're sprinting at you even faster. Like,
yeah, right, and even faster. But I will say, for a Vi, RE, Equalizer coming down, Ezreal is going to be the slipperiest one of late, but does put a lot of damage pressure on Baya, one of those new players for Ultra Prime, because Talia is somewhat decent, but you got a Snowball, and then you got a Scion Braum. A lot of pressure on one of the new guns here for Ultra Prime.
It really is, but hey, the Ezreal, like you said, with that extra mobility that you've got alongside the Braum as well, that's a pretty strong lane, and the fact that you've now got the Smolder on 1xN, I really, really like 1xN Smolder. I think he's a great late-game hyper-carry player, but it is not a comfortable lane to try to play out, especially alongside the Alistar. That level 1's going to be really miserable, and it doesn't actually get that much better for a long time. You are, again, though, putting a lot of pressure on your bot lane here for Ultra Prime because you have to shut the Smolder down. You can't just allow him to have a free lane. And the question I also have when looking at this composition is like, okay, I like what you're thinking about here. You've got lots of lanes to potentially gank for Junhao. What does Aki do in the early stages of this game? I'm not really sure where Aki goes.
Yeah. Listen, Bloxer, you're the analyst here. You can't ask me hard questions. I just yell what's on screen. So I don't know what you were expecting here from me, because I don't know what Aki's going to do, but I hope Aki knows.
I hope Aki knows too. Counter gank might be the answer, and to be fair, Vi does have a pretty strong counter gank, especially once you get to level 6. Maybe that's something he can do.
We'll have to see as we hit our get running onto Summer's Rift here. Game 1, Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk, both still seeking their first single game win in Split 3. Nirvana. I guess Grapes was right in that first cast, man. Where are the Jayos, guys? Come on. I'm excited for Group Nirvana. I think they deserve them, and you can let Grapes know that. Wherever you are right now, Grapes. Hopefully you're asleep, my friend.
Hopefully. I mean, it is horrible times, as always, for those of you in North America. But yeah, it is a little bit sad. The complete just lack of cheering. Is nobody excited for Thunder Talk? People were so excited for Thunder Talk. They were the darlings of the LPL during Split 1. Super exciting, managing to top a group that had, at that point, an incredibly strong BLG squad in it. And yeah, now nowhere near as much excitement for this team. But as we've been saying, this could be a particularly important time for them, as the bot lane already getting frisky right
Called
here.
it out, Bloxer.
Yeah,
I mean, those Braum bitter stacks, getting the concussive blows, the stun comes across, and Ezreal brings a lot of damage early with the weaving in the autos and those mystic shots. But hopefully TT can stay resolved, because this entire game for TT revolves around when can you get the Smolder online, when does the Smolder become Exodia. So just surviving lane becomes a big priority.
It is, but you really want to be stepping up and being able to at least get yourself some of these stacks, not constantly having to sit super far back underneath your tower. The fact that Feather has already been back to base is not ideal at all, but it's what we're expecting. It's what Thunder Talk would have been expecting as well. So I really like the little bit of highlight of that ward right there. Yeah. Well aware are Ultra Prime's bot lane of where Arky is, and that could be really rough for a Vi, because yeah, Junhao immediately recognizes that and is going to go and try to play around the chickens as well.
Okay. Aki's going to show. Have to favor the Xin Zhao in an early exchange here. Yep. Both in there is going to fly over. And, yep, the big chicken going to go over to Junhao. So he's got himself not a full camp lead, but still a little bit extra going his way. And he's going to just mosey on down into his own red quadrant and pick up all of his camps for free. So an early lead coming to Junhao, and already some woes for a Vi. You called out Bloxer from Aki. Doesn't have a lot of areas to create early on.
No, that's going to be very much pigeonholed into just hopefully finding something. Hang on, bot lane again stepping up, and you do not mind trading the health from real Braum at all. As long as Baya is still able to step up, hit a couple of these mystic shots and be aggressive, he's going to be more than happy with the way that this early lane is going. And you can see 1xN just constantly getting pushed back, beginning to struggle for mana a little bit as well. So is Baya, right? It's not the end of the world. They haven't died yet. Aki could look for a gank top lane. He wouldn't be spotted, but interestingly, he's just a little bit more interested in grabbing this early scuttle. Doesn't want to fall behind even further with the camps.
Clutch ward there from Zhang.
Yeah.
Just places it down, and now Aki's going to try for this gank here.
That's unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if he, maybe a Vault Breaker over the wall, I still like the angle. But you don't have to go for this gank. Hoya stacking up a wave to crash, get himself a decent reset, and Aki will take his nonetheless. despite that health switch that we saw on the bot side, 1xN is down a significant amount of CS, but did take the teleport on this Smolder, so should be able to regain some of that, being able to give himself a better reset compared to the walk back Baya has to do.
Yeah, I mean, going for the teleport right here, it really does tell you that you're not expecting this early laning phase to be particularly easy. You can just constantly go for these resets, try to keep up in terms of item and effective stats before you get as strong as you need to later on. Setab gonna end up with a Braum in his lane. Nothing too much happening. Feather also going to arrive. And with all of this early moving around, yeah, I'm not sure I'm massively happy about this from the mid laners. And the level 6s are going to be very important for these mid laners, not just in the 1v1s obviously, but very much more for these skirmishes around the objectives.
I have 2 breaking news articles to read out to you guys. Number 1, water is wet. Number 2, 1xN Smolder went for a coal. Shocking. Scaling Smolder wants to min-max farm and not fight.
Crazy, crazy work. The thing about that is, you know that's what your Smolder's going to want to do. So, do you get to play around these early objectives here as Thunder Talk? I'm not so sure that you do. Does Aki really want to be stepping up? Hang on.
Baya,
and
that
again,
is the cardinal
it's
sin.
Miserable.
I was going to say, that was the cardinal sin. Arcane shifting forward early game with like a 20-second cooldown, but they can be shut up pretty quickly with the amount
into
of
Smolder
damage.
Alley?
Yeah.
Into Smolder Alley with no Ignite, no Exhaust, it just doesn't matter at this point. They simply do not have the damage to be able to actually punish that. Yes, you get into that double knockup, but that's just a little bit closer to your enemy to then do the damage, and Feather is half health again.
You can see the CS discrepancy starting to build even further by about 300 gold up. That wave is going to crash in for 1xN, so it's still going to be about a wave and a half of lead, and as you called out, just so hard for TT to find any agency for these early objectives. Liking what we're seeing from Ultra Prime early. They have a succinct plan, understand what lanes they should have priority in, and capitalizing on it right now by picking up that Ocean Drake. Not too far after spawn, but Hoya does have control of his top wave so far, drops the equalizer. Zhong, though, on that tanky Scion, gonna be able to survive the combo. Not enough punch behind that Flame Spitter for the Rumble just yet.
Potential dive angle right here. Aki is in the area, would be spotted out. There's a defensive ward behind Jiang, so he would know it was coming. Still, though, if you do want to try to get your Rumble ahead, I think that is one of the few lanes you actually do have some level of priority onto, and having a strong Rumble would be huge for the later stages of this game. Not going to be the case, though. It's just going to be the wave pushed underneath the tower. Hoya going to head back to base for a little bit of extra stats in his pocket, and the swap is going to come through. You are going to see the roam up Baya up into the top lane right now. The reset was immediate, though, out of Thunder Talk. They're also going to bring 1xN into the top lane. And we will have the grubs spawning soon, so there could be potential for some skirmish around here.
That's exactly where you have to look for, is that next big objective. Once you see these bottom lanes swap the way that they have, Zhong, though, going to use that unstoppable onslaught to get back to this wave earlier. I want to give him a bit of props. He's done a pretty good job keeping up with the CS, despite the fact that Hoya kind of froze him off those early waves. He had a big crash wave into his tier 1 turret before that reset, but despite all that, only down about a camp worth, but we'll see if Hoya can capitalize on the fact that there's no teleport on this Scion and no ultimate to try and run all the way up river for a grubs fight. Like you pointed out, they will be coming in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect everybody to want to get involved in this one, but actually from the early positioning that we're seeing right here, Aki nowhere nearby, more playing down towards the bottom side of the map. And that is going to leave him a little bit out of position. Obviously, they did end up getting that top lane Scuttle Crab, so you're going to be well aware that this is happening if anybody steps over. Zhenhao, obviously recognizing that, just going to jump over the side of the wall. Setab, Aki, now they're going to move on over.
Yep, first roam to Setab, and that's immediately sounding alarm bells for Junhao. Still going to knock down the first grub. Has Xiao Se to try and cover him as the Ultra Prime bottom lane had shoved first, and it's a staring contest coming from both of our teams.
You can't.
TT being dared to step up, and they have no way to do so, Bloxer.
No, you cannot. And this is what worries me a little bit about the Thunder Talk composition. The Vi wants to get ahead. The Vi wants to skirmish early. She wins a lot of 1v1s, but you don't win into Zhenhao's Jhin right here. And your bot lane is a hell of a lot weaker too. And with 2 roaming mid laners, it kind of evens out in that spot. So you're just stronger as Ultra Prime. You can just bully your opponents off of these early objectives. And we're already seeing it. The 3 grubs, the first Drake, they're just getting themselves these extra effective stats that are going to be very important going on forwards. And you've already got a decent tower-taking team composition here from Ultra Prime. Getting these 3 grubs is going to help that a lot.
Shout out 1xN, just stack min-maxing right now with the use of Mom, but just now, Feather ticking over to level 5. Xiaosa got level 6. There was a point where there was a 2-level discrepancy in their support, so you're seeing the value of being able to poke Feather out of those early lanes.
Yeah.
And again, it all is worrying because Thunder Talk as a comp outside of the Smolder picked a lot of champions for proactiveness in this early phase, and they've allowed Ultra Prime to coast, get themselves a decent amount of gold on the right champions, and more importantly, set themselves up for the monster slaying feats that they can grab virtually whenever they want with the pace of the game we currently are sitting with.
So far, so good for Ultra Prime, but they're going to have to keep the accelerator down. You cannot allow this game to go super late. That being said, it's not like you get completely and utterly outscaled right here, and it is going to be interesting to track how Jiang is doing versus how 1xN is doing, because if the Scion ends up getting ahead and you can just outpace this Smolder in terms of being tankier than he has damage, then all of a sudden that late game scaling that you're super excited for the Smolder isn't going to be anywhere near as scary, and you've got quite a lot of space that you can buy for yourselves from Ultra Prime to stop the Smolder being anywhere near as scary during these late game team fights. Still, Thunder Talk, they haven't fallen massively far behind. They're in fact up slightly when it comes to gold, obviously down in terms of effective stats because of all of the objectives. So Thunder Talk, they're not going to be too worried about this, but when do they get to start stepping up? Because we've got another Drake spawning here in 40 seconds time, and I'm not sure they're going to feel confident enough to step up to this one, and if they do feel confident enough, is it the right decision?
Decision. So far, Aki has just been setting up camps in these brushes. You called out how difficult it felt for this Vi to have agency in this early frame, and Aki has resorted to classic solo queue antics, trying to set up in these brushes. He's stealing XP, yeah. That's
XP again. Yeah, I mean, earlier when we were talking about Feather, right, not having got that level 6, well, he's still not got that level 6. And that's obviously a massive ulti right here. It's a key ulti for this Thunder Talk squad, and he needs to get it, really, before this Drake comes through. Otherwise, there's no way that you can fight this. There it is, okay.
Yeah, Thunder Talk, they're going to get Feather over to level 6. Both top laners have teleports, so a full 5-on-5 can break out. Who moves the first pawn forward? It's Aki with the Vault Breaker, going to drop on top, but a great combo from Saber. Gets Satap down to about half HP, but here comes the trade back. Trom's going to land, great flat forward, the headbutt pulverized, and Saber falls. Great aggressiveness there from Feather. One of the key facilitating contributors to this TT roster. Might have just got them the Dragon and the first crack and kill count.
And it's just a mistake right there out of Saber, not recognizing that he's down an item. Still, Ultra Prime, they know they're strong at this point, gonna teleport in and try for the play.
Okay, but the Dragon's already down, and Feather's going back in again. The Charm's gonna land, layered with the Equalizer, amazing usage of the ultimates, and now Aki gets to fly forward with the Vault Breaker onto Zhang. Sion is tanky, but is he tanky enough to handle 5 members of Thunder Talk? Doesn't seem like it as he flashes over the wall, but another Vault Breaker is gonna sing home for Aki. That's Speed Warfare secured for Thunder Talk, and Satap just can't stop hitting these charms. Finally, TT break this game open like we were asking them to do.
So, Slayer, when we were talking about issues for Ultra Prime, team fighting was one of them, and that's just a comedy of errors for an Ultra Prime squad that had done really well for themselves during the early stages. Now, the key thing here is something we actually can't see, is the fact that Setap has got that Malignance completed already, so he's up an item. So the second that he steps up, he just does way more damage than Saber, who still hasn't completed his first item. And that's really nice for Feather to just capitalize on that charm that ended up landing. Now, as Ultra Prime, yeah, you're relatively strong, and you can teleport in your tanky Scion, but he's not that tanky at this point in the game. He doesn't even get to ult in and start this fight off, so it's just a mistake to be trying to play for this one. And I'm not entirely sure why Ultra Prime decided to go for that one once you lose the mid laner. Before you lose the mid laner, you're stronger than your opponents. As soon as you're missing out onto that Talia, it's just not happening.
Again, back to those basics we were talking about, we wanted to see executed on for both of these teams. And one of the very many things of competitive League of Legends is recognizing when it's your turn to play for certain objectives, when you need to relinquish control. Ultra Prime still trying to grasp at their opportunities and when they have to back off. You saw it in that last spot. So now, where do we sit by this point? We've got some really accelerated pieces, especially in the top side for Thunder Talk, and that's the weak point we've been highlighting in a lot of their losses, Bloxer, so it's good to see them ahead at this current moment.
Absolutely. I was hoping that top lane would be a place Ultra Prime could play around, that Jiang would be able to take over Hoya. He hasn't necessarily been a big part of Thunder Talk in their wins. He's definitely detracted from a couple of their losses, but here, doing absolutely fine in the lane. We saw the early pressure he was able to produce. You do expect that to happen, but then teleporting down into that play on the bottom side of the map. Leandri's now completed as well with a good equalizer. He's been looking pretty strong at this point. And that's really key, because going towards the Malignants here for the Ahri means you're not anywhere near as damaging as you otherwise would be, but that doesn't matter, not when Hoya's in a good spot. Ultra Prime looking for something a bit aggressive, Saber, you do not want to step to any of these bushes, bud.
Well, this is a very unfun game of Where's Waldo, and Saber is going to be the one caught. Equalizer down, they throw down everything layered on top of Saber, but he finally burns down. It's a clutch flash from Aki. Make sure he gets out without even trading his own life. Just like that, Hoya grabs a double, and Junhao having to flash out of his own river. Thundertalk looking polished on these pick plays.
Really, really nice, and pick composition is exactly what we wanted Thundertalk to try to play around. It's what they needed to do to get them through this early game, and that was really, really nice. It's just a miscommunication error, though, from Ultra Prime. You haven't seen 3 members of Thundertalk for way, way too long that you shouldn't be just face-checking brushes. Now, how much you expect there to be one champion in each of the top lane brushes? Not that much, but you still have to be communicating that across the map, and Ultra Prime missing out onto a lot of gold at the moment because of these kills. They're now going to be 3,000 gold behind. Still, the objectives are falling in their favor once again, are going to be able to pick themselves up this Rift Herald. We'll see if they're going to be able to turn that into hopefully a mid lane tower to open up the map for themselves a bit. 1xN.
Oh, 1xN.
Okay.
Gotta respect the wave
That's a key
states.
flash.
It's a very big flash to get out. We were talking about how much accelerated these early game champions are. The insurance plan for 1xN is still going to be a target as we get a replay. I just want to shout out, look at how well these ults are layered. Equalizer,
So
cease
nice.
and desist, exhaust, all at the same time.
Yeah, and key as well is the fact that you watch Hoya step up. Oftentimes, you want to play a little bit further away as the Rumble, especially once you've got yourself that equalizer down, but recognizes immediately that Junhao has popped that Crescent Guard and he's got to get close enough to deal the damage, and that's what gets them their kill quick enough that Aki's able to get back over the wall and get away. Very, very important that he was able to recognize that one, and some nice plays that we're seeing so far from Thundertalk. 5 kills up, as we said, up by a decent chunk of gold, about 3,000 at the moment. Next Drake is going to be spawning in less than 30 seconds time, and now the momentum has flipped right on its head.
And now Ultra Prime, where do you really go from here? Because you still need to buy time for mainly your damage dealers, and that was the worrying thing about this composition. You were so propped up. Big Scion, big Braum, a lot of protections, but now that you're in this hole, you've got an Ezreal that's nowhere near the more amount of power spike you need. Seraph's not even completed for Saber on one item. How much can you really do at this point of your Ultra Prime? It feels like Bloxer, they're going to have to give up a lot of these big objectives and try and wait out until that Auticon. But that's not what they're really going for. They're trying to take aggro over this dragon. They've been spotted trying to take it. For now, they have control of the river. But Aki is looking for a flank angle. Feather, you know, he always wants to fly in with that headbutt pulverize. When I say start to drop the damage, and there goes Feather, gets the 3-man headbutt pulverize, and Saintap's coming out of the flank for a clutch stun. Make sure Saintap has to bail out of the fight. One more auto comes across for Baya. He gets the first kill. The Smolder, though, trying to reel on the front side of this fight. Feather doing massive protection towards Hoya, but they're having to flee from the pit. It's clutch stuns from Saber that bail out Ultra Prime, and just like that, the game is back on even tilt.
Zeta, what are you doing? It's not so often that we see the flanking melee Ahri, but that's what Zeta have decided to do in that fight, and they can't play these fights that quickly. You need a pick to start them out, especially at this point in the game. Everybody drops pretty low for Ultra Prime. If this fight happens in another 15 minutes time when 1xN has the executes on board, yes, that fight works like that, but it doesn't at this point in the game. We'll have a look back. The initial knock-up into Equalizer is really nice. I like that combo, but Setab, it's not even like he comes out of vision, right? Before this team fight starts, he sat on bot wave, fully in vision, staring at his lane opponent.
How does Aki not kill? It was one auto. I don't know.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And there's, like you said, people getting low. There's a chance that maybe that fight works later on into the game, but right here, right now, that was not the play. And this is, again, part of the reason why these are some of our, as we expect them to be, bottom teams in Group Nirvana. There's moments where they just make questionable decisions.
Need to be succinct together when it comes to those execution plays. Earlier on for Thunder Talk, we saw Aki and Hoya are really succinct, but cannot make those mistakes in these big team fights. You don't have the 1xN insurance policy yet. 1xN, to his credit, has done a fantastic job stacking up. 192 stacks in 19 minutes, as we are going to see the feats of strength go over to Ultra Prime, grabbing that last turret. I'm liking the tempo they're pushing now. They dropped the Rift Herald mid. They're trying to open up as much of the map as possible before the Otacon in about 30 seconds.
Teleport coming on in. That's definitely not going to save the tower. It was just Feather, obviously, with that unsealed spellbook. They should at least be able to stop this second charge out from the Rift Herald. There we go. Just going to get smoked down by Arky. And like you said, so far, 1xN, he's done well for himself. Yes, he got bullied about, pushed around during that early laning phase, but he's not down massively in CS, only down by about 10, and still has got 2 items completed, well on the way to that third with the BF sword already in inventory, and getting pretty close to hitting stacks already. He should be there by about 22 minutes, which is perfectly reasonable pace for a Smolder to be on. And the fact that Thunder Talk are already in a small gold lead, yeah, they lost a little bit of it, but they've still got the gold lead, gives me some confidence for this team going on forward. They just need to play these team fights a little bit more sensibly.
All those woes about damage we talked about for Ultra Prime have now immediately been alleviated. Vaya, more mana completed for this Ezreal. Going to really start hurting with this poke. Saber has the Rallies and the Seraphs completed by this point. Safety and extra utility. Aki's life is going to become a lot harder, but Setab thinks he has a pick onto Junhao. Doesn't even have to use the Crescent Guard. So that ultimate off the Ahri, and that's enough for Ultra Prime to signal, hey, we're going to go right after this Otacon. TT are too slow to the rotation. They're losing key ultimates. I don't even see a way they could get in here, especially with the Feather getting completely chunked down by Saber. Lands the full Talia combination. The Scion teleports over first. TT, you cannot surrender this Otacon. All this XP for nothing, but how do you get into this pit? It's already down below 4,000, and Aki is way off to the side. The Juggler is even here trying to make the 50-50, so Junhao secures the Otacon. Feather caught on the front side, trying to use the Breaker Will to stay up and alive, but his health bar is depleting rapidly. Aki's going to try to go in off to the side, but his Vault Breaker finds nothing. He goes in for the assist, goes wild, and drops off, and now Ultra Prime get to sing their song, running for a buy-in double kill. The Weaver's well forward. Can Saber find the kill into Hoya? One seismic shove will get it done. TT have collapsed from their early game lead.
And Setab even has to teleport away to add insult to injury. Thunder Talk get completely demolished in that fight. And it all starts off the back of Setab thinking he could get aggressive onto Junhao and not being able to. Thunder Talk, they had to concede that one. Atakan is not worth you throwing away this many kills for it, but the aggression just keeps on coming through. And I really like the way that Ultra Prime play this one. Jiang just steps up by so much space. Aki is completely zoned off of this fight, and at this point, you've got to recognize it's done. You're not going to be able to pick this one up. Yes, it is a decent equalizer right here out of Hoya, but he then steps up too close, gets caught out by Jiang's ultimate. And the main key damage dealers are not hitting onto key targets right here. Watch 1xN. He's hitting the Scion, and then the Scion, and then the Scion. And that's the only target he ends up hitting. So the single saving grace in that team fight is that right at the very end of it, 1xN hit stacks.
But is it too little too late by this point? Because the Scion is going to be near 2 items. You're not getting through this Braum and Scion anytime soon on the Smolder. You need that IE to come through to bring that big damage. And then the Armor Pen item. Setab not going to bring enough damage. And like we talked about, Aki is just in such an inopportune spot to ever have support on these cease and desists. Ultra Prime showed in that last fight how they should execute the rest of this game. Patience with their back line. Patience making sure the Smolder can't hit anyone big as they start the siege onto the mid-tier 2 turret.
And these are a lot of the compositional problems really coming to fruition right now. Hang on. Hoya just going to have to flash away. That is a key flash. Decent play right there from Jiang. And that is also going to just draw members up towards the top side a little bit from Thunder Talk. It's going to open up this Drake. It's now going to be the sole point right here for Ultra Prime. But the problem is for Thunder Talk that you want picks out of Arky and Setab. That's the way that these champions want to play. But 1xN and Hoya, they want some big team fights, but you don't have a big tanky jungler or an Orianna or an Azir to buy space for you from the mid lane, and so it just doesn't work. You can see these are split fights for Thunder Talk in ways that they simply don't want, and then the poke comes through from Ultra Prime, and the front line comes through from Ultra Prime, and there's just nothing it feels like that Thunder Talk can do. If they want to make these plays work, they both need to get the pick before the fight starts, and then buy space for 1xN to hit onto some key targets.
I think that's a great point to bring up about the space there, Bloxer, because Feather, again, has to be so much of that. The space created here for 1xN.
Yeah.
And by this point, Baya, I mean, Spirit Shojin done this. Ezreal is disgusting with damage. You've got enough out of the Xin Zhao and Talia to bring that home as well. And it's not even about getting to the, remember, it's not about Ultra Prime having to get to backline targets. 1xN is scary, but they've got tanks to deal with it for now, so just got to protect your carries, and they'll bring the damage home onto, like you mentioned, a Vi that just does not survive long enough into these damage dealers. And what does this mean for Thunder Talk right now? They're just having to secede so much space on the map. Baron going to spawn in about 15 seconds, and you got to think there's no wiggle room for Thunder Talk to even work their way up to the pit right now.
No, who steps up in this composition? Your true tank is your Alistar, sure, but Alistar's not that tanky, and if you're blowing the ulti on the walk into the pit, then you don't have it for the fight actually around this objective either, and it's just producing so many conflicts for Thunder Talk that it currently doesn't feel like they have any answers to. Teleport's going to come through, and now the aggression around the Baron is going to start up. Thunder Talk, they recognize that something's up, but they don't even know for certain that this Baron has been started. It's not the fastest Baron take right now, but still,
Thank you.
You can't step to
vision.
it.
Yeah, they have
Mom
no idea.
for vision.
Mom for vision. That is the hole that Thunder Talk are in. Feather going to eat a seismic
Oh,
shove here.
no.
Xiaoxia and Saber try and hold the line. John going to
Aki,
also
that's
spend
early.
the ultimate. Tries to go out of the pit as Aki is stuck in the back here. Vaultbreaker's back over. Baron's at about 2K. Can Aki
Flashes
get
back
the steal
in.
here? Gets knocked up. Yes!
Oh!
Gets away
Oh!
with the steal. It was too early of a smite from Junhao. A lifeline to TT, but they need to escape with the purple banner, and they will do just that. Another topsy-turvy point in our game one. TT survive and thrive with 4 of Baron.
Oh my god, Arky with the Vault Breaker in, the Vault Breaker out, the flash in, and the steal. He manages to do it right here. He gives Thunder Talk a lifeline to try to play around, but that is just mismanagement of the pit right there from Ultra Prime. Arky was stuck in there without any way back out for way too long. He should have just been dead. The fact he gets to get back in is criminal, but it's just split focus, right? Setup once again decides to go melee, and people get drawn over to it. I can understand, right? Melee Ahri is a juicy looking target, but man, it's just bad smites and misplays here. And the fact that you get away with 4 of your Barons is huge here for Thunder Talk.
I know everyone, it's Group Nirvana. I should have expected this coming in, but it's head scratching to see Ultra Prime come off that Baron. They let the Baron regen. It regen about 2,500 health because they just weren't on the same page.
Just take it. Just take it. I promise that Setup going melee range is less juicy than the Baron for your team, right? And, you know, again, Group Nirvana teams, they make mistakes like this. We can recognize, hey, there were some whoopsies right there. But it's about now what Thunder Talk can do with this gift that they have been given. Right now, it's just going to be a Baron-empowered cannon minion slowly chunking out this tower in the bottom lane. I do like this play, actually, from Hoya, taking this a little bit slower. He's syncing up the waves. He's also just removing some XP away from Ultra Prime. That's nice. That's going to give them a little bit extra right here. He's now going to be able to take down that tower. And that's actually the first tower of the game here for Thunder Talk. That's going to go a long way towards getting themselves a lot more gold. Thunder Talk, they have a ton of standing gold available to them on the map.
And where does all that need to funnel into? The insurance policy. For as much as we were worried about Vi and Ahri not getting a good lead early on, 1xN has the IE done, has over 300 stacks. It's a whole new ball game that I know all you in the LPL remember. So many iconic Smolder games. Does 1xN have a staple one in the cards here so early into Split 3? Because at this point for Thunder Talk, he is the win con.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very close as well for Setup being able to pick up that death cap. So the item breakpoints are coming through for Thunder Talk. There's going to be a key fight right here. You cannot allow this soul to go over.
Have to watch for these flank lines. Aki's trying to remain hidden. Already has a Baron still under his belt. And it's just a second game for Thunder Talk. Does he have more heroics in store for us? Ultra Prime start up this Chemtech
Saber.
Drake, but they need to be careful. They're going to use the Weaver's Wall. Now looking to try and churn and burn, but Aki can get right over it. Equalizer's going to come down onto the backline, and now Ultra Prime is starting to get a bit scattered, but Feather is way below HP.
He gets the
Drops
dragon.
Equalizer. Zhang is going to go in, but it's secured by Junhao. Gets his revenge on the dragon, and Baya is going to pop Hoya, but 1xN remains untouched. He needs to find these low health bars. 1xN's flashing forward. It's a clutch. Zanya's coming out from Saber. 1xN trying to desperately kite back with the Braum. Stuns, land, all the damage lands for Ultra Prime, and they find themselves the clutch fight win.
They're going to win the fight. They're going to pick themselves up the soul as well. And now what can Ultra Prime do with 4 members of Thunder Talk dead? They're going to push through the mid lane. Teleport coming in as well from Saber right here. They may be looking to try end this game.
They survive the Exodia Smolder for now, and they're looking to capitalize on it by getting their first game win of Split 3. Who's there to stop it so far? It's Feather respawning now and Satab. But Zhang is so tanky and the turrets are depleting rapidly. Sure, Feather gets a big headbutt pulverized, but why does Ultra Prime ever care about either of these two champions? All they care about is going for the win. Hoya's back up. We have a Nexus race, but Ultra Prime are going to win it and win game 1 of our series.
Sub 30 minutes as well right there for Ultra Prime. And that game, it was not clean. There were mistakes. They end up with the Baron stolen away from them. But still, that was an Ultra Prime actually who were able to do quite a lot of good things. And that last fight as well, very, very impressive from them. Crazy, crazy game here to kick off today.
Classic Nirvana game. Listen, I thought we were going to ease our way in. They're going to be like, all right, maybe game one team will stop, right? And they'll get some comments behind them. No, we've got I would say, what, 3 throne fights back to back in that game?
Yeah. Just multiple moments where you're looking at different players, honestly from both squads at points, and going, what are you doing? Like, why? Why are you making that decision? The one that really stands out to me is definitely the Satab melee range moment, where, like, that was never going to work. If that flank right there is coming from a Scion, I like it. I like the idea. From the Ahri, that was not going to happen, but it wasn't just him, it was kind of everybody. Even right in that last moment, the key item that comes through, the Zhonya's being completed right there, that was completed seconds before that fight actually ended up happening. It popped up on the edge of the screen, he arrives in the fight, then he has that. If he doesn't, all of a sudden, 1xN, he picks up that first kill, and he picks up a second kill, and you know what? Maybe the Smolder can actually make it happen. Maybe 1xN can find the fight, and we're still midway through this game discussing whether or not Thunder Talk can actually win it. Instead, it's all she wrote, and now Thunder Talk, they find themselves in a hole here up against Ultra Prime.
And what did we talk about, Bloxer, before we got into this matchup, right, is draft identity being simple and cohesive. And the more I heard you talk about the pitfalls of Thunder Talk, the more I realized that they were really just, dipping. It's like they went up to a draft buffet, right? And they just took a little bit of everything. Let me get a little bit of Smolder scaling. Let me get a little bit of, early game Vi, Ahri with a Rumble. But then we also have an Alistair for the later protection. It was like they couldn't make up their mind. And you kind of saw that unfold on the Rift.
It really did. As Thunder Talk right there, you had to make a decision about how you were going to play this one out, and instead, as you said, they kind of just ended up playing both. I mean, you can see it here. 1xN does the most damage in the entire game.
Standard 1xN stats right here of a TT game, I mean.
He's crazy. I mean, we'll see as we go through this split number 3, but the free 1xN chants, I think, are going to get louder and louder as we get through this.
I'm going to get a megaphone at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to be producing as much free 1xN noise as possible, because this man was trying his absolute hardest. But as you were talking about, right, the composition just isn't to play around him. Feather is the only person on a champion that really works right here. You need something else to play around. If you want to have the big aggression in the top lane out of the Rumble, then you need something with a little bit more team fight in the mid lane, maybe even something like a Galio to make it work. But instead, it just doesn't work. And I think the single most criminal thing about this Thunder Talk comp is that once you picked it, and you know you're in this situation, you have to use it to your advantage at some point, right? But they just don't. They don't ever just go for this one pick on a side lane and try to make it work there, and then go for the team fight to make it easier for your Smolder. Instead, they just play it like they've got a front-to-back team composition when they simply don't.
It's just too many cooks in the kitchen trying to make different dishes. It really felt like that for Thunder Talk. And it's going to be fun to watch back these fight clips because it was just such a topsy-turvy game. I still don't know how Baya survives here. The stun locks are amazing.
Yeah.
And I do want to shout out Vaya, who, was a bit quiet in the EDG series. He plays a Sivir game. His team kind of gets run over in the early game. It's like, what can you really do at that point where you have to be playing a champion that needs 3 to 4 items to really unlock? This time he picks the Ezreal and was really weaving in and out of these fights very impressive, in a very impressive fashion. And yes, classic AD carry player here, focusing on the marksman as much as possible coming from Slayer.
Hey. They were very important in this game, and like you said, Bayet was absolutely fine in this game. He wasn't massive, but he didn't need to be. I feel like he gave us exactly what he needed. He had
didn't
big
die,
pressure
right?
in the early game, was safe enough, was just constantly dealing the damage, and was backing up the rest of the team when they were playing these aggressive fights. But he didn't have to be that big person. He didn't need to step up massively right here because Junhao was stepping up so well. Because you had just so much space being bought up right here by Jiang. He was just constantly in their backline, ulting in as well. I really liked the way that Ultra Prime played out these big, messy team fights. I mean, as you said, it was the easier to execute composition, but hey, that's all you need from Group Nirvana teams a lot of the time. Easy to execute composition, play it well, win games.
Blockstar, I'm so glad you pointed out that Zanya's buy because
it happened seconds beforehand.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that Zanya's, right? I'm going to deep dive it. We got some time.
Yeah.
By going stasis, you eliminate the Smolder Q, which is is third evolve, right? So that was Junhao, who's low enough for execute behind him, but because the Zanyus took away the Q entirely, it doesn't bounce. So you don't even get to kill Junhao. It's just awesome in a game where so many things are going on, Blockster, that one critical decision could have such big implications.
It's fun to see, and it does show you that these two teams, the margins are not massive. Now, whether or not that's a good thing for these teams in terms of their standings, in terms of their hopes of being able to make it to the play-ins, doesn't matter. In terms of this series, it makes it very, very exciting, and it means that going on into the next game, I'm not going to say, Ultra Prime are just going to run away with it on Thunder Talk. A Thunder Talk with a better composition have a good chance. Now, I'm okay with Bayer being able to pick up an MVP for this one. Like you said, he was not massively flashy, but he absolutely did his job.
And Bayer, congratulations, my friend. Your first 2025 Player of the Game award. Don't have a lot of one MVP counts this deep into the calendar year, so it's cool to see him come up so clutch. And kill participation so high, damage share, gold, all the stats backing up a player of the game-like performance there from Baia. Well, Baia was the player of the game for Ultra Prime in their first win of Split 3. You want to know who the player of the LPL English, MVP of the LPL English, I'll phrase it is? It is our Coffee supporters. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it goes to paying on-air talent and content creators behind the scenes. Shout out to our content creators, by the way, for the awesome MSI work. Haven't got to stay down on a live stream, so want to give them their love there. You can subscribe to Coffee. It is linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We're going to give you a bit of time to maybe peruse the Coffee system we've got below and try and get prepped for Game 2 here between Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break to see if Ultra Prime have a sweep on our hands or Thunder Talk bite back. Back LPL English faithful as we continue to dive into our first series of 2, the Group Nirvana special of Day 3 in Split 3. And we got the Nirvana special in game number 1. A Baron Steal, topsy-turvy gold graph. Question is, are we in for more of the same, Bloxer? Signs point to yes.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced that these teams know how to play in any other way, and I wouldn't want them to. I gotta be honest, that was so much fun of a game in the previous one. I don't know about you, Slay, but I kind of love a Clown Fiesta, and that's definitely what these teams have been delivering.
A part of me is like, I agree with you. A part of me also, I think, is just happy that we're back casting, right? So
that's true.
I feel like right now I'm like, yeah, it's so, you know, these Clown Fiestas are fun, but like if I ask me again when I'm 4 Nirvana series deep,
okay, that's fair,
I might have a more honest answer for you.
I don't know. I love a Clown Fiesta, I really do. I think that Bad League of Legends is sometimes quite fun to watch, and you know what? There was some bad League of Legends. We will be real. These teams in the previous game showed us a lot of mistakes, and a lot of mistakes that better teams would capitalize on, right? That's why both of these teams are coming into today, 0 and 1. That's why EDG were able to pick up both of those victories. But there's still, you know, space for them to be able to improve, for them to be able to show something a little bit cleaner. For Ultra Prime, the foundations were really there. They had themselves a nice, easy-to-execute draft exactly as we wanted for them, and the fact that they were able to then execute on it pretty well was really nice. For Thunder Talk, I think it all starts from the draft.
Yeah. Our bad Thunder Talk, our producer Chippy just exposed whatever draft play he had for Game 1, if you guys could figure out what that was on screen. that was Thunder Talk's Game 1 draft play. So let's start, you know, get some synergy going, because that was a blank slate, and that's what we saw in Game number 1 draft.
Yeah, let's wipe it clean, you know? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Luckily, things are fearless, so they can't run the exact same draft back, but what we're looking for here is just something a little bit more overall coherent. I mean, the most standard League of Legends one has ever seen, with a tank in the top lane, right? Maybe even something a bit tankier in the jungle. You know that Setup can play kind of anything. I think that's why he's very useful to this team, because he can move stuff around a lot, but I mean, you just want to give you the best opportunity here for 1xN to play well, because even without the draft around him to be able to carry him through that previous game, he was still 1 Zhonya's away from being able to carry that game.
Yep. We'll have to see. The Thunder Talk decide to get him on more early game-oriented bottom lanes. Still some pretty good scaling threats. We'll have to find out as we dive into the first blue side game for Thunder Talk, but the bans staying decently similar. Interesting to see Gwen and Galio banned back-to-back. Gotta feel like usually Galios are banned against when you a Gwen ban. Galio is the answer to Gwen, so seeing them both banned together is intriguing, especially knowing Rumble's off the table. But it's 3 AP damage dealers TT are going to take off the board on their blue side bans.
Yeah, I do wonder what this indicates right here for Thunder Talk. I don't know if that means they're going to want to go towards something very, very aggressive right here, something that would get shut down quite badly by either just being able to be fist fought like a Gwen and a Ryze can, or just can get absorbed like the Galio can. More standard in terms of the bans right here out of Ultra Prime, and that's a lot of the best in-class champions just sort of taken straight off of the board. I wonder if as Thunder Talk you want to get yourself something just a bit standard in the mid lane right here. The Annie is something that we've seen banned away quite often. It was banned in the previous game, and that one is going to be locked in. That does now mean that your mid lane matchup is not necessarily going to be something that you can just outskill. I mean, if you get solo kill by Annie, it's because you stood too near her when she had full combo.
Yeah, that's it, right? It does give Setab a bit more team fight agency. You mentioned how the one throne fight for TT was when he got caught on the flank trying to be the big team fight carry. Annie, it's just flash tippers, right? Flash tipper stun. But the mobility now is coming through for Ultra Prime. They've got themselves their own little wombo. We'll stick to, you know, more circular shapes as the Aurora and Wukong come online for the mid-jungle duo.
I like the beginnings of this right here from Ultra Prime. I think the Wukong's in a really nice spot. The Aurora, a little bit more hit and miss. If you get ahead, oh boy, it's just miserable to try to play against. And has a pretty decent time right here into the Annie. The high mobility is going to be pretty important. And it will be a lot of threat onto 1xN once you get later on. Especially if 1xN is going to be the one highlighting this Senna. Well, you expect it to be, right? Senna support has really just disappeared, and is. They are going to completely lock that one in right here for Thunder Talk. Now, in terms of champions I really associate with 1xN, this ain't it. And in terms of champions that I like in the meta right now, I don't know that this is it either particularly. Again, if we get late enough, maybe, but you've just signed yourself up for a really weak early laning phase.
Hey everybody, can you figure out what type of 80 carries 1XM was playing in the offseason? Because I can. Super Scalers. But like we saw from Baya, also subscribing to the Super Scaler meta. So we have the Sivir versus Senna, which get your pillows out if you like watching early game really intently on the bot side. It's going to be a snooze fest in this one.
Yeah, quite possibly. And I think that that's a nice read right here of Ultra Prime. I said that they were signing themselves up Thunder Talk for a very weak bot lane, but you can just pick into it and also decide, yeah, we'll sit back, we'll chill a little bit. The poke that can come through, though, is relatively high already from Ultra Prime, right? Those bounces can deal quite a lot of damage if you step up a little bit too close, and the center not massively long ranged in the early stages of the game. We'll see what you want to pair it up alongside with. Thunder Talk right now banning out a lot more of these aggressive engaged supports, but you can also pair up this Sivir with something a little bit more in terms of just the enchanters, and enchanters, they're getting themselves back into the meta a little bit. It was all engaged supports previously. They are on the edges still. The Leona, it works so well along the Wukong if you want to go that way.
It's the classic non-committal engage, right? Both these supports bring non-committal engage to the table. A lot of it for Thunder Talk, actually, with the Tibbers and depth charge. But Ultra Prime really need that because when you go in with the Cyclone, you're going in. And, you know, when you drop that between worlds, you're making it clear what's going down. So with that Solar Flare, you know, Xiao can take hits. If you land it, you can go for the full combo. If you don't, it's got one of the quickest ultimate cooldowns in the game. How much further do these two teams want to index into team fighting and scaling? Because both teams' identities are pretty similar right now. And if we do see this locked in for Hoya, the Cassante coming across, he will just further indexing into getting 1xN online and letting these AP team fighters bring it home, especially if Aki locks in this Lilia, which I think would work pretty well with the composition they have together.
I would agree. I think that would probably give them some of the best chances they've got in team fights.
Please no. This is once again too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Oh, you know, usually I'm excited for Lee Sin gameplay. This is probably the least excited I am for Lee Sin lock in the LPL. I don't care if I'm D1 Hayden right now. This Lee Sin is not it.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that one. We'll think about that one in a second. Ultra Prime, they're going to round things out for themselves with the Gnar. And they do know what they want to do. They want a team fight right here. They want to front-to-back team fight. The only difference in that is going to be Saber potentially trying to look into the backline, see if he can catch out 1xN, see if he can catch out Zeta. But even then, you don't necessarily have to go jumping into the backline right here as this Aurora. You can just play a little bit more front-to-back and use that between worlds as just a big, annoying damage and slow to stop people from being able to jump into your backline. A bit of an anti-engage tool, let's say. Ultra Prime, their composition makes a lot of sense overall. I like what they've got for themselves.
I do too.
Thunder Talk.
Is this your I can, if you got a rant for Lee Sin, I can get out of here. You got it.
Okay. Aki didn't even play this champion once during his split with Ninjas in Pajamas. He didn't even pick this champion up at a single point. He just didn't. And in this composition, you don't really have the lanes that you can particularly play around in this game either. So where are you stepping up to with this Lee Sin? Where are you actually going to get your advantage? This is kind of the same question that we had for him in the previous game with the Vi.
Deja vu.
Where do you go? What do you do?
You know, at least in this game, Lee Sin does have some pretty potent skirmishing early on if you want to go that route for Aki. But yeah, a bit of another head-scratching comp here from Thunder Talk as they continue to try and find a way to gel with their new jungler. Again, the hardest role to sub in so near to a split, especially the most critical split that is split 3. But if there's one champion that can shut up the doubters and just say, draft doesn't matter, it's some insect Lee Sin kicks and some wizardry on this champion in the early game. Does Aki have it in store? We'll have to find out because Thunder Talk are currently staring down an 0-4 game start and an 0-2 series start to Group Nirvana.
Losing this many games would be really, really bad. It's not the time to get yourself knocked down. Yes, you do get more games from Group Nirvana this time around than you did previously, but you still really need to pick yourself up at least one game right here. Tiebreakers are going to be based off of game scores, so every single win is going to matter. And you're absolutely right, Slayer. It's going to be a lot right here on Arky to see what he can do during the early game, because his lanes are not going to be winning in and of themselves.
No, and what I am really worried about, and the advantage that Baya is going to get pretty early on, we talk about how Senna and Sivir are both very scale-oriented, but
yeah,
the main reason Senna's have to rush Static Shiv is this is one of the worst wave clear champions in the game, and Sivir just deletes waves, like Cookie Monster deletes cookies.
And it's going to be really hard to push a lot of these waves, right? You've got a lot of anti-push coming through from the Ultra Prime squad, so later on into the game, absolutely, that's going to be a big problem for them, and it's going to be a decent problem for them at the early stages as well. But that's not the only compositional issue that you're going to be running into. Again, where are you trying to look right here as Arky?
Oh my god.
Aggressive.
The Zenith Blade and the Dredge Line were both thrown and hit at the same exact time under their counterparts. It's actually going to be just one Summoner burned here, 1xN, making sure the stun doesn't land on that Zenith Blade. Baya actually burning the barrier. Does give Ultra Prime at least control of the wave and control to get level 2 first, because the Senna just struggles to clear waves out. Xiaoxia actually missed out on level 2 there with that Zenith Blade. He gets out of XP range, so he isn't able to land the stun next, but here we go, Bloxer, like we talked about. Senna trying to clear a fat wave at level 1 is rough.
On the tower, it's just miserable, right? He's going to be able to get the majority of this CS. He should be fine, but if this keeps happening and it just gets worse and worse and worse, this is going to be pretty miserable. And this is the thing, right? You usually think about the Sivir as, oh, it's late game scaling, it's not going to have a good time early. Well, Senna's weaker than you are. You see this quite a lot, where people make a little bit of a mistake in thinking that, oh, into the Sivir or into the Smolder, we could just pick ourselves a Senna because it'll be fine. And it's not. The Sivir is stronger. The Senna is easily one of the weakest laners that you've got, and with the Nautilus, that's committal engage with the hook. We talked about non-committal engage. Yes, there is non-committal engage on this support once you hit level 6, but pre-level 6, you'd better make damn sure that when you go in with this hook, this is the correct opportunity for you to go in. Really, both these supports want to be the second person to press their spells.
Very good point there, Bloxer. Is you look at the jungle pathing and what it kind of means for the early game agency of both of these teams. Junhao, top to bot, going to try and cover this bottom lane as he expected them to have pusher. And maybe look to get a bit more aggressive here, get some wards down for that dragon that does spawn first. Both Crab's going to be traded here as Aki has gone bot to top, and he does have a gank angle with this Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Towards the mid lane he's looking. I figured top lane would have been a better target, because Saber is more than safe, especially with Seitab burning that stun early.
To know if he was just about spotted out there. He should have been, and that should be some nice information. It allows Yang to keep stepping up, nearly gets himself that first turret plate, doesn't quite grab it. Still, another hook in from Feather, and it just doesn't matter. You're just going to keep the pressure up at this point. The only point at which you have to stop pushing.
Oh,
hang on.
It's sniped by the Zenith Blade. Bend it like Beckham, Xiaoxia must subscribe to with the way that one went wide, and it's more farming under turret, which, to the credit of 1xN, he's actually doing a pretty darn good job at it.
Yeah, he's not falling anywhere near as far behind as you could otherwise with this center. It is tough to farm on this champion underneath the tower, as you said. Still, mana is run out of by Baya. That is going to stop his push. He is going to have to head back to base. It's also going to be the reset out of the bottom lane for Thunder Talk, just looking to even things up for themselves just a little bit. Still, the lane states it's winning top lane, it's winning bot lane right here for Ultra Prime, but that doesn't really expose them to the ganks too much early on. Arky, right now, just hasn't been able to find an angle to get in. Usually, when I see a Wukong on my screen, I talk about him needing to get ahead, but into the Lee Sin, you're absolutely fine to just not worry about it too much. You're the better team fighter here.
Both junglers setting up around the same spot as Feather. Also looking to go in. There's the flash on from Seitab into the dredge line. Look how the CC's layered beautifully, and Saber's going to fall and burns his flash on the way out. That's the same great layering of CC we saw TT start with in game number 1.
There we go, Thunder Talk. Hey, we talked about it, right? The only way in which there are kills in this mid lane is if somebody steps a little bit too far up when you've got the stun available on Seitab, and He proves that right there. As you said, good layering of the CC is going to result in that early kill going over to Aki, and that's exactly what he needs. He needs to get this champion ahead as quickly as possible. Now, the lane swaps have come through from the bot lane of Thunder Talk. That does leave Hoya in another miserable lane, but to be honest, he doesn't get a nice one of those. But it does open up a potential dive right here for Jiang, and he does not have a rage bar to play with.
No rage bar, no friends, and a whole lot of comeuppance coming his way. Tibbers dropped another great stun from Satab. It may be easy, but the results are coming through for this Andy so far as you see Hoya going to the all-out. Unite gonna drop over there as he's jockeying just to get control of his wave, but Thunder Talk winning on the other side of the map nonetheless.
And this is exactly what we need to see from Thunder Talk. Find the angles. We talked about where are you going to find those gank angles. Well, Aki, he knows. He was aware of where he needed to get to. Makes the play work in the mid lane, makes the play work topside as well, and that's now 2 kills into his back pocket. It does, of course, open up this Drake to go over to Ultra Prime. They very much need it. It's just going to be a Chemtech though, nothing too much right now. Drake stacking could be something for Ultra Prime to play around though.
Good to see the Ultra Prime are not panicking, and they're just cross-mapping accordingly, recognizing, hey, we've got to drop these kills. Zhang, you're in a tough spot. We didn't catch that. Rotate top to bot. It's all right. We're still stable playing for those neutral objectives. Next one coming up is going to be those grubs. Under a minute, and we'll see both bottom lanes return back towards that top side. See if any major item breaks can come through here. Like you mentioned with Aki, he's going to take a reset here and come away with a Tunneler and a Warhammer advantage. So that Lee Sin really going to be able to one-shot any target he can get on Ultra Prime right now if a fight breaks out.
Absolutely, and it's not like he has to do it all himself during these team fights. You've got yourself the Nautilus, you've got yourself the Cassante. Those are champions that can start fights up. Of course, anytime you've got Flash Tibbers out of Satab, that's another angle. So this Thunder Talk composition, as much as it's a bit odd still, right, it makes a little bit more overall sense than their composition in the previous game did, but more importantly than that, they're just playing it early on a little bit better for themselves. Still, Ultra Prime, they're not going to be too mad about the way that this early game has gone. They're only down by about 1,000 gold, not the end of the world. And with this grub spawn coming in just a couple of seconds time, you can see Ultra Prime moving multiple members up to the area. Top laners are both sat bot lane right now, and neither of them have teleport.
I do like prioritizing these grubs. We talked about how much team fighting these two comps really want to sing through, but again, the wave clear advantage here for Ultra Prime, the siege ability, if they can get these 3 grubs, it really plays in. Take a look at the bottom screen here. Xiaoxia on the flank, doesn't have the solar flare. Junhao going to get hit with the resonating strike, and there goes down the cycle between worlds, but Satab is sectioned off and cut down. Just like that, the flank explodes, and TT are left dizzy trying to figure out where Satab went and where the grubs go next.
Xiaoxia with the gorgeous flank right there. He played the long con on that one, managed to sneak his way in behind the enemy lines, and I hope that we get a replay of that one because the Flash Zenith Blade to confirm that kill was really, really nice. Ultra Prime, they get themselves all 3 of those grubs, that first Drake as well, and again, objective falling over to Ultra Prime.
Now Ultra Prime have got some more confidence back, and we talked about from the draft, simplistic execution of ideology, this team fight front-to-back composition. Now with those grubs and the gold even back out, they can kind of just settle into their lanes and get those waves pushing to no end.
Absolutely. The compositions that they've been playing for themselves in this series so far have been just very standard, very easy to execute, and it's making these flashy plays that much more exciting, right? Because you can get away as Ultra Prime with just sitting in front of your enemies and hoping that Bayer can sit and hit and do the damage. Same thing with Jiang. But at the same time, if Xiaoxia wants to find that massive flank and instantly kill the Annie, well, that then opens up your carries to not worry about getting one-tapped by the Tibbers. It's really nice play from them so far. Obviously, we're still very early on in this game. Plenty more League of Legends to play. Once again, it's worth mentioning that for Thunder Talk, winning here is going to be critical. You really don't want to start 0-2. That's such a rough space to be in.
Especially knowing that you still have to play, you know, against NiP. We really feel like they're the big bag of Group Nirvana twice, a team that they struggle to really beat consistently in the Rumble stage of Group Ascend Split 2. A lot riding early on here for the new edition of Thunder Talk, led by Aki, who, for now, is the only one on the map, alongside the Senna, actually, with their first item complete with that Conqueror, one of the strongest first item power spikes you can get in League right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's sat in a very, very strong spot with that Sundered Sky, and if he just wants to step up to somebody, he can go toe-to-toe with practically anybody right now. 1v1 especially, but even looking for those flanks, you've got that extra level of healing. And we saw the problem in the previous game with the Vi, where when you get yourself that Sundered Sky, you've got to be hitting people, but the Vi is very much just trying to one-tap somebody with the ulti, burst out somebody with the team, and it just wasn't working out. In this game right here with the Lee Sin, you are expecting Aki to have a little bit more success actually getting a few of those heals off, getting that big bit of damage going. That should make it that much easier to play out. Junhao gonna step up to the top lane a little bit. Hoya constantly getting poked out. He's not had a nice time of it in any of these lanes. He's constantly getting poked down. But to be honest, he's been able to keep himself relatively healthy. And even in CS so far, it's been nice out of Hoya. This is what we hope from the Thunder Talk top laner.
In a comfortable spot. TT still clinging to that gold lead. You got both Setab and Aki in that prime spot. The mid-jungle duo, the Vi Ahri, didn't get enough out of it this time round. Have a lot more agency in those team fights. Set up this next Drake to spawn, but the top laners are playing ultimate chicken. As down goes the all-out, but Hoya was not expecting Junhao to be waiting off to the wayside. He's running back towards the turret, but guess what? It's not his turret. Junhao is going to section him off and bap him down with the staff. Sooner or later, no matter how many shields or dashes this Cassante gets, he gets a house thrown to his forehead. Down goes Hoya. Aki finds a trade as the cross-mapping continues in this game too.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Drake for the kill, but still, this is tons of plates going over to Jiang. They're going to be able to pick up this full tower right now, I think, and yeah, that's a big wave to be losing out on. This is a big objective to lose out on here as well. And actually, because we haven't had anybody pick up all of the kills right now, next kill is going to secure the feats right here for Ultra Prime if they're able to get it.
Aki's trying to continue that cross-mapping pressure, but pushing power of Ascena is just not there with 0 grubs in the pocket of Thunder Talk. Talked about it constantly. The wave pressure Ultra Prime bringing it. It's already bearing fruit as that first turret's picked up, but TT want to look for the dive here with Aki's power and Setab swinging over. There is the on the hunt pop, but there's a great kick into the resonating strike. Aki, great job sectioning off Baya and saying bye-bye, sending him back to the fountain.
Hey Slayer, we were pretty critical of the Aki Lee Sin. We hadn't seen it at all from him over on Ninjas in Pajamas in Split number 2, and we didn't know what he was going to be able to do, but so far, so good. I really like that kick as well, because it pushes people away from the arriving members of Ultra Prime, right? Saber and Junhao are sprinting down to this bottom side of the map, and if they actually manage to arrive, all of a sudden that dive goes very, very wrong, but you push by it away, puts you into a really nice spot to be able to just pick up that kill and walk it on out. And that right there is at least going to stop the feats of warfare from going over to Ultra Prime. It's now going to be down to these objectives, and it's always pretty exciting.
Who can grab that feats of strength here for that big boot upgrade that all teams hunt for, but also who can find that first big strike in these team fights as we continue to wait for these AD carries to try and scale on up. We've got a Cole on Vaya, 1xN approaching the 40 stack mark, so still a ways away from either of these marksmen having a profound impact on the game. So it leaves the top side the priority here. We gotta see continuously what these wave states look like, because while it's, you know, gold that you can churn, the bigger thing is map pressure that it's gonna likely allocate for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, at this point, you just have got to play around these wave states pretty aggressively, I think, for Thunder Talk, right? Late into the game. Yeah, your Senna gets online, but that's the point where the Civ is also going to be really hitting, and you really don't want to allow Bayer to get to his best point in this game so far, so aggressive plays is what I'd be looking for out of Thunder Talk. They're now going to be sat around this Herald. Pretty much everybody in the game other than top laners is going to be around that point. Critically though, Jiang does not have the teleport available to him, neither does Saber, whereas Hoya does, so you can have a little bit of a numbers advantage here for Thunder Talk.
Look to start up the Herald. I think we're going to spot it out though. For right now, Ultra Prime do have the numbers here, 4 strong.
Yeah.
And they have their own team fight tools with this Wukong, Junhao, and that non-committal Solar Flare. We'll see if either come out. As Shelly gets a bit angry that nobody's paying attention to her anymore. And we jockey back over the mid waves. So no Herald so far, but control of the river for Ultra Prime.
I like the aggression right here that Jiang is putting down. Yeah, he doesn't have the teleport, but he's just pushing forwards constantly, not allowing Hoya to really step up into a situation where he can actually go and teleport away, where he can go and get involved with the rest of this fight. And the tower's even getting relatively low as well. Oh, good cancel on the ulti.
Unstoppable, yeah. He's going to look for the all-out back towards his turret as John goes into the mini-gnar for him. No. That means Hoya's going to start getting a lot more harassed. Those top laners chunking their health bars down slowly, and it's still fight over the mid wave here in the 4-on-4. Seitab going to burn his stun onto Xiaoxia, so he's going to have to charge that one back up as Aki returns his attention towards the Herald. TT a bit split, and they got to be careful doing that, knowing that Junhao can pop out from that Trickster with a Cyclone at any point. But Ultra Prime content cross-mapping once again, willing to secede this Herald for more turrets knocked down.
And I think that's perfectly reasonable, right? Trading the Rift Herald for a tower is a good play, conditional on the fact that you use the Rift Herald to get more than just a tower for yourselves. And that can be tricky, right? Finding the actual good time to try to push into a very good anti-push team from Ultra Prime is not a sure thing. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get a lot of use out of this Rift Herald. So Ultra Prime happy enough with the way that that one was played out. The thing I'm not loving at the moment is the fact that nobody's touched top wave in the last 5 straight minutes. That's a lot of dropped waves for both of these squads, and right now there's a ton of CS and XP just dying to a tower top lane right here.
We'll see if that bot tier 1 turret, you can see the further plan Ultra Prime had, trying to get control of this next dragon, but like you called out, that means the TT can move the next chess piece and drop the Herald mid. Dredgeline gonna land here for Feather. They're on to Xiaoxia. Does flash back. Senna Slayer gonna land, but that's a lot used just to get Xiaoxia out of the fight. But it's enough to get TT control of the Drake Pit. Herald gonna crash into the mid tier 1 turret. Doesn't knock it down, but gives Aki the attention onto this dragon. Neither AD carry moving over, so it's not gonna be a quick Drake take, and it is on Vision. Do Ultra Prime want to step up here? Line gonna go wide from Feather, but Ultra Prime, there's just no way into this river. You've got Jiyoung on the back end of this, trying to stack up the Gnar bar, but he's gotta be careful. All of TT can just barrel down onto him, and they're gonna have to give up this dragon. The Solar Flare's not gonna find a stun. Xiaoxia's trying to find a flank, but this time it falls completely flat. Instead, Tibbers throws down the gauntlet. Xiaoxia down first. Hoya pulls one member into the pit. Jiyoung trying to fight his way out. Hoya's gonna have to actually flash out of the pit as this fight starts to get messier and messier. Saber and Seitab in their own 1v1. Junhao gonna fly in with the Cyclone, but it doesn't find any big mark.
There it is!
Jiyoung to get the Gnar ultimate. Seitab is slapped down just like that. Aki goes in, quickly goes his way back out, jumping towards his teammate. Dredgeline not gonna allow Junhao the clutch flash. Health bars blinking all over the place, but nobody willing to step up. Nothing engage-wise to commit, and everyone's just gonna walk away.
Oh my lord, Yang, you could see that entire fight. He was angling for the big ulti. He finally finds an insta-cleanse out of 1xN to keep him alive, but it at least gets the kill over. This is such a split fight, right? Jiang's on the massive flank by himself with the Dragon Pit. You've then also got Xiaoxia just dying in the backline already. That was a big flank from him. He found the big flank earlier on that didn't work out. And now at this point, watch Jiang. It's genuinely hilarious watching him look for that Gnar every second. He's like, oh, I'm going to find it here on Tarky. No, I'm going to find it here on Feather. No, nope, it's here. There we go.
Both carries.
It's nice. It's nice that he gets both carries here, but he was just looking. Hang on. Okay, when we jumped out halfway through that team fight, I was worried we were going to jump straight into another one. That's not going to be the case. Thunder Talk, they did get the Drake in and amongst all of that craziness, so hey, that's something.
They do secede the goal lead, though. Ultra Prime pick up some of those critical kills, but like you were pointing out so well, Bloxer, feats of strength go over to Thunder Talk as they grabbed the latest neutral objective on that one. So
nice.
Small little margins keeping this game tightly compact, and that means we have to look back in on these scaling 80 carries, both of them reaching 2 items on their own. Still not at that point where they can be the win con of games.
Yeah.
But what's the real win con of games right now to look forward to, Bloxer? Otacon has hit the rift on that top side, and Aki looking for a padded Lee Sin flank, and Baya's gonna walk right into the brush. Dredgeline down, the spell shield will not save you. Sivir set back down to the fountain. The Aki Lee Sin continues to be productive.
It's looking so good, 3-0-1 right now, and that should open up the Atakan right here for Thunder Talk. Now, do you want to try play this one out? There's no teleport from Jiang, so you won't even be able to roam your top lane up towards this one. Looks like the answer is just going to be no. It's just going to be pressure in the bot lane from Jiang. Some pressure onto the mid lane tower as well right now from Saber. I mean, if they do lose out onto this mid lane tier 1, and you've got all of this pressure going on in the bottom lane, it's not the biggest win right here for Thunder Talk. Still, they're able to get the pick, which you needed. The Atakan is going to be nice, especially as they get themselves a little bit more of those CS leads. Setup also picking up that top lane tier 1 tower. And these plays, they're just all so back and forth, but that pick, really, really well done onto Bayer. If Arky can keep finding picks like that, then it doesn't matter that the team fight potential of the Lee Sin is nowhere near as big. Who cares?
That's always the fun part about Lee Sin and why so many are excited when this champion gets locked in. Bucks all the trends of draft synergy, ability to have big moments in later fights. If you get those clutch kicks, find those carry targets, all of that just becomes noise. I will say for Ultra Prime, I'm impressed as a team macroly how they approach cross-mapping, understanding some things they're going to have to give, what can they get on the trade, right? Even that Atakan, which feels like a death sentence to give over to in a lot of games. They pick up a mid-tier 1 turret, and they quietly have a lot more of the map open to them to try and set up aggressive vision.
Absolutely, they do, and that's going to make it so much easier to try to play around these objectives. Less than a minute now until we're going to have this next Drake spawning. And I got to be honest, the center team being able to pick up a Cloud Soul, that would be huge, right? I think both of these teams would quite like it for themselves, but Ultra Prime would be able to use it so effectively. Thunder Talk, they're going to have to work hard to prevent that. You can see right now, stepping up, they've actually got full control of the vision at the moment, although they haven't quite been able to sweep out all of the vision. That one ward right here in the river for Ultra Prime is going to be critical for them.
That one ward is
so
surrounded by big wards.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Highlighting that there's so much vision around it, and it's getting all the information that Ultra Prime needs to not walk their way into a treacherous river. Just buying more space for Jiang to try and get more pressure onto these tier 2 turrets. But Hoya has been standing firm. Tier 2 turrets are pretty valuable to give up. We're seeing a lot of push and pull on the map from both of these teams.
Feel it. It's tense right now.
Oh my god, Xiaosa, there he goes. Flashes, Zenith Blade, immediate cleanse. One extent does not eat the Solar Flare stun, so they get the Sun out. Junhao goes next, the Flash Cyclone down, but again, doesn't get to save down. Guess who does? Saber does. Between worlds, Zhang tries to get himself out. Aki get a flash after him, gets the kick, gets the Sonic Wave, and now Baya is sectioned off. Oh, Ultra Prime, they went all out to kill Satab, and it scatters them all over the river, and TT capitalize.
And they forget that Satab really isn't the big carry of this game. Not right now. That would be Arky. Picks himself up another kill in that one, and it is going to be the Drake. That's now going to be sole point right here for Thunder Talk, and they are looking to send us to a game number 3.
Cloud Soul Point, starting to get more control of the map here. Thunder Talk with a very good answer back, and this time you can see the difference. It's a similar game plan, early game oriented Aki jungler. But when he gets ahead, he makes plays like this, and he gives 1xN more space to scale into Exodia.
You highlight it gorgeously in this fight, Slayer. Satab, he's the Doug. Everybody jumps onto him, and it makes sense for Saber to go all in onto Satab, but you can't abandon Bayer and Jiang and Xiaosha like this. They just get left behind, and there's no way for these champions to be able to get out. Bayer only just about manages to scramble away. These split team fights don't work. You need to front to back it a little bit more, and it just is not working out for them right now. And this is rough. This is really rough to see during these early stages of the game right here for Ultra Prime. Now, the one thing you do have to bear in mind, right, is imagine a lot of these team fights, especially the previous one, not so much this one that we just watched, but especially the previous one, where Bayer isn't just sat on an Essence Reaver, or isn't just sat on the Essence Reaver Flicker Blade, actually has a couple of big damage items in the back pocket. That's where these team fights are going to start looking much better for them. The problem is that Ultra Prime is putting themselves in a hole before they even get there.
Aki's just going all damage with his build, but look who's getting picked off again. It's Satab, but there's not an angle for Saber to go all in, so Xiaosa drops the full Leona combo and gets dropped back towards the gray screen. Just no angle for Saber to follow up on that play. This time Satab survives, and they still find themselves a good pick in the name of Thunder Talk.
Really, really nice plays from Thunder Talk once again. Aki now going to start up the Baron right here. There's not going to be any vision of it whatsoever. I mean, they are in complete control of this game. They've also got Hoya sprinting his way up towards the top side. Now, we saw some crazy steals last time around. Last time it was Aki doing it. Let's see if Junhao has it in his back pocket as well.
Junhao does not have flash, but he has the Trickster to get over the wall. Hoya has Saber sectioned off. He has his own flash, and it's going to have to be traded. His Feather throws the Dredge line down to chase him away. Saber able to get all of Thunder Talk off of that Baron. The mid-tier 1 turret is under siege here. Junhao going to commit the Cyclone defensively. Seitab once again the target, but again, the shields get him out. There's enough of a tanky front line. On the hunt popped as Baya is trying to throw down all the damage. Those Flicker Blades dancing all over the TT health bars. And finally, Ultra Prime able to comfortably front to back and not find kills, but find pressure.
It's not a crazy flank angle that Ultra Prime go for. They go for the just simple, standard, allow Baya to sit and hit. And that's what can start happening. And this is even before he hits that 3-4 item spike rate. He's still only got himself a Last Whisper sat in inventory in terms of being able to do that real damage. But like you said, Flicker Blade beginning to make it work as well. And Thunder Talk, that's worrying, right? That's worrying that you're not winning out onto this team fight a little bit harder. But to be fair, it is a great engage right here to start things off by Junhao.
Just gotta think, what does this look like if they have all their ultimates synced?
Yeah.
Jian doesn't get a Nar ultimate here. They didn't have Between Worlds. They get all that value out of basically a Wukong. Cyclone is, the Aki show continues to thrill here. We go back to live and he's completely blown up Saber. 6-0-2 on this full damage Lee Sin, and now Aki wants a date with the Baron Nashor once more.
And this time around, you've got significantly less to try to play about to make this one happen. Junhao going to get jumped right here, turns around. He's going to be able to get away, of course, but he's now not going to have anywhere near as much to get back into the pit. Interesting that Thunder Talk actually decide to not keep pressure onto this one, but this is what they can do, right, when they've got themselves this kind of advantage in the game. You can just keep starting this one up, drawing the members of Ultra Prime in, and hoping that you can keep getting picks on Saber, on Baya, and just make it so tricky to play out these team fights.
Picture showing a flash kick Sonic Wave. Aki. Where was this Lee Sin in Split 2? It is looking marvelous, the plays he's able to make so far, but again, Baron woes have been a thing for both of these teams. They can't really decide if they want to fight to keep Junhao out of the pit. They leave Aki alone to try and solo the Baron. Maybe the Baron does at least keep Ultra Prime off of these side waves that are pushing against them, but gotta make sure you're all on the same page when you go for the dance with the Purple Worm.
Absolutely. This is a place where we've seen a lot of teams throw away games, and as we've talked about, right, both of these teams sat near the bottom of Group Nirvana. They know how to make mistakes, but so far, so good. Is going to be another tower picked up by Thunder Talk. They've now evened up that tower advantage that Ultra Prime had worked so hard for during the early stages of the game. Next Drake is going to spawn, and this is going to be Soul right here. Where's the engage from Ultra Prime? Can they play this one out in a simple front-to-back style, or will they not even be allowed to step up?
Well, it starts with getting Jian onto that Mega Gnar, but his Gnar bar is nowhere close to completed, so you don't have that big team fight ultimate. It's going to have to be the Cyclone. Xiaosha eats a Dredge line, but he's going to be fine here. The Dragon down below 3k. We're going to have another 50-50. Solar Flare hits big, but the Smite comes through for Aki. Cloud Soul down for TT, and now Jiyoung has to get out of the fight. Hoya holding strong on the front line as the Cyclone goes completely deaf ears. Junhao has no ability to find carries, flashes out with the Trickster, the Blast Cone, all can save him, but Aki is hunting. The Sonic Wave falls just a bit short, but TT accomplished their goal once again. Cloud Soul for the rest of Game 2.
And now they can push through this mid wave, open up this mid lane tier 2 tower, and just keep the pressure going if they want to, or pull back towards this Baron, get themselves a ton more vision around this key objective. And Thunder Talk, we've been talking about this from the very beginning of the year, all the way up until this point. They're a good team fighting team. They know how to make team fights work, but so far it's been Aki stepping up on this Lee Sin that's really been making it work for them. In this team fight, it is the sort of front-to-back you're kind of looking for, but Saber never manages to get in. Baya is spending most of this fight running away from a Tibbers and not actually being able to deal damage, and it means that there's just nothing you can really try to play around as Ultra Prime, Thunder Talk. They've got this game on lock at the moment. It is very much their game to lose.
Now they just zip around the map and can constantly get wave states in their favor. The big worry of their comp into an Aurora, a Sivir, and a Gnar. They've got complete control, and the next big target that really will sing home their first game win of Split 3 is that same Baron dance from Game 1 that we saw Aki himself steal to try and delay a loss on. Does Junhao have the same thing in the cards here? Because it's really what Ultra Prime need. They still just need time to have enough damage to go for these front to backs. There's just not enough available towards this Aurora, towards this Sivir just yet.
And the Sivir really going to need another item right here. You know, you're getting there. Well, Doms is nice, but still nowhere near good enough for the damage right now. And it doesn't even matter how much damage you have in your back pocket as buyer if you're never allowed to just deal the damage. And that's why this Annie has been so impactful in this game, right? Even if you're not actually one-tapping people, the threat of being able to just one-tap either of the big carries who step up is causing Ultra Prime to play these team fights so much more reserved, and it's not allowing them to do any of the damage that they need to.
Oh, a Sleeping Giant. Tab has the stun, Tibbers available, no flash, but like you called out, been marking Baya this whole game. Ultra Prime have no idea where this Baron is at.
There they go.
But it's Aki that's going to come after them. They get the Tibber stun down onto 2. They layer
my.
the CC beautifully. Sausa blown up. Jiyoung cannot get it. He's not even Mega Gnar because it's just Aki running wild in the backline. Ultra Prime are crumbling to the might of Thunder Talk. No kills to be traded back. TT snap back from Game 1 with a vengeance and an ace home to send this game and this series to the 3.
There's going to be 40 seconds until any of the big members for Thunder Talk have to worry. Ultra Prime going to lose this game. Like I said, it's going to be a game number 3. And it was control for Thunder Talk from the very beginning to the very end of this one. Ultra Prime, they could just never get involved. And we had questions, Slayer. We had so many questions about what the Arky Lee Sin was going to look like. But hey, it looks great in this game. He cruises to a victory for his team. Game number 3.
A deathless Lee Sin performance. Aki answers the call, silence the doubters. It shows why Thunder Talk chose him as their Split 3 jungler. We are tied 1 apiece.
And this is really, really interesting to see right here out of Thunder Talk, because this is a departure from what we would have wanted from this team and what we expected this team to play around. When you bring Aki in, you don't think that he's going to be the big carry guy. I mean, he wasn't really able to play like that on Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's not really been the way that Thunder Talk have found victory in the past. When they had Bechuan, they looked best when he was on the Skarner, when he was on the Sejuani, when they just had something tanky that could set up the main carry of 1xN. I think 1xN ended that game with 1 kill, 0 deaths, and 12 assists. I mean, like, bro was a support center all the way through in all but name. But it works. It works right there because you've got the big damage coming through from Setab in the mid lane. And more than that, Aki is just feeling himself right here on the Lee Sin.
Confidence pick, and boy, did it not disappoint.
Yeah.
Playmaking from early game, making confident calls later on. You know, I was worried about how they juggle Baron. That last fight was perfect. You could see the trap they were setting. Aki knew that Ultra Prime had vision of him starting the Baron, baiting them in, setting up Setab for another clutch Tibbers. You know, we talk about how we want to see both these teams execute from draft simplistically. Yeah. Well, sometimes you don't need a cohesive draft. You just need to have the right game plan and the confidence to execute it. And Aki did just that here for Thunder Talk.
And there's questions, right, about Thunder Talk, of course, but when this team does get a game going, even now with Arky apparently, they're fun. They're really, really fun to watch in the just very aggressive, scrappy style that they like to play around. And it felt like in this game, pretty much everybody was firing on all cylinders for Thunder Talk. Again, it wasn't like Setab was picking up that many big kills, but just the threat. The threat of the Annie was so much that it meant you couldn't step up as Ultra Prime. For Ultra Prime, they decide to index into something that goes late game alongside that center rather than trying to punish it massively in lane, and it just never quite works out because of the Annie. You're never able to really step up as buyer and deal the damage that you need to, but it felt like nobody from Ultra Prime was really able to find their moments.
No, they could never get the front-to-back fight they wanted. They didn't have comfortability on their carries, like you're calling out. And blocks are, you know, one of the biggest question I think we asked both these teams was finding an identity to get consistent wins. I've got a feeling that this may be the recipe for Thunder Talk. He talked about Aki, you know, the confidence thing, confident Lee Sin is one thing, but I like how they kind of spread out the facilitator duties here. You've got a Nautilus, you let Satab bring, you know, a big stun to team fights, and then you have Aki on a Lee Sin. Along with Hoya weak-siding a tank where he never really gave up much of a deficit. Does this feel like the way that TT might be able to get wins here in Nirvana going forward?
It's risky, right? This is a very high variance playstyle because if your Lee Sin doesn't get a couple of kills early, this game's done, right? We're talking about the next series already. We're thinking about Ninjas in Pajamas LNG. But because you're able to get yourself that big advantage early on, it just looks so nice from Thunder Talk. But hey, high variance isn't necessarily a bad thing, as much as we have been talking about how for these Group Nirvana teams, play standard, front to back, make it work, don't have too high a barrier for execution. That can make sense, that can be a way to play, but if you want to just send it each game and really try to play around a jungler that they brought in, right? They clearly believe in at least enough to bring him in when they had someone who was doing decently for them after Beitron had left, right? He was fine. I like it. I like the way that they played in this game. I just worry that it's not massively replicable going on forwards. I mean, obviously you can't grab the Lee Sin again in this game, but there's lots of very aggressive junglers. It's just surprising to see. Aki really didn't show this to us when he was on NiP.
Yeah, he had this. This was like deep in the bag, and NiP as a team, there's definitely a lot. There was a lot more pressure, right, because of how they performed in Split 1. They had Doinby, the Split 1 MVP. Expectations of the playoffs fell flat. Split 2, you know, added a big international tournament with the mid-season invitational, and it kind of felt like the pressure got to them. And the one thing Aki does gain coming onto Thunder Talk, coming into Group Nirvana, expectations are low, so you can kind of just settle into how you want to play a game of League. Yeah, just relax. Yeah,
I mean, we haven't gotten any confirmation or anything about what being at the bottom does to teams here in Group Nirvana. Obviously, in Split 2, it meant that you didn't get to play Split 3, so you were not chilling at the bottom of Group Nirvana at all. That was a very rough situation to be in. RIP to the two teams that we ended up losing. Goodbye, RNG. But this time around, we don't think that anything really happens to you if you are at the bottom, so it gives you that little bit of extra freedom, again, to help develop people. For Thunder Talk, one of the most important things is going to be the fact that, once again, 1xM was the highest damage, even on the center that was, you know, not having the best early game. He's looking really strong for them. It's going to be exciting to see what these teams can do, and I love that we get a game number 3 out of these two.
Yep, so we go the full distance with Fearless, take all these unique champions off the board. Mainly all these scaling 80 carries are about to fall off the cliff here. So that's going to be an interesting spot. Maybe we'll get more aggressive bottom lanes. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, though, Bloxer, I think we owe Aki an apology, and I think he's just got to be player of the game, right?
Yeah,
we'll see.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There we go.
All the way. All the way. We were really not sure about this one when it was locked in, and for good reason, right? He's not shown it to us before. He's not usually this big carry player for his squads, and Thunder Talk had not looked like what they needed was more jungle pressure. What they looked like they needed was more 1xN support, but hey, the support in terms of the Lee Sin just going and killing the backline threats, that works too. Really nice play from him, and it makes me really excited to see what they do in game number 3. Do they go back to a little bit more of a supportive style, or hey, do you just want to send it on something else aggressive?
We'll have to see. For now, we can all appreciate that in the Wild West that is LPL Junglers, Aki and his new team, he has found himself his first MVP performance, keeping TT alive in this series. Rubber match coming after another break to see who can get their first series win in Group Nirvana, Thunder Talk or Ultra Prime. We'll find out after a few minutes. short break as the stakes have risen for our Series 1 matchup between Thunder Talk and Ninjas in Pajamas. Both teams searching for their first series win in an early Stage 3 series. And we're going to the Sins, and that's always fun, Bloxer, especially knowing that both these teams have had their ups and downs in this series. We haven't had two one-sided games. There were points in both of our opening two matches that either team could have taken it.
Absolutely, and something that's been a real through line through both has been these teams looking to play through the later stages of the game, getting themselves some hyper-scaling ADCs on deck. And now, a lot of the best ones have been taken off the board. You're now kind of looking at the Jinx, maybe something like the Aphelios if you want to be getting really, really late on into the game, but we could get to see a little bit of a departure from that. We saw in game number 1, there was also some bans going down onto things like the Kai'Sa. Maybe we get something a little bit more aggressive this time.
That would be fun. I'm still waiting for that from 1xN, right? Split 1xN had like amazing Ezreal moments. He still played scalers like the Jinx, had the Kai'Sa in his bag. I mean, LPL Kai'Sa. I don't need to sell any of you at home on that as well. Oh, yeah. But he plays the Senna, the Smolder. We're just like waiting for his big moment. Game 1, he doesn't get it because Ultra Prime snatched that game away in time before he goes, big bad little baby dragon. And Senna game, he just kind of gets to coast as, like you call it, a support. So 1xN, while the damage sums are still there, he's still very productive. I always just want that 1xN-esque performance, and what better spot than Game 3?
Hey, it's also nice, though, that he doesn't have to do it all himself, because Saturn was correct to be flaming us over on the LPL socials. We deserved that one. We were not thinking that Arky was going to be able to do anywhere near as well on that Lee Sin as he did. Honestly, that composition really only works for them if he does get as far ahead, and he did. He did a brilliant job with it. Obviously, with Fearless, he now can't go back to that Lee Sin, but it's not the only aggressive early jungler that he can potentially go towards. I do wonder if we end up seeing something like the Viego from him at some point. I think that could fit in with the playstyle he's showing us now a little bit more, because in Game 1, on that right, he really wasn't able to get much going at all.
Yeah, it was interesting because Ultra Prime in the second phase bans of Game 2, it took away like Jarvan and Viego, maybe signaling they know that Aki's got that carry potential in his bag. Do TT want to lean into it more? We keep talking about, for both of these teams, trying to find, repetitive sort of styles to find wins in Group Nirvana on. Carrying through Aki, might just be the new reality. In this year, Bloxer, anything can happen in the LPL. We've seen so much crazy stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about it earlier with all of the roster swaps and the question mark pings about that. Junglers are on a real carousel here in the LPL this split. Everybody's moving around, and Aki coming here to Thunder Talk, we were not particularly excited for that move. He wasn't huge on Ninjas in Pajamas, let's say, and Thunder Talk were not huge at all during their time in split number 2, so it didn't look like a match made in heaven. At least in game number 2, it was looking better, and if Thunder Talk can really start to exploit that one, that is nice, because as much as we love 1xN and want him to be played around, not having to put it all on him, having a few other people that can potentially carry you is going to be nice. Something else that I would like to see once again, as much as Arky being on a carry was fun, Hoya being on a tank I think was extra fun as well. On the Rumble, there are a couple nice equalizers, sure, but that was really the extent to which he was really able to push that advantage, whereas on that Cassante, he was able to really get comfortable, take over the lane. I feel like the Cassante, the Ambessa, the Renekton, these slightly tankier with a little bit of damage carries are really, really nice for him.
It feels like his best role is just, soaking up pressure. Neutralizing lanes, in matchups where he's weak-sided, and then providing enough of a buffer in those team fights for TT to be able to get home towards those carries. At least that's what we saw from game number 2, the first Thunder Talk win. I also think TT, I like trying to spread out more of the, the engage duties away from just Feather, because you just can't rely on a single support to start fights constantly. We saw with the Alistar. It's just such a tough spot to be in. You gave Satab some agency in that aspect, Aki as well. A lot of things we're trying to figure out here for TT, but for Ultra Prime, Bloxer, what do you feel like they got away from in Game 2 that was so successful for them in Game 1?
I think the fact that they just fell so far behind in the early game, and it meant that their composition just could never again afford to step up. We talked a lot about it at the end of the previous game. Setab on the Annie was just buying them so much space, and I think that's the problem I have with the Aurora. Yes, the Aurora can be really fun, get into the backline, one-shot a carry, but we also saw the 1xN didn't end up dying in that fight, so you really just need some extra level of aggression here into the mid lane that just buys you space, buys you time, if you want it like that, or you have to play these more assassin-based champions way more aggressively than Saber was able to. I think I preferred Saber when he was more of a supportive role for the team. I don't think he needs to be stepping up as a main carry.
Like the Talia. The question does become, how many of those more supportive champions can you really lean on if you're Saber? I guess the Orianna would come to mind a bit more, kind of fitting that sort of play style. Galio has been banned consistently through this series. That's always a mid laner you can try and neutralize a lane with as well. We'll have to see here as we get into our final game between Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk. Both these teams looking for their first series win of Split 3. Want to shout out Ultra Prime, showing some duelist and melee respect towards Satab on the other side. The Yone ban. Very, very smart this late into the draft when you know a lot of those Prime mid-jungle duos have fallen off the table.
Absolutely. We'll see what this final ban is going to be. Again, we're not going to get to see the Varus, the Gwen, the Pantheon, all of these just taking off of the board every single time. The Trundle also really rising in ban priority. Haven't seen it pick that much just because it keeps hitting the bans. People are not being allowed to pick it at the moment at all. It is just going to be a takeaway right here of the Azir. Now, ooh, I was going to say, I think you want to take something a little bit more standard potentially into the mid lane. Maybe an Orianna to just buy you some time, but never mind. Ultra Prime, they're feeling aggressive. They want to get Bayer involved. Now, you're really daring Thunder Talk right here to allow that Nami through. The Nami very, very strong as a pairing at the moment, but the Milio also pretty strong alongside it if you do potentially want to go that way. Thunder Talk, what can you do in the bot lane? Because going toe-to-toe with Illusion, even without any of its premier pairings, is still incredibly hard.
Least Bloxer, we're going to have an exciting bottom lane this time.
Yeah.
Maybe at least on one side. But I'm hoping that, like you're calling out, TT answer this with aggression of their own. For now, they're going to play it a bit safe, get a comfortable mid laner here for Satab. Maybe Satab now gets to play the scaling-oriented player of the TT composition. As we have a Skarner hover here for Aki, wants to continue to be a pretty good facilitator. I want to see 1xN and Feather. I'll shoot my shot here. Caitlyn Lux has been getting picked, you know, from MSI coming out of it. That's a really good neutralizing bottom lane that makes this Lucian's life hell out of lane. And, well, it looks like Ultra Prime are playing to play aggressively in that lane is Saber. Cassiopeia thrown down.
Okay, now that's not quite the facilitator that I was expecting,
No,
but it isn't not a facilitator, to be fair. That ulti can be massive in these big team fights, especially when you've got something like a Skarner that's going to be running straight at you. If Thunder Talk want any other champions that are going to sprint straight at you, you've got a great anti-engage comp, but also that miasma is going to be huge, and you're going to get even more priority out of it right here because that Ambessa also wanting to dash around as well. Interesting to pick that one up into the Cassiopeia.
So, I have an interaction question. I assume Miasma, does that cancel out Ixtal's impact as Skarner's running through it? I wonder how that works. Is this? It's a speed. I think it's a speed up, not a dash. I wonder. I guess we're gonna find out, right? Because I assume that's why Saber picks the Cassiopeia in part to try and shut down the Skarner. We have very, diametrically opposed drafts coming into the second phase here, Bloxer. Bottom lane locked up for Ultra Prime, top side locked up for TT, and that's going to make these bans very, very specific going into the second ban phase.
Absolutely it is. I like the ban away of the Jarvan. That's something that could follow up really well, and you love getting a cage down into the culling. That can be a really nice combo. I do also like the Rel pickup away from Thunder Talk right here. I think it works well with Ultra Prime's composition, but it also removes a little bit of potential priority away from the Misfortune, which otherwise could have a decent setup with this composition right here out of Thunder Talk. They're going to take away a couple of those aggressive, miserable matchups right here for the Lucian. The Kai'Sa not going to be allowed into the backline either, and I think that does force Thunder Talk into going a little bit later on into the game. The Aphelios, I think it's not the best at the moment. I gotta be honest, I've not been loving it. It is going to be locked in by 1xN. I would usually prefer something like a Jinx, but I think in this game specifically, the Aphelios is fine. He's just going to need some support from the teammates to be able to keep him alive here. And
it does have some agency into the Lucian. It really just depends on your gun combinations, right? If you start out with that long range green fire, it can really make the Lucian's life difficult. But I'm with you. I'm still gonna keep saying it. Like 1xN does play the Caitlyn, but they're not gonna get that aggressive bottom lane. See Ultra Prime continuing through with their draft here. They are going to lock in the Sejuani with a melee top here for Jian. So a lot of scaling damage and an aggressive bottom lane coming across here for Ultra Prime. What does Feather want on this R5 to try and counter it? I wouldn't hate. I like it. I like it.
Yeah. I can understand the Thresh idea because you're looking very much to save one person with that Lantern, but I do much prefer the Renata right here. You've got a lot of champions that are going to look to sprint straight at you, and that hostile takeover should be huge right here for Thundertalk. Still, these compositions are very, very different in a lot of ways. They both do want to go for these team fights, though. But how they're going to get to these team fights and how they want to execute on them, not similar at all. Looking at Thundertalk right now, you are putting a lot on either the anti-engage out of that hostile takeover, or on Hoya and Aki getting some massive backline access to break open these team fights and allow 1xN and Setab to sit and hit, because the actual damage output between a Ryze and a Philios is disgusting. That is so much damage, but, you know, they're going to be looking right into the face of a Jax, of a Lucian, and of a Cassiopeia. Do they ever get to deal their damage?
We keep pulling back to it, right? The rise and fall of TT as a team. But I can remember clearly in my mind when I watched Hoya in, you know, Game 5, the equivalent of what we're at Game 3, locking in a Camille into Bin, a carry top laner, and running him over. That feels like eons ago. But another spot for him here with that Mbessa in a comp against a composition that is completely designed to shut him down. Maybe we'll jinx it again once more blocks her. We'll have to see as we get set to go into the Rift for a final time between TT and Ultra Prime.
This is going to be very, very exciting to see who can pick up this win. The winner is going to grab their first win of the split. Loser, unfortunately, is going to be 0-2, and that puts them in a rough spot at the very beginning of this split number 3. Let's see it.
We are on to the Rift here. Some very fun new additions to the Split 3 meta. Saber looking to make a name for himself and slither Ultra Prime up those standings with this Cassiopeia. Fans start going to come across here. Oh yeah, maybe looking to find some bottom lane cheese early, but not going to find anything Gouda to play with. And he goes back towards his top side here. Just the classic wards coming across here to try and track clears. As we finally get a game with 2 tank junglers. Make those clears slow, but Setab gonna get poked down by Xiaosa. Nothing much to find there.
I'm gonna take just a little bit of damage right now. Yeah, like I said, tank junglers that we get all of a sudden, and I really do like the Sejuani. I think it works really well alongside that Rel, alongside that Jax. You can stack up those E's very, very quickly. It can make that permafrost just so difficult to try to play into. At the same time, Arky right here on this Skarner, hang on bot lane.
It's the full down. Both bottom lanes burn their heal. Via using the barrier as well to continue to force the aggression.
Look at those wards.
Just like Game 1 as well, Feather's chunked super low early on here.
Yeah.
And it's going to give Ultra Prime pretty comfortable control of this bottom lane.
I'm not quite sure why Feather and 1xN decided to step up there. Like, you lose this 1v1, 2v2 very, very obviously. Everybody knows that the Lucian is just going to be able to step up and chunk massive damage, and that already gets the heal out. To be fair, it was slightly more of those Summoner spells used up by Ultra Prime. They lose the barrier and the heal.
Oh, wow.
Oh my, but Flash is just gone as well.
Loving the aggro Rel coming out from the Ultra Prime support. He is basically on his own claimed critical summoners.
Yep.
As 1xN's Flash off the table for the next 5 minutes.
And that could be really, really key. We'll have to keep watching down in this bottom lane because you have to play it like this, right? You have to keep getting aggressive.
Again! He won't stop, and maybe Xiaosa bit off a little more than he could chew this time as the handshake comes around from Feather, and all right, Xiaosa, I think they've figured out your scheme here, but hey.
But
yeah, Junhao.
Hey, if you bring friends.
Feather face checks. 1xN, remember, doesn't have flash, but does get access to that Graviton. So he has some CC behind him, and that should buy enough space here. Junhao's going to return to the blue buff he was kind of poking around with. But Aki not going to have to jockey against him for that blue buff. Junhao feeling a little bit homeless here, just trying to run around and see where he can set up shop. He's going to show mid and just cross over to pick up the Scuttle Crab spawning not too far away. But this does really slow down Junhao. He's miles behind on a clear.
He's really delayed. You can see both in the bottom lane and in the mid lane he was looking towards that flash Arctic Assault, but you just don't really have the follow-up from your friends at this point, and you don't really have the lanes in a state where you can go for that play. Right now would be a great time to go and try to pressure onto 1xN and Feather, but obviously that's not going to happen right now. You've already been spotted heading up towards the top side of the map. Thundertalk's bot lane only stepping up that far because they know they've got Arky in the area as well, and so even though you get some early pressure right here from Ultra Prime's bot lane, it doesn't actually result in anything going over. In fact, small CS advantage already claimed right here by 1xN.
All those haymakers thrown early.
Yeah.
Bottom lane relaxes to a state that, like you're calling out, 1xN is comfortable in. Third game in a row, he's going to pick up a pull, signify that he is all about scaling to be the team fight menace of future. Eyes have to go back towards Aki. The hero of Game 2 has a lot more control over the Rift currently. With a slight camp lead, he's going to deploy back out towards this top side. We'll see if any lane swaps come across here as Jiyoung goes for his reset. But Rub's still a far ways away, and the Dragon is first to come around. So we'll see if Aki just clears his second wave of camps back down towards that Drake and wants to play for it.
You would expect that the early Drake priority is going to come through. Ultra Prime, they've been pretty good for having that early priority around these objectives. Xiaoshu just going to go in again. Goodbye to Feather's HP.
Oh, I love it. Gets the stun first with the piercing lance, then goes for the crash down, and again, Feather at about 15% HP. His heal's back up, but he's going to take his reset. Maybe with that unsealed spellbook, might get teleport up and be able to get back here, but Xiaosu is making it known his rel is not to be trifled with in lane.
Every single time the Feather steps up, he gets sent packing back to base, and it's really, really rough to try to play out. It leaves 1xN alone time and time again. You can see Xiaoshu even sat over the edge of the wall right there, potentially looking for another play. Arky now getting chased around in his own jungle right here, but with the bot lane pressure, with the mid lane pressure, you can see it's really tricky for Arky to be able to actually step up, and at least the vision around this early Drake is very much going to be Ultra Prime favored. They're not, though, going to pressure it and actually try to start it up.
They're making it clear that the bot half of the map is theirs to play with in this early game. Tons of pings still coming down towards that Dragon. Aki has started it up. Ultra Prime allocated so many resources taking over this side of the jungle, have so much of the tempo here, but one timer for TT, and they pick up the Dragon.
Wait, what?
Cannot steal it. He goes in. Petrifying Gaze is not going to land onto Aki. The bailout comes across, and Aki is saved and flashes out. Complete 007 maneuver, and now TT can just run through the rest of Ultra Prime. Jun has to flash over a wall, but T-Tab will follow him because he is not in his own jungle. He is in the property of TT. Dragon feats of warfare just like that over to Thundertalk.
There we go, Thunder Talk, and that's just a misstep right here from Ultra Prime. They've got themselves pressure in the bot lane, pressure in the mid lane, but Junhao decides to go and step up and try to get himself his blue buff, and that just allows Thunder Talk into the pit first. And Ultra Prime, when they try to force their way back in, they're just not quite able to make the steal happen even. In fact, it was 1xN that ends up picking this one up. Both of the junglers mess up their smite a little bit. But on the turnaround, red, white, don't fight. Even this early on into the game, 1xN is hitting right now, and they are just running through their opponents. And look at this, right at the very end. There's no reason for Arky to step up and steal this kill away from Sirtab. Yes, he's low on mana. Look at this, look at the emote, look at the emote. Sad beat.
There's also just no world where Junhao needs to burn his flash over that wall into the jungle. I mean,
no, just take
it's group Nirvana, Blockster. It's group Nirvana. We should just expect it at this point, right?
That's true. That's very, very true. At some point, that's just the way that these teams play. But it's good to see Thunder Talk pick themselves up a good early advantage, and Arky once again jumping out to a decent advantage here. Very different champion, of course, than the Lee Sin, but still being able to get ahead right here onto this Skarner puts you in a very strong position. Looks like he might be heading towards that Heartsteel, and you can start stacking that one up. You can just be a menace. Plenty of damage available to you, and especially alongside Hoya in the backline, but also so tanky that it's just miserable to try to play into this champion.
I'm glad you brought up that likely Heartsteel coming across here. We do see Jiyoung get some trades in the 1v2. But Aki, you know, the Heartsteel, he has grass secured already, and he's into a really low-range comp, so he's going to be able to get a lot of health value out of that Heartsteel now that he is ahead early. Right now, though, got to focus on these grubs as we do see Junhao is able to steal away one. But TT want to keep the pedal to the metal, knowing they have such a good early lead, but they have to be careful, leaving one of their laners to straggle back. One Glacial Prison, lockdown, and Saber gets his first kill of the game on his Cassiopeia.
There you go. That's something you can really do with this Sedge. Just immediately lock somebody down, and as soon as you misstep right there as Setab, there's nothing you can do. You're just going to be dead. Like I said, critical that that's going to be Saber picking up that kill, because there are going to be a lot of tanky members right here, and Cassiopeia going to be a big part of being able to get through these tankier champions. The Miasma, again, as we keep saying, going to be massive as well for just stopping a lot of these engages coming through from the Thunder Talk members. Still, though, Thunder Talk going to be happy with the way that this early game has played out. They've got themselves about a 1,000 gold advantage, 2 of the Grubs, and the Drake to boot. So they have put themselves in a good early spot, and they've got a decently late game scaling team composition as well, right? When we're looking at these compositions, we're thinking about it being Bayer and Xiaosha who needs to get the advantages, not necessarily Thunder Talk.
A lot of scaling still to play later on in this game, especially in that mid lane, which really has been the focus for either of these two mid laners. A lot of facilitation for both of them. Talia games, Annie games, the Mark Lee made a massive impact. And now they have their turn to try and scale and be the late game threat of their team. But that is a ways away for now. This turret assault coming across here. Jiyoung, they have that demolished, be able to chunk away some of these plates, and it's helping keep Ultra Prime fairly close in the goal despite how disastrous that first dragon was.
It is, and it's very important for them to keep it close right here, falling behind with this composition. It's not completely disastrous, right? You do have tools to get yourself back into this game. It's not like we saw from Thunder Talk in game number 1 where they fell behind and, well, maybe your Smolder wins the game for you, or maybe he doesn't, but you don't really have anything else to play around. They've got angles, but still, they want to keep it as close as possible because you don't want to dig yourself back out of the hole right here. You want to be able to go toe-to-toe, especially at the point at which your Lucian is going to be very strong. That's not right now. First item still has not been completed by Bayer yet, but he will be well on the way towards that one. 30 seconds now until the next Drake is going to spawn. It's going to be a Cloud Dragon, a decent individual Drake to grab. That being said, nobody's really focusing around the bottom side of the map right now. It looks like we're going to get some potential dive and counter dive happening top lane. Ultra Prime, at least they were thinking about it.
A lot of pigs coming back, maybe them collapsing towards this mid lane. Baya might be the target here for Aki, but Ixtal's impact does whiff. Can Junhao find an angle with this Glacial Prison first? Yes, he does get the slide by hit onto Aki. His Heartsteel doesn't really stacked up enough by now, but makes to grasp from being first to a legendary item. Aki can tank so much early damage and walk out scot-free.
Yeah, the fact he's already got that Heartsteel completed means he's fine. He does get chunked out for about half of his HP, though, and that is going to make stepping up for this Drake very, very tricky. I feel like as Thunder Talk, you might want to just concede this one. There's no point in throwing yourself away to fight. Aki even just smoked that Gromp, so he's not really looking for the steal here.
Here's the thing, though. Ultra Prime used 2 ultimates to get really low value out of Aki. Xiaosha's going to try going off the side. Impale gets onto 2 into the hostile takeover. Aki serves them up on a platter, and the rest of TT chopped down at the bit. Nothing for Ultra Prime to try and find on the backside. Sure, they get Aki, but he provides a golden ticket to a massive lead in Game 3 for his squad.
Sure, okay. As soon as he smoked that Grump, I was like, oh, they're going to leave that one alone. But Thunder Talk, they don't know the meaning of that word. They're now going to chase down onto the bottom side of the map a little bit as well.
Done?
Do they want to go for this play? No. Oh, hang on. Saber's alone now. Saber's alone now. Yeah.
All right. Wave coming in. No flash for Saber. Xiaosa trying to run his way back towards Junhao. Can he get close enough to save their slippery snake? No. The head is cut off. There's no more coming back on.
I was so sure that Thunder Talk had waited too long to make that dive happen. Xiaosha and Junhao were sprinting down the bottom lane to try to help out their mid laner, but still, they're going to be able to pick up that kill onto Saber. And Slayer, look at where the kills went during all of those plays.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
That's a 303 of Felios.
It is indeed. We'll have a look back at this one. This is Aki with no smite, so he knows he's not trying for the steal right here, but the 2-man impale straight on into the hostile takeover, just chunks people through. He even gets the bailout through and just goes down, going into the backline, but it still results in the death of that Jax, and that's a ton of kills and the dragon going over to Thunder Talk.
We saw shades of this in Game 1. early on. The ability for Aki to sync up his ultimates with his teammates. It was the equalizer and the cease and desist. Game 2, he came across with clutch Lee Sin kicks, and now he's layering double two-man impales, hostile takeovers. Starting to see more and more like Aki may have just needed a fresh new set of colors and a new team to try and pilot home. Can he get the Game 3 win, the series win here? A series that, if they find the win, Thunder Talk, he would markedly be the MVP of the series the way he's played in Games 2 and 3.
Absolutely, and we'll see as well if 1xN is going to be able to do the most damage in the game 3 games in a row. So far, so good. Got the Collector as that first item, interestingly. So it's just looking to secure the ends of those kills once again. Have a look in the picture-in-picture at the replay that ended up happening. Setab had to flash away, so that is going to be a critical spell that he's not going to have for another 3.5 minutes or so. That could be pretty big. Once we get into these team fights, you need that mobility on the rise to keep you safe.
Does now have Feather to cover him, and the vision's getting cleared out to provide him a bit more space. Thunder Talk, just such a audacious gold lead. 3K up in about 14 minutes. They can really just, control the wave states how they like and wait for the neutrals where they just win fights outright. So I like to see them kind of 1-3-1ing around the map, making sure their side lanes are protected, and they'll wait for this Rift Herald to spawn in about 20 seconds. You got a Realm Warp for Setab to get over there, and Hoya already in position. Maybe instead first they'll look for a pick here. Sausa not going to be close enough to jump onto just yet.
Everybody just kind of looking at each other right now, feeling each other out. Sausa and Setab, they just walk past each other as well at this point, but this is going to be the calm before the storm. We've now got the Rift Herald available on the map, and it very much has been into these objectives going over to Thunder Talk in this game. Teleport coming in as well right here. I think that's going to be Sausa's teleport. It is indeed. Do they want to collapse onto Hoya? It's possible here.
They're at least going to get control of the Rift Herald. Not a lot of deep vision for TT to know exactly where Junhao is hiding at. Setab walks about halfway up bot river, thinking he might have to Realm Warp over, and then returns back to lane. Saber does not have teleport either. Setab's teleport comes up now, so TT, good use of patience there now, knowing that they have much more control over the map, and if a fight breaks out, they should have man advantage.
Absolutely they do, and you can see the respect right here finally from Ultra Prime. They recognize that this is just not their fight, and they're going to have to head down towards the bottom lane instead, because these objectives, they come thick and fast. We've now got another one spawning in just 40 seconds time. It's going to be an Ocean Soul coming through, and gotta be honest, both of these teams would kind of love one. You've got enough tanks to really make use of it. And Soul Point already on the table for Thunder Talk. Interesting, they use the Herald right away, and that's just going to crack open this mid lane tier 1 tower.
Keep the tempo
really don't
up.
lose too much for it either.
Just keeping that tempo.
Driver's license.
Bringing even more gold. I don't think there's enough charge to get Aki down towards that bot tier 1. So just using it to make sure he gets out of dodge in case the collapse comes his way. Still, knocking down mid tier 1 turret. TT are just going through the motions, checking off box after box, and Ultra Prime, not even a whimper of a response, and how can they really find any right now?
Right now, they've put themselves into quite the deficit, and it's going to make these team fights very, very tricky. 4,000 gold behind. Still, they've got themselves that early control around the pit. Good thing that Aki was able to pick himself up with that Scuttle Crab, but there's a lot of darkness right now for Thunder Talk to try to step into.
Death Rush. Oh no, Setab.
Don't do it.
The one to walk up, throws a Q in. They do see that Junhao goes towards the Drake. Now they can get better control of this very pivotal river brush. Culling down, Aki's going to gobble that up like Sunday breakfast. He does not care at all, stacking health, so one ultimate comes off the table for Ultra Prime. Using ultimates for little value is what cost them that last fight. We'll see if they can sync them better this time around as Hoya's looking for the flank. Glacial Prison going to come down. Aki gets the McHale's, and once again, just absorbing ults like nothing. Gets control of the Drake, and a handshake on a Junhao. He's dead just like that. Hostile takeover. Gonna hit onto both Saber and Sausa. Hoya not able to find the kill, but it's okay because Jiyoung dies on the backside of the fight. 1xN has all the damage, and the Realm Warp brings all of TT to the forefront. Another scattered pick down. 3-0. TT are rolling in game 3.
And they're going to be able to turn back around and pick themselves up this Ocean Drake. Soul Point completed here for Thunder Talk. They look shaky in game number 1. But game 2, game 3, they be looking a heck of a lot better. And a lot of it is off the back of Aki brilliant play previously for him on the Lee Sin, and now, as you said, he was just chilling at the front line, right? This is him having taken a full cull, just takes the Glacial Prison to the face as well, and he just doesn't care. And now, 1xN, the hostile takeover, buys him space, and even with a Jax on his face, he doesn't care. Hoya stepping up, Aki stepping up. This is the kind of team composition we wanted to see here out of ThunderTalk. One where 1xN has the space to play the game, and he is paying it back for them right now. 5-0-4. He's got a massive shutdown on his head.
1,000 gold if he can get that guy down. Don't know if Ultra Prime have the necessities for that at this current point. And you can look at the item discrepancies. It's 1 to 1 to a half item lead across the board right now.
Ooh.
Soul
look,
point.
Look at the Heartsteel right now on Junhao.
Yeah, I
see that
see.
Ages ago.
It's both sides of the coin here. Blocks are a good Heartsteel game. I mean, it makes sense for Aki how short range you Ultra Prime are. Hey, all right, you know what? You shouldn't have talked crap about that. Junhao, there you go. You get some Heartsteel stack.
He gets
right
one.
there.
Hey, we just needed to highlight it, and then he was able to get that first Heartsteel stack. Still, it's rough out here right now for Ultra Prime, isn't it? They're just down so much, specifically in the bottom lane, right? That's a 3.2k gold lead on 1xN.
Finally, a team having success outside of his attention span. It's just letting him do what he does best. Like we talked about, even in the losses, this guy putting up consistent, good numbers in lane, in CS. This is what happens when you take him off the mantle. An enemy team doesn't need to focus on him constantly. He can really just let it rip. And so the tune of TT being up nearly 7,000 gold at 20 minutes. They were up nearly 7,000 gold before Otacon spawns.
Yeah, crazy lead. Crazy lead, and it means that you do have these objective bounties that you can pick up right here, so this is going to be something, but look at the support that Saber needs to be able to step up and take one tower. He's got his jungler and his support in the area, and that is just going to open up Atakan all the way. There's no way that you can step up towards this one. I do like the decision here out of Ultra Prime, I've got to be honest. Taking these towers is going to be critical. Ooh! Jiang teleports topside as well, so they are looking to just melt through this tower, but I felt like they were going to get that tier 2 tower anyway.
This is definitely a bit wacky. You've also got Baya scrambling to farm jungle camps as he tries to get to items to make him important. And I think Ultra Prime may have stuck around too long up in the top lane because they're going to end up actually just trading top tier 2s across the board. So that little bit of gold they felt like they got back, it's really just the objective bounties that give them that advantage. And, well, hello. Oh, yeah, all right. I know you guys are ahead, but you're not that far ahead. Luckily, Ambessa has 2 billion dashes, and he gets himself out of the 1v2.
Yeah, there's no miasma right there from Saber to keep him locked down. It's going to be just fine. Still, we've talked about that 8k gold lead. It did get cut down by quite a big chunk. Like you said, those objective bounties are huge, so good decision-making right here out of Ultra Prime to not go for a big fight at a point in which they had no hope of winning it. Still, though, it's not like they massively outscale their opponents. They really don't in this situation, and the longer this game goes, the more damage the Rise is going to be able to do, the more damage that 1xN is going to be able to do right here on this Aphelios, and the tankier that these key members of ThunderTalk are going to be. So as Ultra Prime, yes, it's good to just delay things a little bit, but giving over all of these neutrals means that this gold lead that we're seeing right here, this 5,000 gold lead, doesn't actually reflect just how far ahead ThunderTalk are in terms of just those stats.
And also, on top of that, stylistically, how they neutralize Ultra Prime. It's a Lucian, Cassiopeia, Jax composition for damage dealers. That is low range. And now you've got an Aphelios and a Rise who are much further ahead and outrange basically your entire team. Combine that with a tanky Skarner that we've seen gobble up ultimates, and even if you wanted to try and force a comeback fight here, just like throw all caution to the wind, how do you even get close enough to those to that 1xN Saytab Rise Aphelios combo?
Hope and pray that they make a mistake at this point. Like,
well,
it's
on
really,
AL right now,
really
so
tricky.
I don't know how you would hope.
That would help. Hope would help in this situation. I'll be honest, that would probably make this a little bit easier of a game to play. Yeah, Ultra Prime is going to be very tricky. You're going to be relying right here on Junhao hitting a really big ulti. If you can hit a massive Glacial Prison, and then full follow-up, there's a chance. But the problem with that is it's that last pick Renata, right? The Renata was so nice. We were very happy when it got locked in for good reason. The hostile takeover has just shut down everything that Ultra Prime have wanted to do.
Nothing more fun than elite Renata gameplay. Yeah, I mean, these clones are getting worse and worse. Again, it's just Aki. It's just like last time. It's deja vu. He eats a Culling, he eats a Sejuani ult. At least gets Hoya to TP over, but again, Ultra Prime, all of their tools are down to even try and force a fight. They have to stand there, hope for a 50-50, hope to flash on top of Hoya. No, they get chunked up with another beautiful Impale hostile takeover. It's all layering into a buzzsaw named Thunder Talk. Goodbye, Ultra Prime. Sayonara to the tune of another ace home once they chase down Jiyoung.
Oh, Jiyoung, he's just about getting away. 1xN, he's got some very short-ranged guns in his pocket right now. The attempted recall coming through. Feather should spot him out here. Yep, does stop that one. Now, does Feather win this?
No,
Feather plus Wolves.
Ignite?
Plus Ignite. Ooh,
come on, Wolves.
Come on, you got this. Come on, Feather.
Oh, the Q.
Come on, Feather. The teleport in from Zetab.
No, come on, let Feather do it. Let Feather do it, Zetab. Oh, he tried to TP out. That's desperation by definition. What a game 3 from Thunder Talk.
Oh yeah, that was another gorgeous fight right here. And it's Ultra Prime not finding the angle with these abilities at all. At the same time, I do kind of get it, right? You're 4,000 gold behind. Your culling basically just tickles, but putting these ultis into Aki, it's about as useful as just chucking them into the dragon itself, right? It's not doing anything for you right here, and just step up into the meat grinder. The worry I had for the Thunder Talk composition, right, was that Saber was going to get ahead, Bio was going to get ahead, and they could just pump damage. But these are relatively short-range champions, and when your tanks are not tanking, and you don't deal a lot of damage, you're trying to step up way too close, and Thunder Talk, they're just finding it way too easy. Still, potential another fight is just going to be the Baron taken down. Xiaosha had the flank there, but I don't know that that saves you.
This is just over. It's back it up, folks. There's no way unless CT make an overstep here. Xiaosha is going to come down with the flank. They're starting to layer the Magnet Storm into the counter-strike. Jiyoung's getting 3 hits on the 1xN, but the bailout and the hostile takeover.
He lives!
It's MVP Feather again to save his squad. Ace, Baron, time to pack this series up, Thunder Talk.
This one is gonna be over. 1xN living there is crazy, and like you said, it's all down to Feather. He has been gorgeous in this game. The hostile takeovers have been perfect. The bailouts have been perfect too, and a deathless ADC is his reward. Thunder Talk, they were a bit shaky in game number 1, but they have turned it on here in games 2 and 3.
A game 1 marred by topsy-turvy gameplay, mistakes, and a loss for Thunder Talk in the rearview mirror. The future and the present is now. Their first series win of Split 3.
There we go. Oh, I'm excited. I love to see Thunder Talk win. When they win, they are just such a fun team to watch. And Aki stepping up now 2 games in a row. That was a really, really well-played Skarner game right there.
What a start here. Aki a bit shaky against EDG, but bouncing back.
Yeah.
And for all the talk about the jungle position in the LPL, Aki making a statement in his second series for Group Nirvana.
We need more players around 1xN that can really unlock this guy, right? Feather has always been a pretty decent support alongside 1xN. You never have a ADC pop off massively when their support is in-tier. It's very hard to do that, so Feather was never really the problem, but we didn't see anybody else fully be able to unlock what we wanted to see out of 1xN. At least in games 2 and 3, Aki was very much able to do that. Obviously, the Lee Sin was a bit more of a carry performance on its own, but right there on the Skarner, that was really nice. And I think what gives me the most hope right here is that this is a team composition that I'm almost certain we saw 100% the same back in Split 2, when they had Beatron on. Like, this is a composition with a lot of champions that they all have played a lot of, that they all like. I would not be surprised if it was exactly the same a couple different times, and I don't know that they ended up winning any of those games, really. Whereas here, this was really, really nice out of Aki on the Skarner, was able to just buy so much space, so much time. As we said, he was super, super tanky, and it just all worked out. Obviously, I think we're going to end up giving our MVP right here to 1xN, but I don't know. I'd give it to Feather here. Feather was on point.
Yeah, I was going to say, and again, this is, the AD carry bias. I do not think it's 1xN. I think it is Feather. I think it might be Aki. I would go Feather, Aki, and then 1xN where we're at. But yeah, just again, team win here for Thunder Talk. Yeah. And you know, going back to Aki, at this level, right, the LPL asking so much of their junglers to see him play two diametrically opposed carry styles in the jungle, right? Yeah. The Lee Sin, the flashy plays, getting the one-shots with the kick sonic wave combos, and then this game just gobbling up ultimates, being that frontline unmovable scorpion. It's cool to see him back-to-back, because you need to be a complete jungler like that if you want a future in this league.
Absolutely you do, and hey, that was looking good, and this is a really critical win right here for Thundertalk. Obviously, both of these teams ended up losing to EDG. EDG looking like one of the stronger teams that we've got for ourselves in this Group Nirvana, but Group Nirvana here, 4 teams make it out, 2 teams do not. So picking up these wins right now are going to be critical. And we learn a lot about the makeup of Group Nirvana today, right? We've got the double Group Nirvana, we've had our first matchup right here, but we get to see 2 new teams that we haven't seen previously in our next matchup in LNG and Ninjas in Pajamas, and tomorrow, in our first game of the day, we get to see LGD up against Ninjas in Pajamas. So by about this time tomorrow, we should know what's going on with Group Nirvana, and for Thundertalk, picking up a win here, really important to get themselves up off of the bottom of the standings.
Oh my lord. I know we said it every game, and when I said tops of damage charts, at that time, I think you did more damage than about 3 members of Ultra Prime combined.
Bro was pumping damage. That's crazy.
Mr. Consistent, man. 1xN,
He's great.
The tape does not lie.
No.
But for Thunder Talk, the tape looks really good in this Game 3. It was just right out the jump. Game 1 and 2, even though Thunder Talk come out on top in Game 2, had its topsy-turvy moments. This one, completely one-sided, completely dominated.
Absolutely. As you said, it was back and forth in the previous 2, but Thundertalk just grabbed a hold of this one by the scruff of the neck and played it through. And I think what makes me most excited about this Game 3 is the fact that this was the composition that worked as a composition, and then they played it really well. Game number 1, the comp doesn't work, and they play badly, and it looks terrible. Game number 2, the comp maybe is a little bit odd, unless, of course, your Lee Sin pops off massively, and Arky does just that, and it's fine. But this composition, it works, and then they execute it really well, and that is super nice to see. Again, them losing to an EDG who's at the top of the standings, or them losing to a Ninjas in Pajamas who we're expecting to be the best team here in Group Nirvana, that's not the end of the world. I think for Thundertalk, a good split right now is getting themselves one of those best of 5s versus a Group Ascend team. I think I'd be happy with that for them, and this was a really good start, and it gives me hope for this team going on forwards. Yes, they made mistakes. All of these Group Nirvana teams are going to make mistakes. Hell, whoever ends up winning Group Ascent is still going to have made a heck of a lot of mistakes, right? This is the LPL. We don't play clean League of Legends here.
What?
But we all watched MSI, right? We all watched it. Don't trouble me here. We all watched MSI.
As much fun as, perma Game 5s are, you don't get to all Game 5s without a lot of mistakes being made from teams. So I'm with you on that one, Bloxer.
Yeah. But hey, it's fun. It's why people tune in to the LPL. It's certainly why I enjoy this region so much. And hey, that means that even these teams in the bottom of Group Nirvana, they can still pick themselves up wins, right? This is a Thunder Talk that even in Group Ascend last time around was still able to pick themselves up 4 wins. That's not a huge amount of wins in 18 games, but it still showed that they were able to take some of these top teams toe-to-toe, pick up a couple of series wins, and picking up this win right here versus Ultra Prime, it's going to do a lot, I think, for their confidence more than anything, right? Getting smacked around by EDG 2-0, that doesn't feel good, especially not in your first game of the split. No. But hey, they're warming up, they're looking better.
Speaking on warming up, right, and the difference from Split 2 Nirvana to Split 3, you have more games, right? There isn't so much pressure on each series to series of a single round robin. And that does bode well here for Ultra Prime as well, even in the O2 spot. 1xN does grab himself his player of the game, the first one of Split 3.
They look at the KDA and the damage number, and then they go, yeah, this kid was doing good.
I would petition that if you have a 4 in your percentage number of damage share, I think you should automatically win player of the game. So you nearly hit 40%. Hey, but we asked for it, Bloxer, we got it. The 1xN, the 1xN pop-off game.
It's
we
so
finally
fun
got
to
in Game
see.
3.
Yeah, it's exactly what we wanted to see, and going on forwards, Thundertalk, if they can replicate that with some strong jungle performances and good 1xN performances alongside Feather, I don't need Hoya and Setab to do that much. I'll be honest, I think as long as they are just chugging along, doing their thing, not running it down in their lanes, I guess, that's the way that Thunder Talk can pick themselves up wins. It's back to the drawing board for Ultra Prime, though. They really need to rethink what happened to them, especially in that game number 3.
Without a doubt. Next time we'll be seeing Ultra Prime, like you called out, I believe will be against NiP. Or no, Ultra Prime we'll be seeing for a bit here. No, yeah, they'll be taking on NiP next, so that'll get easier for them. Thunder Talk we'll see next up against LNG. And speaking of LNG, they are on one side of our final matchup. As much fun as Ultra Prime and Thunder Talk were, that was just the appetizer of our day today here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. The main dish, sides and all, coming your guys' way on the other side of the break. It's NiP taking on LNG. We'll see you guys in a few. Hope everybody enjoyed your first course when you come to the LPL English Day 3 dinner. Shout out once again to Thunder Talk with their dominating Game 3 win to get the first series win of the split. We're talking about newcomers to Group Nirvana and favorites to top the group. This matchup might just show our big-time favorite here, as we've got LNG, undefeated since Xiao Feng came in last time in Group Nirvana, and Ninjas in Pajamas, the fall from Group Ascend, and Vengeance Tour in Group Nirvana for Split 3 Bloxer. This is going to be the fun one. This is the one that once I saw the day we were on for the LPL English, I was excited for.
Oh yeah, this one is going to be really, really critical for deciding what our Group Nirvana actually looks like. Because when you look at just the pure talent on any of these teams in Group Nirvana, Ninjas in Pajamas should be running away with this one. They should absolutely be on top, and this should be a dominating victory for them versus an LNG that I think are also going to be interesting. As you highlighted, right, it's not like they're coming into this without some momentum. They had a terrible, horrible, truly disgusting Split number 1. It was some of the worst League of Legends I think I've ever watched on a professional stage. Yep. Split 2 starts exactly the same way. The placements are bad. Really bad. And then the start of Group Nirvana is really bad for them too. But they make a little bit of a swap, and things begin to pick up for them. So they are feeling a little bit hot at this point coming in to this split number 3. But Ninjas in Pajamas, they should be a buzzsaw. In fact, they will be disappointed that they are in this group. They would have wanted to at least made it into that group ascend for split number 3.
And they've made changes to try and show why they are a real threat, even for Group Nirvana. We'll get to them later, but we need to start with the team that's going to be on the blue side here for game number 1 of our series. That is the team rocking blue in our matchup as well. LNG Esports will introduce them formally to you all. Luckily for everybody at home, if you're tuning in just to Split 3, this roster has stayed the same from the end of Split 2. Zeka in the top side, Xiao Feng, the undefeated starting member of this roster so far in 2025, Hai Chao in the mid lane, LP stepping in at the AD carry position, and Zhou down at the support role.
You've highlighted it perfectly, right? Xiao Feng is exactly where we need to be looking. When he came in, that's where things started to change for LNG. And I'll be honest, I didn't think that that was going to be the change that really pulled them through, right? It wasn't like the jungle was the big problem for them. 5-5 wasn't great, but he wasn't terrible either. No more terrible, I guess, than LNG had been playing previously. But they make this change, and he's all of a sudden just all over the map. So aggressive, so much a part of their wins that it was just like night and day between them before he joined and them after.
Yeah, Xiao Feng having such immediate impact. But before we get into, diving into the exact moments that he had huge impact, talking about roster swaps, we've talked about how this offseason was one of the craziest ones. But it's important to remember that LNG have had their own roster mania, dating back a couple years ago, how different LNG used to be. Recency bias, the LNG looked terrible in 2025, but Bloxer not too long ago, one of the best junglers in the world right now was on their roster, and this org was one of the contenders at the world stage for the LPL.
And what an unfortunate fall it has been, right? As you said, World's 2 seed. 2023, which, yeah, I know we're like at the end of 2025 at this point, but still, that's not that long ago. And things have just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse for them, unfortunately. And you can see right here down, right at the very bottom, LNG starting 0-2 in Nirvana, and that's when the change has to come through. That's where Xiao Feng comes in, and all of a sudden, things are looking a little bit better, but it's been an incredibly tumultuous time for this team. It's not been fun for them at all, and LNG, one of the most storied organizations that we've got in the LPL. One of the ones that if you just tune in occasionally for internationals and then have come back to watch some regular season LPL, you would think they'd be much, much better, but they've been languishing at the bottom for a while. This could potentially be their turnaround, and you can see it here, some shows of what Xiao Feng could do when he joined in.
Yeah, the main thing, kind of similarly what we were asking for from Thunder Talk in their last series in their new roster composition, he just brings that, immediate ignite to all these team fights. The fire starter, the catalyst initiator for this team, and it really just worked wonders for them in all 3 of their series with him. It was just unfortunate, like you mentioned, the way they started Group Nirvana. They weren't actually able to claim one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah.
But That's not Xiaofeng's fault. He quite literally, I believe, only drops one single game, doesn't drop a series ever since he got the starting role here for LNG.
And they ended on par with some of the teams that we did end up sending. It was so close, right? They had the same scoreline, but they'd ended up losing the head-to-heads prior to Xiaofeng popping up, and it was so unfortunate. LNG, they would have been the hottest team going into those best of fives to make it into the playoffs. It would have been so fun to at least get to see them against one of the top teams that we had. Unfortunate for them that they didn't make it, but still, it gives them that momentum coming into this split right here. The fact that they've not made any changes as well is huge because, as we've been talking about, right, it's been a roller coaster of an offseason for the majority of these teams in the LPL. Everybody's been making every change under the sun, so the fact that they are going to have had a good, month and a bit to be able to just play together, get used to each other, hopefully have some good team play going, and come in right now. We haven't seen them yet in split number 3. They've got a tough test in Ninjas in Pajamas, but hey, I'm not too worried about them.
But Ninjas in Pajamas on the other side. A very tough, tall order to answer in their opening series of Group Nirvana. We'll break down a bit more of NiP when we find time to do so because our players are ready to rip on stage.
I want to go.
As the walkouts come. And I guess this is kind of how we introduce the new look NiP here, Blockster. We talked about how Xiaofeng was, the mid-season sub-hero for LNG. That was solo kill for Ninjas in Pajamas. He's still sporting in that top side. But boy, have they made some very fun upgrades in other positions, mainly that jungle and support role.
Exactly. They make a few changes right here coming into this split. They keep Leaf, they keep Doinby, and those were, I'll be honest, the best parts of this squad that we saw previously. They decide to keep Solo Kill, they don't keep Shanji, and they looked much better when Solo Kill was their top laners, and then they bring in Nayo from LGD, and then they bring in Niket from RNG, and I like it. I like some of these moves, right?
Yeah.
This is them pulling some of the best bits from some of the worst teams that we had around the league, and you know what? I think that's a pretty good strategy, right? It means that you're not having to spend massively to get some of the big name stars, but you're surrounding your key carries here in Leave and Doinby with a lot of talent that just wasn't really able to show up on their previous rosters.
And also just, I don't think got enough time or enough reps to really shine on their teams. Like, Niket was, I remember when he got signed to RNG, a ton of the other people here at LPL English were really excited to see him get in on that roster, get some serious reps, but he didn't immediately start, only got sparing series to try and play and fix that dysfunctional RNG team, so there was a lot left to be desired there. And then Nayo comes in, for LGD, looks pretty impressive in Group Nirvana, helps them get to that play-in stage, and then shockingly, I remember because I was on this series, we were expecting Nayo, we were hyping him up, and then all of a sudden they subbed Climber back in and get rolled.
Yeah.
It's like, Nayo doesn't get the shot he really deserves. So now they come to this NiP team that is in the best position of really any team, even Group Ascent teams, to get into that play-in stage comfortably. This, like you mentioned, should be a cakewalk for a roster that already was looking competitive with weaker pieces up against Group Ascent teams last split.
Yeah, exactly. They have really just pulled together from all of the talent that was spread out across these worst teams and pulled it in together, and this is what they needed to do, right? They were not going to be able to land a big name because NiP are not a particularly good team at the moment, but they've got a decent shot right here, I think, right? Playing in Group Nirvana this split isn't anywhere near as bad as it was in the previous split, as we keep talking about, right? Split 2, you have the threat of not getting to play anymore. That's massive, that's terrifying. This time around, if you are the bottom 2 teams, it doesn't really change too much for you. Maybe it puts you in another Group Nirvana next split, but, it's not going to be the end of the world. But you've got a ton of spots to go and play against some of the worst teams that you've got up in that Group Ascend, and you get to sharpen your edge against some of the teams that maybe aren't doing so well. Of course, you want to be playing in Group Ascend, you want to be having these big name matchups, but for an NiP that struggled so bad previously, bringing in a bunch of these younger players, I mean, the majority of the teammates right here for Doinby are a full 5 to 6 years younger than he is. He is surrounded by a lot of much, much younger players now. It's going to give them time to really play as a unit. Still, it does leave them with pretty high expectations. Looking at this roster, as we've been saying, you're expecting NiP to come out on top.
Well, one advantage LNG really bring to the table, like you were mentioning earlier, They've had a ton of time off to get reps as the same starting 5 from the end of Split 2. The same cannot be said for NiP. This roster came together very they were scrimming some. There were some rumors about this roster coming together, but they don't have as much experience together. Jumping into Game 1 draft, we were flying through already. Ton of staple picks, bans going away, and I'm actually curious if we're just watching the Game 1 draft from TT and Ultra Prime last time, because these are the exact two what? Okay, hold on. Bloxer, are we just watching the same draft back? These are the exact same picks.
Run it back. Hey, we didn't hate these drafts until later on, right? We didn't.
How far do we go?
What Thunder Talk had until we got late on into the game.
Bloxer.
Good.
Bloxer. We're 4 for 4. This is getting absurd. Okay.
These are some of the best champions.
I'm trying to remember. I will see how far we take this, right? So, what was... All right, there we go.
There's the
If this gets locked. Okay.
And this was always going to be the difference, right? Because this was banned 100% of the time during the previous series. I'll be shocked if LNG don't lock this one in. To be able to get the Varus here after the first round of picks out of Ninjas in Pajamas is crazy. This champion is incredibly strong. It is going to be locked in right here. It's got so many different builds you can go. I think that the on-hit at the moment is way that people have been kind of leaning towards, which is interesting. I would really prefer the poke. I think especially alongside the Talia, the poke angle is massive. Ooh. And now we depart once again. Ninjas in Pajamas, they're going to pick themselves up the Silas right here for Doinby, and we highlight him, right? He's the main man for this team. He needs to get himself these big advantages. He needs to show us a return to form. The Silas, I like it in this game. You've already got a couple fun ultis to play with. And
you also now, you kind of get like a free ban out of it, too, right? It's like,
no,
all right, Joel, I dare you to pick Alistar into the
please
Silas.
Pick Alistar. I'm begging you.
You also can maybe, like, it opens up Niket to get Alistar if you want that as well. It's like, either you ban it, you're not going to play it. It's kind of a catch-22, so I like that from the veteran Doinby. Yeah. Also a champion that he's had, some of his staple champions, like the Rise from Split 1, he definitely didn't get as great results with last time round in Split 2. He had to start going on, like, Galio duty, utility duty, but this Silas was still pretty potent from him, so I like seeing that from him in his first game for Split 3, but we're speeding through these bans once again, all bot lane focus, supports for Joel being targeted, and Leave, who was the MVP in all of the NiP wins, I felt like, Split 2. You're going to see some of his AD carries start to drop off the board.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they give over to him, because Leave had some really high highs. The Lucian specifically, he had this one crazy game on the Lucian that he was able to so nearly carry them to a victory they had no right to do, but Leave had a real problem with mispositioning errors. So I really like Leave on these more mobile champions. I like the look of the Ezra in that situation. I don't so much like the look of the Misfortune in this situation. This is a very immobile champion, and to play it into something like the Talia into the Xin Zhao, especially picking it into the Xin Zhao, right? The Crescent Guard, you just give it so much extra that you can play around. This, again, pretty immobile, but it gives you some more late game to try to play around. It's a similar style to what we saw previously from Thunder Talk with a similar composition where they went towards the Smolder. And we did see 1xN have some pretty big boost with this champion, so let's see it.
I do like the setup works here because in my mind you have two solo lanes that are all damage based, right? You got a Rumble and a Silas that bring home a lot of the damage, so you can get a bit more of a supportive Senna, but maybe this is the new look NiP, right? More confident in their other tools. They lean so much on Leave to carry them home-wise in a lot of their wins in Group Ascend. Now they can allow him to expand his champion pool. But we get the Varus and Renata to come over top here for LNG's bottom lane, and Zika on his Ambessa. So a potent solo lane combination also for LNG coming across.
Yeah, but you've now just given one of the best ultis in the game in that hostile takeover over to Doinby, and that's really, really scary. That can stop a lot of what your Xin Zhao and your Ambessa want to do, leaping into the backline, especially if we do get this Braum locked in. Braum Senna, obviously a good pairing in and of itself, but that also just gives you that extra amount of anti-dive. Trying to dive into this Ninjas in Pajamas composition is going to be miserable for LNG.
NiP really showing shades of exactly what TT went for in that game one. I'm glad you pointed that out. It's aggressive, forward diving topside, a Rumble, a Silas, a Vi, and then scaling slower anti-dive playing bot side instead of Smolder Alistar. It's Senna Braum, who fit stylistically right into the same picture. So we'll see if NiP, again, the team that really should dominate Group Nirvana, knowing what we saw from all of our squads in Split 2, trying to execute what Thunder Talk could not just a couple hours ago.
Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can do it, because all of the same criticisms we had previously feel like they can still be here, and you don't even have that same level of late game insurance that you would otherwise have from a Smolder, because yes, Senna starts hitting like a truck later on, but she's not Smolder. Smolder is even better in these late game team fights and has a little bit of extra survivability with that flap too, which makes it a little bit harder to play out. For LNG, their pick potential is very, very strong. That Crescent Guard is again going to be massive, but they are giving a lot of very good ultis over to Doinby, and they do need to be careful with these team fights to check what ulti he has, because leaping into the backline when that hostile takeover is there, that's immediately going to go wrong for you. And also, they need to find some early picks, I think, here onto Xiaofeng if he wants to be able to carry through his team, and especially because he doesn't want to fall behind to Nayu right here on the Vi.
Good little mix of anti-dive and anti-dive on both sides of these compositions, and two comps that have a lot of dashes and going forward potential. You mentioned Xiaofeng on the Xin Zhao. You're going to have to be worried about the Braum, the hostile takeover hijacked by Sylas, but you still got Zika on an Abessa that's wanting to dive forward. Talia buys so much space. This is already a matchup where both teams have similar tools in their tool belt, and that just means one thing will really decide this one, Bloxer: who can execute better. And that is honestly the best type of League of Legends to get, especially in the LPL.
Absolutely. It's going to be really, really fun to see this matchup. As we've said, it's a critical one right here for this group, Nirvana. These are two teams that, hey, could be sat at the top right here. EDG, another one that looks to challenge, but NiP, they should be running away with it right here. They've got themselves a high variance composition. I think I overall prefer what LNG have got for themselves just about. I think their front to back is going to be a little bit easier to execute overall, but there are plenty of answers right here for NiP.
Looks like we have some sort of little technical nitpick to get through here once our teams got onto the Rift. So, Chippy, we have some time allocated. If we could, dive a bit more into Doinby like we were supposed to when we were fawning over LNG for about way too long. But I mean, Doinby, yeah, it just, you could see the stats and we talked about LNG's last couple of years. Doinby and the teams he's been a part of, the finishes he's been able to find, especially going summer to spring.
Yeah, he's been really, really good in his summers, and his split 2 / his springs have been, it's not been as good. It's not been as good, and it was really sad to see, genuinely. Last split, in split 2, the 10th place finish for them right there. They just couldn't get anything going. And honestly, when they were finding these really big games, it was because we were looking at Doinby and going, good, he did an int. And Leave carried them to the victory, right? It wasn't Doinby popped off and was able to find that massive play. And a return to form for him would be everything right here for NiP. He is the man that they are building around. And I don't know, he looks locked in right now. He does.
Yeah, and even, we can talk about, like, his 2020, I was going to say, I'm glad you called it out. Got some, I talk all the time about fashion with these LPL players and the uniforms. They swing for the fences with their hair dye. I mean, solo kill, he's rocking the pink too. Definitely did not have that in split 2, or I would have realized it. But for Doinby, right, like 2022, 2021 summer, like we talked about, high place finishes to allow him to try and get to that world stage. It's different here in 2025. Unless, barring a very miracle run from NiP here, we're going to finish with his best split being the opening one. Remember, our split 1 MVP was the man on so many of the fans' signs here today in the arena.
You just expect so much from him, and that's a lot of pressure to put on a player, but he's a veteran. He's been around for a very long time. He's going to be fine with that pressure. I think what we need to see from him, I mean, here on the Sylas game is a pop-off performance, of course, but what we need to see from him is a just return to form where he can elevate the younger players around him. That's how he's found some of the best moments for him, just like in the past, right? When he's able to both be himself and play really aggressively and find those big pop-off moments, but also play for his team and show off the other members around him.
And that's what a, veteran does. It's the selflessness. There's going to be confident moments where he wants to lean into his rise and try and carry home, but for all the struggles NiP has, I commend him for recognizing. Even we heard it in interviews, right? He would talk about how like he doesn't have the hands there to compete like he used to.
Yeah.
He's willing to accept that more supportive role to set up Leave to be the big carry, and you're going to see it in these clips, right? Like even on this Victor, it's just all about buying space for Leave, who was, again, time and time, we're going to talk about it, just the reason NiP were able to win so many of those games, especially towards the end of Group Ascent.
Absolutely, Leave was huge. It really was him on a couple of these very aggressive picks, the Lucian, the Zeri, just stepping up and making other teams pay every single time. When you watch these victories, it's going to be Leave who's the big part right here. The problem for Leave, and we will have to keep highlighting this because it was the reason that they lost a lot of the games they got big leads in, was mispositioning errors. He would sometimes just step up in a situation in which I couldn't possibly tell you why he thought it was the right time to step up, get caught, and that was 4,000-5,000 gold of their advantage on his head gone, evaporated. They lost one game where they were hitting the Nexus. He was up by 6,000 gold on the Lucian because he just steps up randomly. He takes 2 Nexus tower shots to the face and ends up losing that game for them. And it was moments like that where it's like, he's so close to being one of those ADCs in the league that I'm genuinely excited to go and watch. He just has to fix those little errors, and hey, he's got time. He's had time now between Splits 2 and Split 3. If he's worked on that, then Leave is going to be a massive part of victories right here for NiP.
The quintessential hot and cold AD carry for NiP, yeah. And I think that last clip really saying it home too, right? The fact that he does get that. I don't even want to open this can of worms. We should, I don't know if we have any content people listening. We should do a deep dive on both of the NiP TES series because they both had like 50-minute games.
Yeah.
In those separate series. In game 2s, with Leave playing Lucian and multiple Elders going down. Like the coincidence ties between those are just.
It was crazy.
It's like conspiracy theory level at this point, Blocker.
It was genuinely insane, especially because TS, they had a pretty fast average game time versus pretty much everyone else. Like they were playing their games out not massively cleanly. Again, it's the LPL, but cleanly enough. Anytime NiP stepped on the Rift, it's like they forgot how to play League of Legends, and we got bangers every time.
Well, we got a banger here for Group Nirvana. 2 teams that potentially expect to see in the top half. We're threatening even further. NiP, the clear favorites to top the group, and LNG coming in as the challengers. I guess NiP just had to be the ones to bring the Gyos back, but boy, am I energized to hear him once more.
Yeah, let's see it. It is exciting. And of course, Ninjas in Pajamas, they've been a pretty fun roster for a while. They're a roster that people are expecting to do well. We might actually get some early aggression right here now.
3-point strikes. If the knockup lands, I might have to force a flash out, but luckily it's not too late on the clock for minion spawns to really cost him too much. Just has to succeed some control of his jungle and should allow Xiaofang to track the clear of Nio pretty well. And as the captain of the Xiaofang fan club, good to see he's already starting where he left off.
Absolutely. Let's see him be aggressive. We don't want to watch him sit back. Allow games to happen around him. No. When LNG were picking up wins at the end of last split, it was because he was aggressive and he was playing forwards in these fights. Interesting to see that both of these junglers are going to be starting on opposite sides of the map. Xiaofang going to be working his way down towards the bottom side, and that could be fun, right? You could potentially go for some kills. I mean, you have to be careful. Braum, obviously a very strong level 1 champion, but still, ranged versus melee. This is not going to be a particularly fun bottom lane in the early game here for Leave and Niket.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Niket misses that first Braum Q, so they can't even stack a stun. But yeah, definitely, especially into does alleviate a little bit of the pressure that LP is going to be going that on hit Varus, so not as lane dominant, but double range, the push expected to go their way. Level 2 going to be picked up first. It doesn't help as well that NiP do have Nio pathing away from them, so no assist is going to be coming anytime soon for Leave and Niket.
Still, that's not the end of the world. You do expect this bot lane to get pushed in. This isn't one of the situations, right, where you've got yourself some other late game scaling ADC that you can just not worry too much about getting pushed around by the center Braum. They're never really going to win this lane out unless you make a massive misstep for LNG. And importantly, it does open up the possibility of ganks on the rest of the map right here for Nio. The mid lane could potentially be spicy. The Vi does have very strong early gank, but also Zika perched very far forwards. He has got himself a ward in the Tri-Brush, so he's going to be relatively safe to get this push underneath the tower and not worry about it too much, but it does mean that Nio is at least on the side of the map where there is a possibility of ganks happening.
You have to really track how much value LP gets out of this on-hit Varus, because it always is defined by how often you think you can get comfortable auto attacks down to get the most out of your damage. And we'll see how many you can get against a comp. It's kind of designed to get on top of this Varus constantly. Nonetheless, the lane dominance is continuing. Niket burning the heal to keep himself safe, and this is buying a lot of space for Xiaofeng to get in position, at least to trade crabs and maybe make his way into the enemy jungle off the back of it.
Could potentially. We'll see if there's going to be any of that early aggression. I think something else also that is going to be worth tracking going on forwards is just how much you can really do right here with NiP's composition early on, because it should be lots, right? The Vi, very strong as an early ganker. The Rumble does tons of damage from the very beginning of the game and never really falls off. And the Sylas, decent at the skirmish as well. But how much can you really do right here? Because you've got a lot of decent anti-engage out of LNG that can just sort of stop you in your tracks.
Something to follow as this game progresses further. So far, not too much out of the ordinary. Junglers picking up their second clears on time, spawning the Groms at about the same time. Slight lead there for Nayo, but no real way to threaten the dragon just yet, because the Drake spawn isn't going to come in time. Both bottom lanes going to reset about at the same point. Doing B likely going to take his mid reset soon, teleport back in, so kind of what you expect from two teams that are making their first appearance of Split 3, just going through the motions of an early game.
Absolutely. Things have been very quiet so far. Like you said, this is going to be the first time we're seeing either of these teams. EDG, they've already staked their claim at the top of the standings. It will be at least until tomorrow that NiP could get themselves back up to the top as well. They play today and tomorrow. So if you are an NiP fan and if you're watching to see how this new look roster works out for them, then plenty of games from them coming up as well. In this one so far, as we said, everything has been relatively even. Xiaofeng actually going to go start up this Drake immediately, and he's absolutely allowed to do that. As we said, the bot lane push is just going to be coming through. You don't expect Leave Niket to be able to step up. We've also got mid push too, although teleport back in from Thoinby.
Yeah, and here is Nayo. Nayo and Niket looking to make their impact. Ball breaker right onto LP. He's kind of left alone. The bailout's going to come across. Dragon secure for Xiaofeng, but it's going to cost LP his life. And Xiaofeng has to flash out of the Drake pit. NiP, uber aggressive. We thought it'd be a classic Drake give, but they didn't come at a price, and now you've got Zika throwing hands with solo kill, going under the turret with the public execution, gets the kill, flashes out in style. That's a top lane solo bowl for your highlight reel, Zika.
Damn, and onto solo kill as well. Somebody we were talking about as a better look in the top lane for NiP than Shanji when they had him, but Zika stepping up right there, solo killing out, and that's rough, right? We talked about it, how the Rumble, yes, it's a bit of a rough lane into the Ambessa, but the Ambessa's a little bit more of a scaler. You expect the Ambessa to want to go for these fights a little bit later on, but the second that Zika has that level 6, recognizes that he's got that without having any of the threat of the equalizer to be able to get the kill back, and that's really, really nice to see. Gets the kills back as well, keeps things even, and we'll watch this one back, but I don't think anything fancy happens here. Yeah, solo kill overheats, and Zika just hits his stuff.
Gotta give credit though. Public execution, that hitbox is so
hard,
narrow, right? To just snipe this one with no setup.
Solo kill has flash up at that point as well. I don't know why he doesn't flash the public exclusion.
Hello. Okay, well, I don't know what this teleport is. I mean, Niket immediately has to flash away from a seismic shove. A little bit of nerves, jitters, definitely showing for NiP early.
Yeah. This is nice. This is nice. This is LNG picking up exactly where they left off with all of the momentum last time around. You can see it in the bottom lane. Lots of pressure being put down by LNG. Top lane as well. Now, though, this is going to be a fight.
Classic LPL. We're fighting over a blue buff, dropping all of our ultimates. Crescent Guard not going to protect Xiaofeng for long, but a huge stun comes across on the seismic shove. Hai Chao hits onto 3 members, but they just can't get over the wall to support him. And NiP collapse in time. Feats of Warfare secured. LNG, that is not your jungle to trifle with.
Enemy blue buff losing 2 kills for it. That's not going to be ideal. Yikes. I mean, you just can't do that, right? That's the sort of mistake that LNG have shown us many times, right? As much as we have enjoyed the way that they play now with Xiaofeng in a lot more, macro mistakes are something that they have been plagued with for a while, and bringing in the new jungler really didn't fix that overall. Still, you give over those couple of kills, it's only about a 900 gold lead at this point in the game. LNG, they respawn and they head straight back out onto the map, straight towards these grubs as well. They are perfectly happy to go for more skirmishes if need be, but it looks like NiP, they're happy to just concede these now. Heads on down to the bottom side of the map.
Good timer tempo coming across the Xiaofeng and LNG, knowing that LP had the wave shoved in. The Vars versus Senna matchup allows him to get that wave in. So despite the blue buff woes and the gold lead a bit out of their control, Xiaofeng has completely controlled the neutral game. Rarely are you going to see a team able to get 3 grubs and the first Drake without paying a pretty hefty price.
And that is nice to see. We've seen how control over the objectives so far today has been incredibly important. The souls have been coming up pretty early as well. Teams have just been really focusing on trying to stack up those Drakes. We'll see if LNG are going to keep up with that trend or if they're going to move away from it and just try to go for a couple more kills instead. Looking at where the early gold advantages are going, though, pretty even across the entire board, but there's a small advantage for Doinby and a decent size of one for Nio right now. He has done much, much better with this Vi than we saw Thundertalk get going.
2-0 has that Sundered Sky completed. We talked about how pivotal that first item break is. The question becomes now, where can you get the most use out of it? Called it out. Sticking up with Doinby, maybe looking for a mobile gank to put down. Believe Doinby is holding onto a, I thought he was holding onto a hijacked Weaver's Wall. Doesn't look like he has it for now. We do have a Dragon spawning about 50 seconds. Maybe that's where Nio will try and capitalize on his item advantage. Nobody else on the Rift holding on to a legendary item just yet.
Yeah, exactly. You really should not be stepping up right here as LNG. You do not have the item breakpoints to try to play around, and giving over the second Drake to your opponents really is not going to be the end of the world. Xiaofeng going to get a little bit harassed on his buff. Is going to be able to take this one. We're not going to have another massive fight over an enemy buff right here, but it does just give you that little bit of extra vision that you need for NiP. They've got a ton of wards all over the bottom side jungle right now for LNG. They know exactly what's going on.
Will they cross map or try and fight for the dragon? We learned our answer very quickly. I like this from LNG. Give the dragon, look for the dive on the other side. Seismic shove from Haichao going to land, get the first stun down. The wave, though, is depleting rapidly. Haichao's going to try and cut down the incoming wave, and NiP are very much so set up on that bot side. They got Pinks coming across. Great equalizer from Solo Kill. Should burn a lot of this wave down. Weaver's Wall's coming across, but the cannon minion survives, and it sets up the dive well. Valiant effort there from Solo Kill, but a better execution for LNG.
Really not even needed in that one. Just a nice, well-executed dive. Like I said, the wave was going down very quickly. The first minion wave also blocked the full combo coming out from Haichao. He hit himself a good seismic shove, but one of those stones ended up hitting. It just delayed things a little bit. It gives plenty of time for NiP to be able to pick themselves up that first dragon for themselves, and a good chunk of plating down on the bottom side of the map right now to Doinby. Of course, that's traded in the LP gets a couple of plates mid, and huge damage to the tower in the top lane as well.
Holy fire sale on plates.
Yeah, they're gone.
We've watched like 6 plates drop in the last 30 seconds, but gotta feel better about where LNG comes out standings-wise. They get the gold lead, and you talked about how going 1 for 1 on early Drakes, not much of a cost to pay for long-term investment, knowing that, hey, you get gold now, and those turrets are going to be even more wobbly in about 2 minutes.
And you just didn't have the item breakpoints to play around as LNG. I love that they were able to recognize that and just go play elsewhere, because now you're getting those first items completed. You can see Seraph's coming through right here for Haichao. Zika also going to be able to pick himself up that Eclipse, and the Eclipse plus level 6 is a spike that you love right here as Ambessa. You can now go toe-to-toe with a lot of the champions on the map and really find yourself some of these big angles into the backline as well. Bit of extra survivability too is really, really nice. So he's going to be very happy indeed. Things going to slow down a little bit again. You would have to imagine we've got 2.5 minutes until the next Herald's going to spawn, at 3.5 until the next Drake is on the board. But as we highlighted, there's some flimsy looking towers already.
Definitely going to get patience exercised by these mid laners. You mentioned the first item for Haichao. Roa done for Doinby. So we're going to wait to scale up before the damage really comes online for both of those guys. And as we pointed out, top and jungle duo is going to bring a lot of the punch early here. Like to see how Solo Kill and Nio sync up that equalizer cease and desist we already saw TT do a pretty good job with, and Xiaofeng and Zika definitely bring enough damage in their own right. But The turret's looking to be the threat here from LNG. They'll get some help in about 2 minutes in that aspect, but right now it's just about getting as many waves shoved under the turret as they control a superior wave clear scenario, or maybe just go back to a well that is already bore a lot of very helpful water in the name of killing off Solo Kill. That turret is standing on its last legs. Zika's bringing the wave up, but this time Solo Kill doesn't have an idea the dive's coming. Chains of Corruption connects into the public execution. That is poetry in motion, LNG, and the turret is the cherry on top, knocking down Solo Kill for a second time.
Zhou's even going to be the one who ends up tanking up the tower, so you could just keep pushing. Now, Haichao just going to get jumped.
Yeah, but there's the Crescent Guard that Xiaofeng can throw down, and Leaf takes 2 turret shots. It's a complete disaster, as you called, Bloxer. And NiP need to learn how to dive from LNG.
Yeah, I mean, usually you see a time when you've got yourself that cease and desist on Nio, and that should be a easy kill, but they just don't set it up any near as well. They don't have that layering of the CC, and it's kind of embarrassing that you just watch LNG walk away. Haichao has flash, didn't even use it. He was chilling in that situation. Still, towers are going to be traded back and forth, one a piece right here, and it does now mean that is going to be those monster slaying that is going to decide those feats of warfare.
Rift Herald would secure those boot upgrades for LNG on their own. And NiP still have a way to work back in that department. It's going to help them knowing that the long lane that they've got for themselves is topside with that top tier 1 turret down. So Haichao can get those waves deeper and further into the NiP side of the map. He has doesn't have his TP, but has Weaver's Wall. Gotta think Haichao's, no, he's gonna cancel this back. This is gonna be a big Rift Herald to fight over. So much at stake if NiP can try and shut down the LNG train.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna have to just find a big pick for themselves right here. I mean, looking at the champions they've got, NiP, you think they'd want to go for a little bit more of the team fight, but that's not gonna work until Leave has got way more stacks in his back pocket. For right now, just going to use the fact that you've got some of the big key ultis available and just buy a bit of space. This Herald is going to go down, but I don't know if LNG potentially want to go for a fight straight afterwards. It would be risky, and yeah, there's no real point. Great picture-in-picture to show the fact that you're still getting use on the Rift from this for LNG. They're going to be able to pick up this bot lane tower. This is even more gold for them.
Haichao, great Weaver's Wall. Herald's got to go the long way around. It's going to force Nio to jump in and now go for the charge as the Dawning Shadow is used onto Haichao. Oh, but Nio! Somebody revoked this guy's driver's license. He completely whiffs, and now Zika, he's teleported in. Has the following excuse, just going to hit on into Ken, and Xiaofeng goes forward. They get more than enough damage. The Ken is down with a snap of a finger. A tipsy-turvy drive-by turrets LNG, even more gold forward. They go about 2k gold ult, and they're going to look to try and threaten this mid-lane turret. Remember, they've got the grubs, they've got the man advantage, and NiP have just enough wave clear to deal with it.
Yikes. Oh, I've seen some dodgy driving before, but that is truly something special. I can't tell if Nio wanted to miss the tower there. He missed so badly, I have to assume that he didn't want to hit it. Oh, Leave is also just going to get caught right here. Haichao
turns it on to Haichao. Solo Kill's going after it, flashes forward. The exhaust is enough to keep Haichao safe to get the dragon, but here comes the Cat trying to hold up the big shield. LP very low, Haichao very low as well. LNG, they need to get out of this fight with as many people as they can to survive. And it's going to be the valiant sacrifice of Xiaofeng to make sure his carries are out without a gray screen.
Oh my, let's have a moment to take stock of what just ended up happening, because towers fall, heralds are missed, and drakes are taken in and amongst all of this play. In the end, it's just a couple of kills traded back and forth. Those are now even, but you do manage to pick yourself up that next drake. It's going to be an Infernal Drake grabbed. Now, is this on purpose?
What do you accomplish by not hitting the turret here?
I don't know. And this last minute turn makes me think he means it.
He meant to hit it. That's just a whip.
Yeah, he has to want to hit the tower there. But also, can I just say that even if he does it correctly, right, and he bends it round and hits the tower from that sideways angle, that just makes his escape worse. Like, it doesn't help him in any way to not just ram at the tower face first and then Vault Breaker away. And then this was the second half of the fight where LP does really well to be able to get himself away. Good flash to survive here, but it does just bait Xiaofeng in a little bit too close. He still has the Crescent Guard to be able to try get away here, which is crazy. Massively messy team fight. but that's not worthwhile for NiP whatsoever. They trade losing bot lane tower to Zika for the Rift Herald, and then with the Rift Herald. That's bad.
And then give away feats of strength off the dragon that LNG was able to get, even though they have to trade a kill. LNG in control. The main thing that might slow down these next couple minutes is how many of those squishies burn their flashes. High Chow and LP going to be waiting a while to get that key summoner up. That's going to slow LNG down. I believe is also a giant target on that immobile Senna, having to burn cleanse and flash in that last fight. We'll see if Zika will be able to punish that. We'll see if Xiaofeng makes that a true target here for LNG. Not much to fight on the map, though. Otacon still about a minute away, so things will settle into just battling for wave states.
Absolutely, it will. We'll see. We will see if NiP are going to be able to really fight their way into this game. So far, as much as it's been a comedy of errors for them in a lot of ways, it's not terrible, right? You do have that Senna slowly but surely stacking up. You've got that static completed already. A little bit of anti-heal coming through as well. Clearly worried about what Zika and Xiaofeng are going to be able to do. To be fair, LP as well. So that is something, but you're still a whiles away from the Senna really being particularly useful. Riftmaker now going to be completed for Doinby, so he's beginning to start the hurt. You know, you can worry about him soon enough. Right now, though, LNG, they're more than happy to just step up, take up their space, and a lot of that is off the back of the 2,000 gold lead Zika has in the top lane.
What the difference maker he's been. Even before Xiaofeng came around, Zika was Mr. Reliable in that top side, especially on these carries. Does not disappoint with the Ambassador so far. Though he's not the first one to 2 items on his squad. It's actually High Chow and LP, especially that Varus that needs to scale in this sort of on-hit build in a much better spot than Leave, who, like you called out, still needs time. So the damage advantage clearly on LNG's side. Again, like we called out ever since we got out of draft, it's just about who executes better.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. And so far, LNG have just had this slightly cleaner execution for themselves overall. So, decent damage coming through from LP, even with his poke, despite having this on-hit build right now. LNG pushing up very aggressively right now in the top side of the map. There they go.
I love these moves from High Chow. It's not to make aggressive plays, look for kills. It's just to get them small windows, to get towers, to get objectives. There's a mid-tower down. Would NiP have a response? Now he goes over the wall of Vault Breaker, but does not get close enough for a cease and desist angle of his own. LNG once again just going through the motion, slowly but surely, not panicking and building a bigger lead.
And it's really, really nice to see. We wanted to see them continue with this calm, collected style. As we highlighted, LNG, one of the very few rosters who did not make any changes between Split 2 and Split 3. So they all know each other. They've had plenty of games together already. And so far, it's looking pretty nice. Now, we do have a Drake spawning in 20 seconds' time. It's going to be Soul Point if LNG can pick it up for themselves. But also, Otacon is on the top side of the map as well. And that's where a lot of NiP's vision has been invested so far. They're going to have to walk in now, a bit blind, to try to pick themselves up any vision if they do want to contest for this Drake.
Solo Kill has to answer that top wave. We talked about how extending that lane with the turret advantage going to allow for setups. You see it now manifesting in this bot side. Solo Kill does have teleport, but here comes that push and pull you were talking about. LNG, they're kind of caught in no man's land, and NiP are going to call their bluff, immediately hop on Otacon, which is the much more valuable prize. LNG, they're just going to have Xiaofeng burn down the dragon. They seem content to be giving this Otacon or have no clue that it's going down. They got to force their way out mid lane to make this somewhat worth of a trade, but they might just be a little bit too late to the punch here.
I think they should be able to at least get a good chunk off of it. Nice hostile takeover out of Doinby.
Oh my god, sets up the snare. Doinby almost doing it all on his own to protect that mid-tier 2 turret, so this time NiP better on the cross map.
Yeah, and actually they're going to be able to get a good chunk out of this tower in the top lane as well. Forces the teleport out right here from Zika to just stop that push from coming on through. And you say Doinby nearly does it himself. Doinby nearly forces LP to do it himself. That Rageblade Hawk Varus hitting his own teammates, that was very nearly a kill going over. Crazy to see. And that is again why we highlighted the Sylas as a key pick for a key player for NiP. Doinby really needs to step up in this game if his team wants any hope of winning, and he's got a ton of great ultis available to him to do it.
Split 2 was marred by questions of the carry potential of our opening Split MVP, Doinby. 2-0 on the Sylas. holds one of the biggest gold leads of the game so far, and like you called about, some clutch ultimates to try and define this game and start this series out with the right foot forward. You're waiting all night for this matchup, NiP and LNG, two teams that should be threatening the top of Group Nirvana, and through 24 minutes of our first game, they do not disappoint. We are neck and neck with small advantages clearly on each side.
Absolutely. Picking up that Atacon, that's pretty huge for them, right? But they're not actually that far ahead in terms of all the petals and everything. You know, it's not the massive gap you could otherwise have, and you don't have anywhere near as many Drakes. It was odd. It was odd play out of LNG right there. It wasn't them being able to further extend the advantage they had for themselves, and this is Nio trying to catch out somebody that physically doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Nobody's in the bottom half of the map right now.
Yo, Bloxer, these caster minions have no idea what's coming.
Yo.
Oh, he moved up. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I respect the play, but that is definitely about 15 seconds of waste. Oh, he canceled his back. Are we gonna steal? There's not even camps to steal. Nio. Oh, sweet.
Did they even get to touch this tower? They shouldn't, because Haichao has arrived. Haichao is here.
If this turns into a Haichao dive,
oh, it is.
Oh my God, it is. Good flash, Haichao. Okay, hold on. Turn aggro from Nio, but he gets another full breaker through. Worth. Nio, worth.
I cannot believe that works out for them right now. That's really unfortunate. But hey, to be fair to Haichao, he wasn't expecting 20 minutes later for Nio to be there. But he did kind of show himself on vision. doinb not quite going to have enough minions with that first wave to be able to pick up this tier 2 tower. Actually decides to back off, doesn't know where all of the remaining members for LNG are. Could have been a good chunk of gold injected. Still, it's another kill going over to NiP. They keep themselves really close in gold, right? There's barely 100 between these two teams at the moment, and a ton of key items have been able to come through. The stacking is there. doinb getting real close as well to being fully online, and this is good. This is good from NiP to be able to claw their way back into this game. Now, obviously, we're 25 minutes in. Baron is now available, but the longer that you wait just sitting around looking at this Baron, the closer that we get to this next Drake spawning. 1 minute 30 until that one's on the board, and it is going to be the soul for LNG if they can grab it.
This is the exact spot you want to have a guy like doinb. Talk so much about Group Nirvana this split, defined by new additions, inexperienced additions, even for NiP, right? With the Ket and Nio, they don't have a lot of pressure in high-stakes games, pressurized games. And doinb has been on stages so much bigger, so much more pivotal for the LPL and beyond. That's the guy you want to have pilot you through here. doinb, all attention's on him. Level 16 on the Silas. He is 3 levels up on Haichao right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how well doinb has been able to do for himself. It would be a massive gold lead for the team if it wasn't for the fact that Zika has also been able to gap solo kill quite so hard. Obviously killed him in the early laning phase as well, which really did help. Teleport coming on through from Haichao. He's going to rejoin the rest of the squad. Wasn't quite able to complete a third item though, so everybody is pretty much sat on 2 items and some dreams moving on forwards. 30 seconds now until this Drake is going to spawn. And LNG, they get themselves that critical mid push and actually turn around and head straight up towards the Baron. You're trying to bait NiP in right here.
Or you initiate the swap, right? A trade that NiP would hate to pay. Infernal Soul or Baron. NiP have to, they're walking through a minefield right now. Poke coming down, leave. Again, you called it out earlier, Blocks. They're positioning errors.
Yeah.
No reason he needs to be there and have to expend that flash.
You do not want to be the furthest forwards person at any point right here as Leave, but he is. Still, doinb is going to be able to take that hostile takeover for himself. The death brush being set up by LMG, but NiP, they're going to be well aware this is happening.
Oh, Nio gets on to LP. Doesn't commit the CSS, and he has to flash back out. Flash is being traded. Equalizer comes out. Public execution does land onto doinb, but Zika now has to flash himself out over the wall. Flashes galore. It's a fire sale. And it somehow sets the battle lines back up pretty even. With the first track towards the Drake pit is on to Nio. Him and doinb are going to try and burn down this Infernal as LNG grapple for the mid lane control. But they know what's up. They sniff something's afoot. They're trying to set that same trap again. Who's going to walk in first? They can't. Has to burn the next flash. We've seen 5 flashes burn in the last 30 seconds alone.
The reaction times to be able to flash away from that one was crazy. That one happened in a split second. But like you said, that's so many of the flashes gone and off of a ton of the key immobile squishy carries right here. Haichao, LP, Leave, None of those have flashes to get themselves away. Now Nio trying to steal away a red buff.
Mid-tier 1 turret being up is such a pain point for NiP. They're trying to force it down. Jungler's jacking over a red buff, but no one willing to commit.
Nobody dies.
It's just the pressure blocks her of a game so close, knowing 28 minutes in, you know, forget about Baron and everything. Losing a clear fight at this point, the death timers are drawing pretty long.
Yeah, the game is over, but this was critical in the previous series, and it may well be critical right now. Doinby headed back to base, got himself a Zhonya's, and teleported back. So he's now got that golden available to him, and we've seen how much that can change a team fight, especially for someone like the Silas who's looking to get into the backline and be annoying. Having that golden available to you is going to be huge. Obviously, in and amongst all of that jockeying, the Drake was picked up right here by NiP. It delays the game a little bit. It gives you more time, another 5 minutes for Leave to get that scaling going, to get him to those 3-4 items and all of the stacks that he really needs. And whilst that went down, LNG weren't able to get themselves onto the Baron. Like you said, mid lane tier 1 tower has to be a big priority right here for NiP, because without it going down, it's making playing around this Baron really tricky.
LNG just feel like they've slowed down to a snail's pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unsure of their, not unsure, just not confident to make these big plays to force a Baron start. NiP are really dictating all the tempo around the map. And again, the leader Doinby at the forefront of that.
Still. In the previous fight, we saw 1,000,001 seismic shoves get flashed away from, and those flashes are not back up again. If Leave makes another key mispositioning error, well, there you go. That's your in onto this team fight, and without that ADC, it's going to be very tricky for NiP to be able to win any of these fights. 3 items now completed as well onto LP. He's in a very strong spot. 3 items as well on Zika. These key carries. Doinby jumps over the wall. I don't know that you want to do that.
Xiaofeng jumps on top of him with his 3-pointed strike. Crescent guard hijacked. Seismic shove. No damage comes across. How is Doinby doing this? 1 versus 2. He is not afraid. He's the one to be feared. And it's LNG that somehow go out more hurt, losing another flash. It's Haijiao who somehow has to bail out of that play.
Crescent Guard plus that Rift Maker means that there's just so much healing available, and that's going to give the mid lane priority that NiP desperately needed. They're going to be able to pick up this tier 1 tower. Now they can step back up towards the Baron. Resets have come through, however. You do need to be careful that your opponents have now spent a lot of gold, and you haven't. So there's going to be a little bit of an item disadvantage if you want to fight right now. Recognizing that, good NiP, they are also going to head back to base. 30 minutes into this game, and it feels like it really is on a knife's edge right here, Slayer.
Once again, Doinby making the difference in situations where he shouldn't have as much impact. We saw the mid-tier 2 stand he made with 1 hostile takeover. He goes into fog in front of 2 members of LNG and still comes out on top.
Yep.
This guy's just aura farming LNG right now. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't mind, right? He's stepping up, he's confident, and I like to see it right now. Doinby again. Got himself that hostile takeover. It's the best of the ultis at the moment, but there's still plenty of other good ones, even when he doesn't have that available. We've actually waited so long between the previous play between Baron and Drake that the next one's going to be spawning in a minute's time. It would be Soul Point if NiP grab it, and Soul for LNG. They cannot afford to let this game go longer and longer, can LNG. Like you said, Snail's Pace has activated, and that's just helping NiP at this point.
Mainly because Leave is 3 items, i.e. done, and at 120 soul stack. This guy's clicking heads from halfway across the map. And like you talked about, LNG should be the one dictating tempo. They get Baron or Soul, but instead they're getting corralled in their own jungle. And NiP looking to spring the trap just now. Hijack hostile takeover. It's on the 3 members of LNG, but it's Nio that nearly dies. Blinking health bar as the redemption keeps all LNG safe. Nio goes a bit too far forward, opening to LNG.
I don't know that they can really press the advantage, though. Yes, you managed to get a good chunk of damage onto Nio, but you don't complete the kill. That's not the jungler dead here for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and you lose a good chunk of health off of a lot of your members as LNG there too. That fight goes wrong, very specifically, because Doinby misses his chains. Doinby hits those chains. That's probably a 1 team fight right there. The hostile takeover, the hijacked one, had hit across multiple people, but it didn't matter in the end because Doinby, he just missed one of those chains, and it meant that he couldn't follow up on the rest of the kill. It left Nio out to dry a little bit. Still, Nio's been able to head back, get himself a ton more health. The Baron now going to be started by LNG. This is risky.
But they
You're
get
losing
forced
Drake
off
for
it
it
again. They're just standing
to do
still
it.
and watching this game crumble. Constantly answering mid-waves, too afraid to pull the trigger. And now all of a sudden, NiP are on Soul Point out of a position they never should have gotten to.
Yikes, 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 yikes. LNG, they just are sitting and watching the game happen to them with a composition that really needed them to continue to be proactive. They're getting the items through, right? Void Staff now going to be complete for Haichao as well. He's going to begin to deal damage, but now it's NiP who start up the Baron, and can LNG force their way into the pit? The Baron, it's already down to about a third of its HP.
Oh, nobody can make up their mind at this Baron. There's not a vision. They're not confident that they want to fight with Baron and kill, but there's the Cat going forward, gets the double knockup on the Glacial Fissure. Haichao is caught. Beautiful layering. Glacial Fissure, Equalizer, turning and burning LNG. Bronson comes across, and look at Leave. He's clicking LP from halfway across the map.
Now, with all of the delays, Leave has gotten online, and now NiP, they can turn back around and head back towards this Baron. They lose no members for that fight. Everybody walks away from this one. And it's been a dance around the Baron for a full 10 minutes right here, but NiP, they come out on top.
This is a filibuster level stall from NiP.
Yeah.
They stalled this thing for 12 minutes, and now Leave is just the juggernaut of the Rift.
Yeah. He's just chilling at this point, but it's exactly as you highlighted right now. He goes over and just instantly gets on top of LP. Yeah, LP doesn't die, but it's the knock-up right there from the cease and desist that ends up landing. Oh, and it's miserable. Leaven's literally just right-clicking. There's absolutely nothing else that he's doing, and he's so far away with the rapid-fire cannon as well. It's so tricky to play. And this was the problem, right? We kept highlighting it for LNG. They're delaying, they're delaying, they're delaying. They're not getting themselves that Infernal Soul that they were set up for 10 full minutes ago. They're not getting themselves the Baron that they were set up for, and they're allowing Leave to just keep on stacking. And NiP, they are in firm control of this game. It's been back and forth up until this point, but now 5k gold lead and the Baron buff. What can they do to crack open this game?
Start farming more kills. 11 kills in about 36 minutes. That's going to change real soon. And then NiP can just start this Baron assault. Mid tier 2 down, bottom tier 2 to follow right after that. LNG, they're playing slow, and now they're getting corralled like a herd into their own base. There's more turrets to be had here for NiP as well. We are nearing full item Leave with this Senna. 140 stacks. Rapid fire cannon. I know I was being hyperbolic saying he was clicking halfway across the map. At this point, with the rapid fire cannon, he might actually be able to click somebody that's off screen.
Yeah, you're getting to the point where you can take Baron across the back of the pit very easily, Dragon 2. That could actually be critical depending on how these next couple of fights go, but Leave is not even the main carry right here. Again, we're just seeing Doinby step up and buy so much space for his team, so look at as well. He's been putting a ton of really nice equalizers down too. And oh boy, you just watch that flash up on the side of your screen too. Doinby, he just completed himself that death cap as well, so he's going to be hitting like an absolute truck. Look at that range.
890. I mean, that is absurd.
Nearly 900.
Nearly 900 range on the
He's
rapid
actually
fire.
off the screen.
And,
Like, that's insane.
And this is not a tanky LNG comp, which, again, is just further tunneling on how they've completely wasted their window ahead.
Yeah.
Anybody can get this work from Leave by this point. I'm just waiting to see this first auto. Oh my god, he lands the W into the Abscond Duck, and they get of anybody is Shoutfung, drops the Crescent Guard, doesn't matter. Now you executes him, and here comes NiP at full force. You waited too long, LNG. You messed around with the wrong juggernaut of Group Nirvana, and now they're just gonna farm all these kills up. Down goes Zika, the rest of LNG to fall at the wayside. NiP are not here to play in Group Nirvana.
There we go, it takes a while, nearly a 40-minute game, but in the end, NiP, they show up big time. They get to stall the game out long enough for Leave to get online, for Doinby to start hitting like a truck. This is what we wanted to see from NiP. Yes, we talked about them needing to completely dismantle their opponents, and sure, it looks like a very long game, but for the team composition that they had, this is the game plan that they needed to execute on, and barring one or two little mistakes early on, that was a very, very impressive game right here from the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
it was a classic case, right, of a
Yeah.
roster that makes 2 changes. We already talked about in our last series how much jungle changes have a lasting impact on a team's, chemistry, even support, right? Those are 2 roles that facilitate so much of the gameplay. So I'm willing to write off that rust of the early game, just trying to get adjusted to being back on stage. It's so on point. We talk about Doinby endlessly, and from Split 1 and Group Ascend how massive he was, but now he's in a whole lower league, it feels like, in Group Nirvana. And you saw the impact he had. He just forced LNG to a standstill when they had all of the pressure.
Yeah. Every single moment that it felt like LNG should have been able to get something done, they just weren't able to get it done. They were just not confident enough to step up.
No.
You highlighted it beautifully midway through that game, where it's just like, do something.
It's
You
like
are-
the
you
it's like
have
the
the
stick
advantage.
meme, right? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
poking. It's like, hey, man. Their social team, I just gave you your meme. Do that for game 1
There you
for
go.
LG.
Yeah.
When are you going to do something, man? Just
And
poke
make
them.
sure you Photoshop Slayer's face right on top of him. I think it's Bart Simpson doing the poking. We need a Slayer face right there. No, it was unfortunate. It's actually something that I was thinking about during our previous series, but didn't end up saying, was that it was nice to see when we've got some of the worst teams here in the Group Nirvana, that they've gotten past their inactivity, right? As much as there were big mistakes happening when we were watching Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime, they weren't inactive, they weren't doing nothing, they were flinging themselves at each other. But LNG, it felt like they went back to that terrible form they were in during Split 1, where they'd maybe get themselves advantage, maybe wouldn't, but either way, they'd just turtle, they'd just stop moving, they'd stop trying to make things happen. You could see, they'd go, oh, maybe we can Baron, but we can't, or maybe we can Drake, and we can't. And it doesn't help you in this situation, not when there's a Senna. It's better for you to try for the big team fight, and maybe with your better item breakpoints, with your very strong Ambessa, you can find the team fight, because otherwise, you're just letting the Senna get ahead, and at some point, the Senna's just going to take your head off, and you're not even going to see her do it.
Yeah, it's a unfortunate pill to swallow here for LNG,
Look at the
knowing
leave damage!
Look at the goal graph, right? I know it looks minuscule because it's only like 2,000, but the consistent 2,000, and then you factor in they were 3-1 up on Drake Souls.
Yeah.
Vision control over towards Baron, but they just always were. NiP called their bluffs constantly. Yeah, leave with 37%. Damage share, but this is a Doinby game. The stats aren't going to show it. It doesn't matter. NiP do not win this game without him shot calling and him making those clutch difference making plays. We saw the mid tier 2 turret, hostile takeover, nearly trying to get killed like 1v3, and then face checking over a wall and somehow forcing High Chow to flash out. These are things that only you're going to see Doinby do in Group Nirvana all split long.
Absolutely, and hey, if he can keep it up, this is what we really need from him, right? You play against a worse level of competition. That is, not ideal. You would like to play against the highest level, but at the same time, it means that they're going to have games like this where you can just really sink your teeth and get to see some great play right here out of Doinby, and in the end, making it to the top 4 right here of Group Nirvana. The fact this works-ish. It works in that he gets a kill eventually is crazy, but...
so funny.
They never see him whatsoever. High Chow thinks he's just catching a wave in front of Doinby, but nope. No, you do not. And that was a long time spent bot lane, but we didn't see anything happen in the top side of the map. That was actually something that Thunder Talk was really impressing me with in the previous series, where whenever something was happening bot side that they weren't a part of, they got something on the rest of the map. That was something that NiP were very good for in this game as well, whereas LNG, they just weren't able to do anything at that point. This was the point at which, Leave was just hitting like a truck, and it was too late. And it's so unfortunate to see, because LNG, they'd done well for themselves. They put themselves into a good spot. Inactivity, and in one case, over-aggression over an enemy blue buff that I don't know why they were there fighting. That LPL special, as you said, right? I'm not sure what they were doing, but sure, fine. It was fun to watch. Without those mistakes, this could be a different game, right? It shouldn't have ended like it did, but for LNG, it's going to be back to the drawing board before Game 2.
And just hopefully taking away that, or the message that comes across from this is, hey guys, we have this game in the bag, and as much as that stings, it's important to think about what we did right to get to that point and how we bring it home, because the LPL is chaotic in the sense that we fight over blue buffs. It's also chaotic in a lot of teams. we'll talk a lot more about it once we get Group Ascend in here. Like, teams had a lot of struggles closing out games, and that's
they did.
There's nothing more frustrating in League than being in a spot to win and not being able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, absolutely, and LNG doing that, it sucks for them, but yeah, like you said, it's not particularly rare. I would like to see in this game number 2 something that's a little bit more early aggressive. Maybe we can get to see NiP close out a game quick and cleanly. That would be fun to see some different styles from them. I do think that's kind of unlikely, I'll be honest, right? We've just seen, Doinby was always going to get the player of the game. We saw previously, right, that we got all of the very hyper-scaling late-game ADCs out of the way first, and then we got to see something a little bit more early-game focused. If they want to go for the same style again, hey, it worked in game number 1.
Lot to take away from game number 1 here, but we already saw some things that many expected, knowing that NiP, with their new additions, their useful injection in jungle and support would bring, and that is their crown jewel, their veteran, Doinby, making an instant impact. LNG came out scrappy, came out flying after a lot of time getting to hone their skills in the offseason, but it wasn't enough to get over the hump against MVP Doinby. 1 game, 1 MVP in Group Nirvana, as the NiP fans were hoping for. Can he use that momentum to carry home a sweep and get NiP up on the board of Group Nirvana? We'll have to find out that and more after another intermission. We'll see you guys on the other side. Normally I'd say I hope everybody got to like calm down, lower their heart rate after some of these LPL games because they're high octane. I hope you got to wake yourself up. Maybe do some. I did some jumping jacks off to the side just to get myself going. Because boy, oh boy, did LNG give us a bit of a snoozer on a game that was really in their control. But you got to look ahead. You got to put that game behind you, Bloxer, and figure out what was right in that game for LNG. What would you say was going right for LNG in that game 1?
Hey, up until about 20 minutes into that game, the answer is plenty, right? They were able to get themselves some decent leads in a couple of spots, and everything was working decently well. Zika gets that solo kill against solo kill up in the top lane. That's great. He had an almost 2,000 gold advantage, couple levels lead as well, and it was resulting in that being one scary Ambessa. Haichao also was hitting, or at least would have been hitting, a ton of really good seismic shoves if there weren't a million flashes coming out to avoid them. So it looked good. It really did look good for LNG right there. Up until 20 minutes into the game, maybe even 25 minutes into the game, is the point at which the Baron spawns and things just completely stall out that ends up ruining the game for them. So for LNG, I think you've got two options here, right? You either go for another game where you've got an early game focused composition and you actually play it and you properly keep your foot down and try to get yourself an early lead like they did and then stick with it and play it out. Or you play what a lot of teams seem to be going towards at the moment, which is grab yourself one of these hyperscaling ADCs, of which there are still plenty available on the board, and then you just play that slow game and it works in your favor this time.
We'll have to see. I'm glad you shouted out the scaling factor because, well, we have a very limited sample size so far in Split 3. We're going to have a lot of games. Does seem like a lot of teams are leaning a lot more into the scalers. It seems like a lot of people saw the stats on like Callista lanes outside of Jackie Love. DBT in chat, I'm sure you're protesting how much better Jackie Love is, being the Callista numbers. But the results are coming back for the super scalers.
It's not good to be on the Callista at the moment. It really isn't. I think it's very interesting, actually, that the Varus is still sat super high up in the pick ban priority.
That's
almost 100% bans at them. I think it's like 88% coming into today bans, and it had 3 bans in the previous series. It's now been picked here, so almost 100% pick ban is going to be continuing on for this champion. But in this game, it really wasn't that impressive. And again, I think that's the debate, right, between the on-hit and the poke version, where it was on-hit this time, but LP was not allowed to hit at any point. He was not allowed to step up. So LP, I think he's going to have to pick up a very different style of champion. When we're talking about late game scalers, though, the Smolder has to be on everybody's radar right now. We saw how close 1XM was to, so close to being able to actually take over a game and be able to pull that one through. And there's a lot of champions at the moment that feel like they're perfectly happy to just wait 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then we'll play.
So, and the flip side of that is it adds a lot of pressure towards the top side to really get things going earlier on, which is fun in this matchup because I think Xiaofeng, we talked about, is the catalyst for this LNG team a lot of the time, and Doinby gets to play that Silas, which I know scaled really well, but you have to be a pretty nice playmaker. And we have 2 top laners who love to pick carry champions and throw down hands. Zika, you mentioned, got the upper hand in the Ambessa Rumble matchup, but solo kill, I mean, the guy's named solo kill for a very clear reason, and he made that apparent once he subbed in for NiP last split.
Exactly. As soon as he arrived, it was looking a lot better for NiP. Obviously, their problems did not go away. That's why they made a ton more roster changes between Split 2 and Split 3. But it was a ways towards having another lane to potentially play around when Doinby wasn't playing anywhere near as well. And when Leave was getting himself decent leads, but, I mean, it's hard when you're just good as the ADC and the rest of your team are falling apart. It's very easy to just full focus onto an ADC. They don't have the tools to keep themselves alive most of the time. So solo kill coming in, drawing some more pressure up towards the top side, it did help. It was something good for them. And right here, he's going to have to keep it up, right? He needs to find himself a little bit more of an advantage, I'd say, in the top side, because it's not ideal, let's say, to get yourself solo killed right at the start. And hey, Zika's a good player, but you don't want to be falling behind, not giving NiP sort of any ways to get into this one.
LNG going to try to get themselves back into the series by way of blue side. As we dip into Game 2 draft here, Annie once again pulling a lot of bans. Gwen, Pantheon just been perma-banned across our day today. That will continue as we do see I love that from LNG, though. Best Lucian player maybe in the LPL might right now be Leave the way he piloted this champion. So they throw a respect ban down in that route. Bloxer, what pivotal B1 champions, though, Or are you expecting to see slip through here?
Oh, I mean, does the Azir get taken off the board once again? That was the previous ban. No, that one is going to be allowed through. Haichao does love to pick that one up, but there's a lot of strong mid laners. Yeah, I was going to say, the Orianna still available, and the Rai is actually going to be the focus right here out of LNG. And that one, it pumps so much damage, but obviously quite short-ranged once you're actually looking to deal all of your damage during these team fights.
Oh, no.
No. This is a troll hover. It's a troll hover. It's fine.
This is the Kalista of the mid lane, man. All right. Well, okay, listen, I'll say that. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's actually Doinby Lee Sin mid. No, it's definitely not. All right. So Nayo's going to try and pick up where Rocky left off with the Lee Sin. We'll see if that lands. And Doinby is going to fall for the Twisted Fate trap. So immediately NiP are going to have to be a lot more aggressive in the early game because those two champions do no damage if this game goes past like 25 minutes. And they're staring down a Jackson Arise for LNG.
Yeah, I mean, the damage will be pumping right here for LNG, and they're also going to be able to pick themselves up the Alistar nice and early on because you're not worried about the Silas coming through. I like what LNG have got for themselves very early into this game. Looks like Solo Kill is considering the Cassante. I mean, the Cassante into Jax matchup, it can get a bit frisky, you know? If you're looking to get very aggressive right here, things can get a little bit explosive. At the same time, the Cassante should be fine, and it does give you some more of that late-game insurance in terms of just being able to absorb pressure. Doesn't deal the damage, though, and they're instead going to pivot, going to go on towards that Rakan. Obviously, they banned away the Xayah, so you don't have that Premier pairing available to you. And you are still waiting for the damage to come through, right? You are waiting to see where you get some aggression from. It's going to have to be from Solo Kill right now. But in terms of aggressive top laners, you've usually got the Rumble, the Gwen, and they're gone. The Aatrox, maybe, as something aggressive? Like, potentially?
You gotta think, I would just, in any of these options they aren't popping into our heads right now. Might just catch a ban here from LNG.
Yeah.
We're gonna ban lead Jin. That's pretty good pairing with TF, right? Just being able to like stun and snare lock from a distance. So I don't hate that ban without a doubt. Yeah, what does Solo Kill want to do with the damage? ZIP need damage fast to follow up with this comp. Or maybe just better global threats, but again, like you called out, there's already been a ton of the champions that fit that style that have gotten banned away as the Kai'Sa comes off the board for Leave, and now after a fresh set of bans, Solo Kill is going to opt into that Cassante matchup, and man, this is like NiP Split 2, we are putting all the damage on to one guy and Leave, and while it was fun in the highlights, it rarely worked against 50% teams.
Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe this is going to be a pop-off performance on the Lee Sin from Nayo, and maybe Doinby is going to show us that actually this is a great champion in the Twisted Fate. We will see. We will see. It's going to be the Fury locked in right here for Xiaofeng. He's going to see the aggressive Lee Sin and say, hey, I can raise you the dog right here. And the Fury's in a really interesting spot where if you're very good on this champion, you could just completely take over the games. But again, similar to the Lee Sin in that if you fall behind, this champion can be pretty dang useless. And it is going to be the Sivir locked in right here. Now, this is not a Sivir with that much frontline around her. You've got a lot of champions diving away from you. So that's going to leave LP potentially open to getting hit. And hey, we said we needed damage, we needed some mobility as well. I do really like the lock-in right here of the Zeri. If anything was going to be able to carry you through, and this is also a champion that Leave has been so good on.
Yeah, we saw in the clips earlier that Leave was able to dismantle an early game and run away with a win for NiP on this Zeri. But there are a lot of worrying trends on both sides. I feel like mostly for NiP. You talk about how much you're leading on Leave to carry home damage, but also I think LNG have done a pretty good job at trying to at least buffer some of those constant yellow cards. You've got you go untargetable with the ultimate on the Fury for Xiaofeng, so he can kind of deny getting yellow card, especially knowing he has to be able to jump forward. And then obviously everyone knows with the Sivir kit, right? You can just spell shield a yellow card that's coming in. So already Doinby's TF effectiveness, even just trying to gank lanes early, has been negated a bit.
Yeah, and the fact that you're also into a Rise right here, where the Realm Whip is obviously a little bit less good at getting you into these side lanes, but you can at least follow the Twisted Fate around. It's not like you've got a sit in the mid lane and not move around the map champion like an Orianna sat there like an Azir. The Ryze can follow you around and be annoying, and he could also bring the rest of the squad with you. If you're looking to go gank onto the side lane, well, that's going to be really hard. Of course, the Twisted Fate ulti, it's not just useful for getting around the map and hitting those stuns and trying to get you those kills. The vision it gives you can be incredibly important once you get into these big team fights where maybe you didn't get all of that vision set up. But hey, we can at least check where everybody is. We're not going to be surprised by a Baron happening all of a sudden. You know, there's other angles in which this Twisted Fate can be good. Still, though, we're a bit suspicious of it.
You know who's not suspicious? The wild pack of NiP fans. Bringing the energy in the arena.
Yeah.
They're not worried about this comp from NiP, and I will say, while I think we have valid criticisms of this NiP comp, it does put us in a very fun spot knowing what we got from Game 1 Bloxer.
Oh, yeah.
Where from a macro standpoint, LNG were scared. They weren't confident in any of their plays trying to bring home a win. So NiP are saying, we're comfortable playing a bit of a wacky comp that gives us even more agency even earlier on, and we're daring you to try and match our tempo.
Absolutely. I'm going to give you some high-level analysis here, and then I'm going to explain it.
Okay.
This NiP composition, if it works, it works. Right, and that's an obvious statement, right? If it works, of course it works.
Holy.
But
I don't even know how to understand that analysis.
What that means is that this composition doesn't have tools to get itself back into the game. But the second that you give it a little bit, even an inch right here, you give an early kill to Nayo, or maybe this early laning phase ends up going really well for leaving Niket all of a sudden, well then that snowball, that gravy train, it just keeps on rolling. And we may get to the end of this game, and we're 25-30 minutes into it, and NiP have just ripped the head off of LNG. Or we get to the end of this game, and NiP literally never got anything going, and it looks terrible. And that's the risk you take with these high-variance compositions. At the same time, though, Doinby showed us that he was feeling himself in game number 1. This is a signature pick right here for Leave. And Nayo, we've already gotten to see a Lee Sin work earlier today, so you know what? I'm okay with them picking up right here, but they've got to show us that they know how to play this comp, and that they can afford to play these high-variance compositions.
They do have some time to build up and settle in, especially for Doinby, right? This is one of those, you talked about where the Senna was into the Sivir again in TT versus Ultra Prime, where it's like, yeah, Sivir is usually really weak, but against this champion, it's actually a nice lane. That's what Haichao's thinking. Rise into TF early on. It's like, oh, actually, this is pretty comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. But that big push is potentially going to open up a lane that Nayo could look to try gank onto. As we said last time we saw Lee Sin, you've got to get going with this champion, but that's exactly the same thing right here for Xiaofeng, and he's shown us that he can be very aggressive early on. The Naafiri obviously is a complete monster, can tower dive better than almost any other champion in the game as well, so could potentially look to get aggressive on any of these pushing lanes too, but you really do have to get going, because again, Naafiri just doesn't give you anything in these team fights if she doesn't have damage.
And especially if she's getting caught by stray yellow guards, not timing that untargetable for him. Xiaofeng, who we credit for so much of LNG's success, trying to crawl back in Group Nirvana and Split 2, in a position to really carry on with the pack. But Lee Sin already showed out in the first series, and now it is Nayo's turn, ganking onto Zika in prime position. He gets the double counter-strike stun. There is the resonating strike, but a great hop means that Zika doesn't actually even have to use his flash. Still just such a rock in this top side.
Absolutely, Zika really has been one of the best look pieces for LNG. And that's often not what we say about the good teams. Good teams often look at their top laners and kind of wish for something a little bit better. Not in this situation. Zika has been very solid for them so far. And the fact he is able to just head back to base, teleport back in, he's not even going to miss any minions off of the back of that one. It's just going to be absolutely fine. Still, I like the early aggression out of Nayo. He's got to just keep trying to make things like that happen. He's going to head back out onto the map with a couple of long swords in inventory as well. So he's going to be pretty dang strong too.
Seeing the waves crash on in for the spot side. We'll see if NiP is trying to swap out, and Zhuo, good headbutt pulverized combo to make sure he doesn't take too much damage. Desperately trying to hold this wave for LP to be able to do so.
It takes one step forwards, otherwise he would have been able to grab a pretty nice freeze right there for LP. It's still not the end of the world. He still actually held that wave decently well, keeps LP in a decent spot in this lane state to where Zhou can go head back to base, and now actually he's not going to head straight back towards the bottom side of the map. He's going to go have a sniff through the mid lane.
Why not? Sivir is such a comfortable spot, especially
Yeah.
to a Zeri. So you could just let this Sivir farm waves, and especially trying for LNG to make sure they not necessarily fight as aggressively as NiP early with this Lee Sin TF combo, but dissuage them from being able to get advantages. That's the more important part. I love this for Zhuo teaming up with Xiaofeng, just run around as his bodyguard, allowing them to get some vision down. They don't spot Naya, who is waiting for his Krugs to respawn. The Dragon on the bot side of the map has hit the Rift, but both teams postured pretty heavily towards this top side. It's only really the 80 carries that are trading waves for now near that Drake pit.
So far, so even, as you would kind of expect. Both of these teams have relatively similar paths through the game in terms of overall scaling. You've got a little bit more potentially for yourself over on LNG just with that Sivir. Once you hit 6 items, this champion is so strong, one of the strongest at that point, but obviously that's a very, very long way in the future. Even that previous game we had that was pretty slow didn't make it to that point. Instead, it's about what LP and Zhou can do for themselves right here, right now. Early posturing around what could potentially be a Drake, but Xiaofeng gonna head back to base. And with the bot lane push happening right here for Leave Niket, that could be a pretty easy Drake take here for Nio if he wants it.
Does have to worry about Hai Chao kind of spotting out, trying to scout to see if that Drake is started up. This looks like Nio is attacking it now, unless it's a Scuttle Crab I think he's going after. But Joyby is going to make it a point to try and get this Drake going. Let's be careful to sack his wave. Pick where to come over the wall for Xiaofeng. So he knows this dragon is being started for now, but he's going to go onto his chicken, so he's going to actually skip across the map. He has a blue buff to answer for. So Xiaofeng not comfortable trying to contest this Drake. And
No.
kind of feel like they weren't in a terrible spot to at least try and rush Nio off of it, but no, LNG are content, playing slow once more and giving this first neutral over.
I think, to be honest, I like it in this situation, right? You've got yourself a much weaker bot lane at this point in the game. The Lee Sin, you beat the Neferi in the 1v1, and especially with a couple of friends about as well. And you do have that level set for Doinby, so he can teleport his way into any of these fights. I can understand just leaving that one, just backing away from it. I don't know that you could do the same right here for all of the grubs, right? You really can't afford to give that first Drake and all 3 grubs over. Obviously, right now, top side of the map is controlled by LNG. You've got Nio down on the bottom side at the moment. But with 30 seconds still on the grubs, he's still got more than enough time to make his way up towards the top side of the map if he does want to contest.
He's going to clear his camps along the way. Should slow it down a decent bit. And NiP with a bit of a non-standard swap coming across. They're going to send Leave towards this mid lane to get that wave in. Should allow for Niket to get up comfortable, trying to at least get some wards down towards that side, but that's Xiaofeng in the area. Nothing. And the grub's going to be started up pretty quickly. Now, Fury pretty good at clearing those grubs out, sweeping them under the rung pretty fast. Nio in position. They have the TF ult as well, so they have the ability to get any vision they want. We'll see if NiP spring into action as Nio gets the Sonic Wave over the wall. Does it connect with a grub, so he knows they're being taken. First one soon to fall here at the Sivir Q. LP will pick that one up. Right now, LNG have more members stacked up, but Doinby has a flank angle set up. Just doesn't feel like the pieces are falling in place for them to be here or stop this last grub from falling. And LNG will trade that first dragon for 3 grubs.
Indeed they will, and that's what LNG needed to do. They needed to pick themselves up the trade right here, couldn't afford to give too much extra away. The price they are going to pay for it, though, is going to be the chickens, and now Deep Teleport coming in right here. That's going to be Zhou trying to potentially catch people out in his jungle. He needs to be careful, though. He could get swarmed right here.
Does at least have Unbreakable Will. Maybe that's why he felt so confident to make that teleport play, knowing that right now, NiP, a team that we talked about, has so much lack of damage.
Yeah.
Can't really deal with Joel until Nio gets pretty far ahead, or the real insurance plan very long down the road that we keep talking about, Leave on this hyperscale Zeri.
Yes, but the Zeri very much not going to be dealing that damage right now. You are correct in that one, and so things continue. Nice and slow, no kills going over. These two teams very much playing the game differently than what we saw out of Thunder Talk earlier, than what we got to see out of Ultra Prime earlier. They were throwing themselves at each other. So far, a bit quieter. Hai Chao needs to be careful right here. He does have a Rakan in the area. To be honest, there's also Nio up on the top side of the map too, so a dive could potentially happen. I think it would be a bit over-aggressive at this point in the game, though.
Still would like to see NiP look for something here, especially now that they've got the TF Ultimate online.
Yeah.
Pairing up, just being able to jump in wherever, you know, maybe Solo Kill or Dio are going, but playing
With
this game
Spellbook too,
slow.
right? He's got an Ignite, and now he's got Ghost. Like, you are looking for a fight right now, surely.
And you just cannot afford, if you're NiP, to let this game be a scale-off. You are staring down a Jax, Rise, and Sivir. Like, this game just becomes unplayable as your comp. Adds a couple items in, you know, that 25-minute point, so you gotta get going. The clock is ticking expeditiously for NiP.
Absolutely it is, and at this point in the game, they really haven't been able to accelerate the pace at all, right? They're up by, what is that, about 500, 600 gold? Really nothing to write home about whatsoever. And instead, it just hasn't been any proactive plays that we've seen so far. Teleport going to go back to top lane right here for Solo Kill. And Doinby running his way down towards the bottom side of the map. Some pings there as well. He could potentially be looking for the play right here on the Haichao. Haichao does have the flash available.
Just doesn't inspire confidence if you don't have somebody who brings damage alongside Doinby. It's what we're worried about with this comp is, oh, I love that play though from Solo Kill. Gets the all-out pull back into his own turret, forces Zika to flash. Solo Kill gonna flash after with the dash into the W, styling on this Cassante with a leap strike is gonna get Zika out once again, just like that level 3 gank earlier in the game.
The level of predicts coming through. Solo Kill just thought maybe Zika would step back one more time to dodge away. Zika just keeps on running for his tower, and he does manage to escape. That's now going to be flashes off of both of the top laners. They don't have themselves teleports either. So someone else in the top lane, and that could be impactful, right? We've got ourselves a Drake spawning in 30-second time. The first one picked up by NiP. Without your top laners being able to teleport into the fight, again, so you're just missing out on another little bit of damage right here from the Cassante. Again, NiP, they desperately need any damage they can come across.
Maybe trying to open up more win con avenues, grabbing that Scuttle Crab as the second Drake spawns, but we do have Doinby on a reset alongside Leave. TF Ult going to be coming up shortly. Again, just waiting on a play to be made here. Frustrated by how slow LNG were playing a mid to late game they had control of, and now it's NiP's turn apparently to slow down a game that they drafted to play fast.
Absolutely, and it's a little bit odd to see. Hopefully NiP, they can accelerate the pace of the game a little bit. You can see Leaf dealing a decent chunk of damage already to LP. He's got those Youngtal arrows completed, so does LP. So they're beginning to hit. Nope. Stepping forwards. Okay,
all right,
sure.
Leaf is going to be the target now.
And he also just walks away.
Dash. Yep. So we're just puffing our chests out and slamming them to see if anybody gets scared off enough. Doinby and Niket trying to hold the line for Xiaofeng away from the pit, but this dragon is not going down fast enough with just Nayo's damage. Zhuo still has access to the Unbreakable Will, so don't be scared of that half HP. There goes in the charm, the knock him. Niket gets 3, it gets right on top of LP, but Leaf can't get over the wall, do the damage, do the lightning crash, is pushing out. Doinby flashing forward, the golden card gets buffered by the unstoppable from Xiaofeng, but Leaf is trying to chase him down with the ghost, with the lightning crash, flashes galore. It's LNG on the back foot as another one gets burned from a Doinby gold card. The dragon may have reset, but NiP poked down enough members of LNG to secure themselves 2 Drakes in the early game.
There we go, and that looked like it was going to be even worse. Oh no!
Zika again falling for the same trap, and this time will Solo Kill get the kill? No, it's Zika to leap to safety again for the 3rd time.
Yikes. Xiaofeng absolutely saves his top laner right there. And Slayer, that fight goes bad for LNG, right? But there are a couple key plays that made it so much better than it otherwise could be. Zhou was playing out of his mind during the beginning of that fight to hit a couple of key knockups and headbutts away to just stop LP from immediately dying and stop Haichao from immediately dying. And then at the end of that play, again, Xiaofeng manages to get Zika out of that one. Without a couple of key plays, that was 3 or 4 kills totally on the table for NiP. And that is also indicative of the lack of damage that NiP really have available to them.
Still, somewhat of a profound win for NiP as they open up that Drake win con. It's a Mountain Soul as well. Always a good one to get, especially onto a comp that has a Cassante and isn't tanky anywhere else. But we're continuing this battle line of neutral Strahd right down mid lane. Xiaofeng does get that Herald taken care of, or sets a vision for the Herald pretty well. LNG going to make it a point to get on the map with that. And I do like that trade here for LNG. Both teams kind of handshaking. The Drake stack is nice for NiP, but Grubs and a Rift Herald for a Jax comp. It's got to feel smooth as butter as well.
Absolutely. It's got to be feeling particularly nice. Oh. I can't believe we've still got no kills. This is 15 minutes into this game. Nothing. Looking at the feat of warfare, and it's just like, no.
Somebody please. I wonder what the record is for the longest LPL game. I'm sure it's ludicrous with 0 kills. Like, we're not actually that close, but Split for 2025, this has got to be top 3 at least.
Absolutely. 15.5 minutes into the game is crazy in almost every single situation. Obviously, solo kill. He got close. He really tried. He was very, very near to being able to pick up that kill onto Zika, but wasn't quite able to complete that one. We do now have the Rift Herald up in the top side of the map, of course. And once again, NiP, they've got themselves the early move on towards this objective, going to be bursting this one down. LNG, they're stepping up. They're trying to get something done right here.
Zika, he's going to be forcing a recall.
Okay!
Just teleport in, and Joel flies in after Doinby. They've got him locked down, and there's your first kill of the game right at the 16-minute mark. It's LP and LNG grabbing control of the pit for the Rift Herald by knocking down Doinby. NiP, they have to be wary hanging around here without their golden card savior in Doinby. Nayo just poking and prodding, but that one kill working wonders for the game state of LNG.
There you go, Joe. He spots Doinby just slightly out of position and flies at him. One of the few flashes that were actually still available on the map at that point. And like I said, it's also going to result in that Herald pickup for LNG. There you go. That's what they wanted to do. And that's not great for NiP. We've been talking about how there's the composition that really wants to be getting ahead a little bit more at this point in the game. Instead, they're going to lose out on that early skirmish. They also lost out on those first 3 grubs too, and so that's going to be a decent chunk of tower damage taken down as well. NiP, they arrive to at least stop the tower from falling. But that's crazy aggression early on from LNG to finally pick themselves up that kill 16 minutes into this game.
And they can revisit that top lane turret whenever they want to with Xiaofeng and get that first turret feat of strength secured. So we're just going to see a pretty simple replay call. Zhuo go in, Doinby go down.
And nothing you can do right there is going to be the second that you make the mispositioning error of being there in the pit when the rest of your friends have walked away, you're done for. There's nothing you can do about that. And that's another reason why the TF has been something we've been a little bit suspicious of, right? Like, you know, it's squishy, it's a mobile, it does, I was going to say it does a bit of damage, but honestly most of the time it doesn't do any damage. You can see the Rower is going to be the build right here for Doinby. He's at least trying to deal some later on in the game, but it doesn't give you that much other than the ulti's really sick. But I think we've literally just watched Doinby ult himself back into lane again and again and again. He's not using it proactively at all.
A head-scratching approach to this game, knowing the draft. I know in our first series we preached a simplistic draft execution for a lot of our Nirvana teams. Whenever I say a lot of our Nirvana teams, the outlier is always NiP. Again, I'm going to keep reinforcing it. This is their farmer league. This should be on paper. So to see them playing this slow with such an aggressive comp, not inspiring confidence.
No, it is not. But, of course, we've still got plenty of League of Legends left to play. A little bit of aggression right here from LNG into the mid lane. They're also going to drop down the Rift Herald. Now, do LNG have their driver's license? Because it was not good in the previous game. They've kind of left this Herald a bit far up for anybody to actually ride it. Instead, it's just going to go by itself. There's no way to mess up the driving if you don't ever get on board, I guess.
Mount Drake is up here at 19 minutes. That would be soul point secured if NiP can get it. So LNG like the proactiveness to get constant vision in the river, move their way down, shove the wave with Sivir. Dare NiP to walk in, misstep. Zhuo always hunting on this Alistar. Make the big play to get us our first kill 3 minutes ago. You can see how dark the river is here for NiP. They get a spot out that the Dragon is being taken that fast. Zhuo gonna go for the headbutt pulverize, but it's a Seeky Recall. Lightning Crash gonna come out. Leaf gets an exhaust thrown right onto his head. Still throwing the autos down. There's the Destiny. Throws out a red card though from Doinby. The Charm still lands. The Cat over the wall. Clutch on this Recon. Charms up both Hai Chao and Zhuo and knocks them down. Solo kill the all out goes right after Xiaofeng. There's Feats of Warfare. Just when we thought NiP were snoozing, they wake up and scrap their way home.
That's what we were waiting for right here. NiP, they pull the trigger. We finally get to see an aggressive Fateful. Oh, it was nice. That was really nice. Real good aggression right here out of NiP. And the fact that they're able to pick up some of these key kills and shut down a couple of the people who were just allowed to sit and farm. And yeah, we've waited so long. The Atakan spawns. Didn't get a chance to talk about it because it had already happened. We were waiting way too long. Zika is here trying to... I don't even know what. There's nothing he can really do in this situation. Zhao
What
Feng
a blessing.
still got 2 seconds left until your jungler's up and available. That one's done.
What a blessing. Maybe, you know what, NiP, was that the whole plan, right? You were going to fight when you knew you could take a Dragon and an Otacon back-to-back. This game is completely turn-healed like that. I mean, yeah, the XP gains to get off the pedals. They're on Mountain Soul Point. Huge win cons open up just like that as we take a look at our only fight of the game.
Yeah, this is the first time we get to see something big, and I wasn't even sure about this working out for Leave. He only really hits that lightning crash onto one person, but like I said, Doinby, he gets to join up. Yeah, it's not the gold card, but it really doesn't matter in this situation. It's just going to be those 2 quick kills. And as much as we've been talking about lack of damage on the side of NiP, it's kind of the same right here. In a lot of ways, once you get chased around like we just saw for LNG, where LP is trying to sit and hit and deal damage on solo kill, but he's absolutely fine right here. With that gauntlet in hand, he is chilling in this situation, and great play from NiP results in them jumping out to not quite a gold lead, but they've got the massive objective advantage for themselves right now. They are now the ones on Soul Point.
Since this game has stalled out so long, we're going to have Baron and Soul secure Drake up again for the 2nd game in a row at the same time. As much as we gave flack for LNG's slow and scared approach to being in that scenario, they're about to get a lesson from one of the best you'll see in Group Nirvana in that exact spot in about 3 minutes. But until then, just expect these teams to play pretty slow. Only thing that will really kick things off is Doinby hunting with that Destiny.
Yeah, exactly. The Destiny going to be a really critical thing as we go on forwards. As much as we would have liked some extra aggression from it early on, if you wait and you get your item breakpoints and then you decide to go in, I think that's reasonable in this situation as well. It gives Leave a bit of time as well to be able to stack up. He's now got those 2 items, Youngtail Arrows as well. He's going to just be in a very strong spot at this point in the game. Still, LNG, they're not out of this one, right? The gold is still very, very even. It's the effective stats that NiP are in the lead with, but it's still not them pulling away too far. And you can see this is a LPL gold graph right here. Back and forth, but barely 1,000 gold in it, right? These are not massive swings. These are these teams keeping it very, very even so far. We've now got 2 minutes until the next Drake is going to spawn, and 2 minutes until the Baron is up and available. And, hey Slayer, in the previous game, what was the issue LNG ran into?
Exactly. That's why it feels like NiP are taking LNG to school, pointing towards their own mistakes and showing them how to correct them for future series against other teams, but not against NiP. Like we expected, kind of just slow and steady, playing the wave states for both these teams with 2 big neutrals coming up at the same time, about 3 minutes, but NiP potentially getting a bit impatient, eyeing a dive onto Zika, but Xiaofeng was spotted and Joel runs in with a unsealed spellbook Ghost to shut that down real quick. The only thing I'm really looking forward trying to figure out is who can get a big blast item through before this honestly game-defining set we're going to get with the Baron and the Soul Drake up at the same time.
Absolutely. It's mostly 2 items completed on the carries right here for NiP. LNG still trying to scrape a couple together. This Neferi really hasn't found any early priority. Neither, to be honest, has Nio on this Lee Sin, but to be honest, when you're both a little bit further behind on these junglers that kind of need to get ahead, it's not the end of the world, right? It's not like one of you's got a Sejuani that's going to be definitely useful anyway. But it's going to be interesting to track which of these 2 junglers is going to be able to find themselves the angle to go in, because in the previous fight, Xiaofeng, he had no way to get onto the backline. The Zero was free hitting, Doinby was free hitting, everybody was just chilling in that previous fight, and you cannot afford to have that happen again for LNG, especially as we've now gotten 25 minutes into the game. 40 seconds on both the Baron and the Dragon. Key moment there.
Critical moment. This is going to define if our series ends here or if LNG have more left in them. Doesn't look like we're going to have time for huge item breakpoints. Do see that both Nio and Xiaofeng reset at a perfect moment. They both grab a Black Cleaver, so they're even at items. pretty even across the board in all aspects. And just like we said in game one, it comes down to execution. LNG could not handle the pressure in the driver's seat, but Doinby definitely can.
Oh,
no! Fails to flash over the wall. It's disaster and stings home. The all-out does come out from solo kill, but there's no damage left here. LP's pushed out by Nayo, looking for a clutch kick, but there's the double backload and Tofo strikes, opening up for the big-time bout in solo kill. And look who's running amok with electricity in his veins. It's Leave on his Sari for the triple. Down goes LNG to the tune of an ace.
And this is going to be the mid lane tier 1, and more importantly, the Baron picked up right here for NiP. They played the early game slowly, but they've picked their moments brilliantly. They get those item breakpoints. We said it was a low damage composition. Well, as long as Leave is sitting and hitting, then it's not. And NiP, they have played 2 fights back-to-back to perfection right here. Oh boy, LNG, it's not looking good.
It is travesty. And again, it's to credit of NiP, the timing they look to force. With knowing that the Baron and the Drake are at the same time, they find this window, and great pick from Doinby, but that's what I've got to say. That's my analysis.
If he gets over that wall, Doinby's used the Destiny to reposition himself and just completely takes himself out of that fight, and you're able to sit back. Maybe LP's able to just, pump out the damage, but instead, you fail that flash, and everybody can just instant jump you, and it drags all of LNG over into a fight they're not going to win. We're going to jump out of that replay, and Haichao is probably just going to be dead. Yep, gold can't get a land, and that's a dead mid laner. NiP are running amok over this rift.
Now no Haichao. No way for LNG to stop this Mountain Soul. Everything is collapsed under the weight of NiP's global threat. Just like that, they've got Purple Banner on 5, a Mountain Soul to negate all that scaling damage for the next 10-ish minutes. This is what we wanted to see from LNG. Take notes. This is what Group Ascend teams do when you're in a pivotal position for win cons like Mountain Soul and Baron.
Oh, hang on. Jump back here. Rakan just so slippery. Really no way to be able to actually catch onto a couple of these members, and it's so unfortunate to see. Doinby also now going to be able to head up to the top lane and just pick himself up some freestanding gold that's still somehow here, right? The fact that you're able to just put more gold into your back pocket. This is now going to be a 6,000 gold lead for Ninjas in Pajamas. They are in complete control of this game. That's now going to be 3 items completed here on for Doinby. Rapid fire cannon in inventory is going to be huge. They've got the upgraded boots as well. Pushing here onto this tier 2 tower. I mean, can you step up enough to actually be able to take out this Baron empowered cannon?
Not gonna let him get close enough. Lee pushes out too much damage. Sivir can do the job though. Look how much LNG is investing to kind of just hold this tier 2 down. That they relinquish as the next wave pours on in. Meantime, Solo Kill trying to usher his own wave up towards the mid lane for a tier 3. It's clinical from NiP. They've already encapsulated a near 5k gold boost off this Baron power play alone. And they'll go back to cash in even more gold. That's a 4th item LDR coming through for Leave. That big time damage dealer to bring home this game is there for NiP, just the way they drew it up.
So, when it works, eh? This is what we were talking about with the NiP's comp, right? Hey, if you get the pieces rolling, there's no stopping this gravy train right now, and LNG feels like they've just missed the boat for when they could have made this play happen, which is odd to say, right, for a severe composition, but your Neferi is just not doing anything, and that's really unfortunate. We came into today talking about Zhaofeng, how he was able to turn around LNG, how they were on a 3-game winning streak when he'd been on the roster for them, but coming into this game, yes, they ran right into the buzzsaw that is Ninjas in Pajamas, but they haven't even really been able to fight back particularly. They were passive in game 1, they've been passive here in game number 2, and it's allowed NiP to get to the breakpoints they needed and just completely take over this series.
Hopefully this just acts as a wake-up call, because as much as we talk about how this is NiP's Nirvana to run, it also is giving, a bit of a window into LNG to show LNG, just all the Nirvana teams, what it's going to take to try and be competitive if you ever do get up to Group Ascend. LNG looking for a flank here with the teleport coming out from Zhuo. They Sunsteel Spellbook. Gonna get a big headbutt pulverize. Great cancel from NiP. He actually doesn't even get it off. And Xiaohao is already down way too low alongside Xiaofeng. It's just too late to try and make these plays, LNG. You bided your time and now you gotta pay the piper. Leave is gonna get shut down. Zika, beautiful stasis to come out as well, but like I said, too little, too late. NiP too strong to deal with as 5. But Zika looked like a raid boss here. This guy is taking no damage. That's what happens when we don't have the Zeri. But it's still not enough. NiP looking to turn this series into a sweep out to kick off their stage of Nirvana.
And this one going to be almost a full 7 minutes quicker, even though we still had a slow early game, 17 minutes for that first kill, but the second that NiP got it rolling, they've been able to just keep on going with this one. It's going to be the mid lane inhibitor falling. It's going to be the bot lane inhibitor falling if NiP want it as well. Instead, it looks like they're just going to back off a little bit, more than happy to just allow this game to continue on. Wendy even going to use the Destiny to get himself back away from this play. Oh boy. Yeah. What can you do for LNG? Because that should have been their moment. As you said, Zika, Raid Bosch, he was looking really good on that one. And this is the TP flank of dreams that you're looking for. Unfortunately, Joe, he just insta-gets cancelled, right? Headbutt, stun. Gold card, gorgeous from Doinby. And it means that just none of the kills end up going down. And you're free hitting as Leave right up until the moment in which Zika decides, no, I'm ripping your head off. There he goes for that kill. Oh. And with the gold, he survives for a while. Yeah, but you're one Jax versus the world at this point. This is Zika playing 2 really good games, right? He had a nice look on the Ambassador in game number 1. He's been pretty good with the Jax here in game number 2, but the rest of the squad are just not holding up their end of the bargain.
It's a different league when you're playing against NiP, when you're playing against Doinby-led squads. It's been an impressive, impressive debut for Niket and Nayo. Niket in particular, this Rakan has looked absolutely flawless. 0-0-11. Clutch Charms getting multiple members. As we see the Realm work, they're going after Doinby, but you have to do better than that to try and shut down the LPL vet. Destiny being channeled. Gonna jump into the back line, off to the side. Doinby looks for that killer blow. We're gonna go after Zhuo instead. Good headbutt though to cancel out the Grand Entrance. Sonic Wave gonna land, but NiP not gonna overinvest to try and kill off the Alistar. They're just ushering LNG away from this river. Yeah. Because Leave is just already hitting onto this Baron, by the way, almost on his lonesome. Nayo isn't even there. They're stalling for Leave, who is soloing Baron right now.
Yeah, he's chilling. And it's already half health, isn't it?
Oh, he's got solo kill there too.
Yeah, still, Leave doesn't really need his his top laner in the area. I'll be honest, this could very easily go down. It's just gone.
Funneled in too late. Yep, the Baron is already gone. Zika's going to go with the counter strike. The Xiaofeng flies after Lee, but once again, he just escapes off to the side. The All-Out's going to pull away LP. That is not a 1v1 he wants. And NiP, they're just better prepared for everything that LNG have thrown at them, showing exactly why Group Nirvana should fear Ninjas in Pajamas. All split 3 long, then kick off their campaign with a sweep of LNG.
Doinby, he says it's not a problem with the champion, you'll just suck, I can do it better. Has a brilliant performance right here. And now it's just going to be the march down into the base. You've got yourself super minions pouring in through the mid lane. They're not even going to need it, most likely. The Baron empowered normals are going to do it just fine. One more stun right here. That's going to be a final kill onto Xiaofeng. And the game is over. 2-0 NiP versus LNG.
A gold card resembling a golden ticket. Back to the scrim room for LNG. Their first loss was Xiaofeng as their jungler. But the bigger prevailing thought is that the new look NiP, you know, they may be playing slow, but they are not afraid, confident, and looking to take over Group Nirvana as expected.
Absolutely. And there's a real critical thing to highlight right here, is that we're criticizing LNG for playing slow in game 1, because it's not that they want to be playing slow, it's that they don't know what to do. They're just sat there, kind of looking back and forth like, where do I go? Where can I find a play? Whereas NiP in this second game, when they were playing slow, they were doing it fully because they wanted to. They were just not engaging in the fights. And we kind of wanted them to play it a little bit more aggressive, right? You were worried about falling behind, but because they had so much control over the map, they were never allowing LNG to get themselves those big advantages that they would have needed to accelerate the pace of the game. It means that Ninjas in Pajamas don't care. That they're being slow. It's getting you to those item break points. You're a low damage composition until the point at which the Zeri hits 4 items, and then you're definitely not a low damage composition, and it's nice. It's really nice to see. It's what we wanted out of Ninjas in Pajamas. If they are going to play all of the games slow, I don't think that's necessarily an issue. What Ninjas in Pajamas need is to come out of this group practically undefeated. If they do that, then all of a sudden, when they get into that best of 5 up against those Group Ascent teams, then we have a conversation of like, hey, maybe they can do this.
And you know, a different, trying to understand, because again, this is like the first time we've seen NiP in Group Nirvana.
Yeah.
For them, they had 2 splits in, you know, Split 1, they had their own group of 4 teams. They mostly played some playoff teams. Split 2, they're in Group Ascent the whole time, right? Outside of Thunder Talk, they haven't seen really any of these Group Nirvana teams a lot. So while they certainly have scrimmed them, right, on stage, maybe the slow pace Blockster plays in the fact they're trying to feel out how some of these teams look, and before just like jumping in too far and disrespecting teams. It's more of a respect play to understand how these opponents like to approach the game and then punish the mistakes they see. I can get behind that idea. That's actually a very veteran approach. And again, I've been blowing this whistle a billion times in this series, Blockster. A team with Doinby would certainly fit that MO.
Absolutely, and I would bet you anything that nobody's playing slow in scrims. That's not how scrims work. Anytime I've ever spoken to coaches from the bottom of community leagues all the way up to top level coaches, people just run at each other. It's scrims. You want to have fun. You want to rip each other's heads off. But I do like the slow approach right here out of NiP, feeling out their opponents, yes, but also you can just hands check some of the players right here in these Group Nirvana teams. But once you do play a Group Ascent team, you can't just hands check them. That's not the way that this is going to work. So having that slow play available to you is really nice to see, and it was good that they were able to play it like this. It does also make a very interesting dichotomy here between the top teams we've got in Group Nirvana at the moment, where where EDG have played very fast. They completely ripped Thundertalk to pieces, ripped Ultra Prime to pieces. They did not slow down for a single second. Whereas NiP, they play it way, way slower, and that's going to be a fascinating matchup when those two end up meeting.
Exactly. That's a great point, Blockster. And I would have to go back and try and just see really quickly for NiP how many times have they seen EDG in this calendar year? For all the games we played in the LPL, you know, double round robin, Group Ascent a ton. I gotta think it's maybe one. It could be like a best of 1. Maybe they played during like seedings.
Yeah. It could be not at all. It's possible.
It's possible. I'm trying to remember back to the. Bear with me, folks. It's 6:45 in the morning by this point. So my knowledge bank of the LPL is a little bit tapped. But we'll soak in the post game here. Leave topping the damage charts on this Zeri. But you know, Blockster, our final game here. I think this is the hardest one to figure out an MVP for. I'm curious where your head's at for an NiP MVP.
Everybody was kind of stepping up in this one. I feel like Leave or Doinby are decent shouts right here. I think Leave was able to step up quite a lot in these fights. He obviously did a ton of damage in this one as well, but you're expecting that from your Zeri. Doinby, again, was able to be very aggressive. It's hard to give it to Nio because, I mean, he never really got himself some massive advantage, but also, like, at the same time, they weren't trying to play super aggressive earlier on. I think I'd give it to Leave just about, but then again, maybe even want to give it over to Solo Kill right here. He had a decent laning phase, he was able to get quite aggressive then, and then also during these team fights, he was just a complete nightmare to try to deal with for any of the members of LNG.
So we're feeling Leave. You know, maybe I'm just I'm a support player lover when it comes to competitive play. I do think, you know, Niket, on some of those early fights when we were worried about damage profile, he gets like the double charms. Oh wait, never mind. I just watched this highlight back. I totally forgot. Yeah, I think Solo Kill's my pick actually. I
feel Solo Kill might be the right shout right here as well. Yeah, he was everything to these team fights. Yes, Leave is all of the damage that you're pumping out, but in every single one of these fights, he is just there, stopping members from doing anything that they want to get done, and it was really impressive to see. In terms of the question of have EDG and NiP faced this year?
No, not at all. Okay, I was like,
not at all.
I was checking Split 1. They weren't in the same group. I couldn't remember, and the only other chance it would have been was Split 2 placements. But
I've checked Split 2 placements as well. They've never looked at each other at all. They've not
Neither-
faced a single time this year.
No, they haven't faced LNG either, very much, if at all, in the split.
EDG
either,
and LNG faced during their playing, but no.
Yes, but
NiP
NiP
again
hasn't.
didn't. Yeah, they've
Yeah,
not faced a lot of the teams right here.
So maybe that's a clue into why NiP were willing to play so slow. And I commend it, because so many LPL teams, first stage games against teams they haven't seen yet, they just LPL, death ball it, and it costs them. So it's kind of a breath of fresh air. I know some LPL fans are going to be mad that I'm saying that, but it's a breath of fresh air to see them kind of respectfully approach some of these opponents they haven't seen, which is still funny to think of in July, late July, that some teams have still not matched up against others in the LPL.
Considering that some teams have faced a bajillion times, it feels like at this point, and other teams have just never touched each other at all. It's like BLG, Thundertalk, they know each other way too well, especially with the jungle swap, right? They know each other way too well, whereas these two, they're not going to face. That's on Friday, just in case you are wondering when Ninjas in Pajamas are going to face off against EDG. Obviously, in Group Nirvana this time around, it's double round robin. Previously, it was a single round robin, so you do get more matchups between these teams. Doinby gets it. I'm a little bit surprised by that one. I could see it, right, in that once he started using the Destiny, he was using it pretty effectively. He was getting into the back line, but I would have gone somewhere else with it.
I would tend to agree. I also can't get mad at just given the vet his flowers here. Is I still believe he's just the pivotal crown jewel for NiP. Really quickly, though, it's so funny you say, about how many teams have matched up so many times. I don't know if you found this hilarious. Obviously, the content we try to provide you guys at the pre-shows, it's like the clips of old matchups. I don't know if you find it funny, Bloxer. Now when I try and go back and look for a certain series between two teams, and I go to YouTube, I have 4 different series. I'm like, okay, wait, which one do I need to pick from? Which TES BLG do I need to? There's 2 playoff ones. There's 4 regular season ones. It's a nightmare to pick from. It's a funny.
It really is. But then for other teams, you saw it earlier in the clips we saw here, where you've got the old Rift, right? We've got the old Atakan available to us. We've got the Noxian Rift. That was horrible. Just a side point. That was horrible. I'm so glad there's color back on the Rift again. I'm so glad to have the Spirit Blossom Rift this time around.
Well, we're going to have to bid adieu to that Spirit Blossom Rift here tonight as we are winding down our Group Nirvana focus coverage for Day 3 of the LPL. It feels awesome to be back with you guys, especially alongside you, Bloxer. It was always fun chopping it up on the cast here. But that will wind down our day. The final thing we have to do here is give you a very special thank you. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forrest. Without their pledge of financial contributions, help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And speaking of every single day, tomorrow, I want to let you guys know what the matchups are going to be there, as it looks like it will be Grapes and K-Man taking you guys through a little bit more of Group Nirvana at first. LGD and NiP will get the last Group Nirvana team making an appearance, and then it will be IG versus WE, a very fun Group Ascend matchup. Until then, myself, Bloxer, and our awesome producer Chippy bid you adieu until more LPL returns. Until then, take care and see you soon.